I was the top student in the entire school, yet I awakened to what was recognized as the most useless profession, the S-rank summoner. My first summoned creature was the lowest tier bronze level red soil ant, causing an uproar of laughter. It's over. The top student has become the bottom feeder. Even the homeroom teacher concluded I wouldn't withstand the financial pressure and would eventually fall into her clutches. But they couldn't see the golden light in my mind. The supreme SSS plus profession was already locked in. When my red soil ant gained the hundredfold progeny trait and transformed into a thunder mother ant, I ventured alone into the hell difficulty dungeon. My name is Zhou Lin, a high school student awaiting the awakening of my career. If I awaken a profession below S rank, my homeroom teacher Chu Mei will make me her little cross-dressing boy to serve her. She is a Class A modifier, nicknamed Cutie Baby, with eyes that could melt steel, and she's had her sights set on me for a long time. Standing at 6 feet tall with an 8-pack, I felt furious at being threatened to act effeminately, but not the slightest bit afraid. Are you so sure I won't awaken an S rank or higher profession? You'd better cut back on threatening me. How do you know you won't be the one getting played by me instead? I countered the threat and immediately turned to head straight for Awakening Square. Chu Mei narrowed her eyes slightly, her saliva running wild as she murmured in a low voice, "This kid, I'm really getting more and more interested in him. Go on, go on. Even if you really awaken an S-class profession, I'm still determined to have you. I'm an orphan, all alone in this world." I never expected that someone as disciplined and good-looking as me would catch the attention of this eccentric homeroom teacher. My only hope now is to rely on my system godfather. Time to take a gamble. The Awakening Square was packed with a bustling crowd. Principal Sun Yi's tone was solemn yet filled with anticipation, as Genoa High School had not seen an S-rank or higher profession emerge in over a decade. Below, the awakenings continue. Shi Jinxiang from Class 12, Grade 3 has awakened to a C-class profession, Night Soil Collector. The sweet girl broke down in tears on the spot. Percent next up. Yuan Hua awakens a C-grade profession, Fisherman. More than half had awakened, yet not a single S-class professional emerged. The principal's face turned grim. Finally, it's my turn, and the gaze of the entire school's teachers and students is fixed on me. I took a deep breath and slowly stepped onto the awakening platform, placing my hand on the awakening stone. Chu Mei waited quietly in the shadows. The principal's pupils constricted, heart pounding. This was the school's last top student. Suddenly, a brilliant light surged upward from the awakening stone, tearing through the clouds and illuminating heaven and earth. Teacher Jueshing announced in a trembling voice, "Zhou Lin has awakened as an S-level summoner. The S-rank has finally arrived." But awakening instructor's lips twitched slightly. Though the summoner is S-rank, it's an extremely money-draining, dangerously hard-to-level profession. Chu Mei frowned, but thinking of the summoner's drawbacks, the corners of her lips curled up again, feeling that I still couldn't escape her grasp in the end. The students below started mocking. Done for. The top student has turned into the worst. A summoner? LMAO. Our entire batch is practically screwed. I'm both thrilled and devastated. What the hell kind of summoner profession is this? Isn't this just dragging oneself into the abyss again? In this world, professional ranks are divided into C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, SSS+. S rank is considered genius, except for summoners. Zhou Lin, please summon your contracted beast to demonstrate whether you truly qualify for S-rank status. Awakening Mentor proceeded with the protocol as usual. I nodded and began the summoning. With a thunderous roar, the sky tore open, forming a rift above. Out crawled a tiny ant no longer than 1 centimeter, its matte carapace glowing with reddish-brown earth tones as it descended slowly. Bronze tier, first stage red earth ant. The entire hall plunged into vacuum-like silence before someone finally burst into uncontrollable laughter. Principal Sun Yi sighed heavily. This class was completely doomed. My mood plummeted to rock bottom. Suddenly, a ding echoed in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for awakening as a professional summoner and unlocking the divine tier summoner system. Ding! Your profession level has reached the apex of progression, achieving the ultimate profession level SSS+. Ding! Each time the host's profession levels up, they will receive a chance to draw a term lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 golden keyword lottery chances. Would you like to start the draw now? The system has arrived. My heart raced with excitement. Zhou Lin knew he was currently at level 2 and had 2 draw opportunities. A massive lottery machine materialized in his mind. Stop. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the divine golden keyword, Thunder Crimson Feather. Thunder Crimson Feather, a celestial flight artifact of the Chosen Ones. When attached to any summoned creature, it grants unimaginable explosive flying power. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the divine golden phrase, a hundredfold descendants. Offspring in multitudes, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things, an exclusive trait for explosive troop growth, capable of spawning vast armies of creatures. Holy shit! Thunder Crimson Feather can transform red soil ants into highly agile flying ants, and their offspring can multiply 100-fold to form an ant army. We must expedite the addition of supplementary entries. Ah, Zhou Lin, I know you must be feeling terrible about awakening this money-burning profession and hatching those bronze-tier red soil ants. But nothing is constant, challenge more secret realms, and when opportunity comes, a comeback is always possible. The awakened mentor sighed and reminded me. Coming to my senses, I stepped off the awakening platform. Just as I turned the corner, Chu Mei walked up to me. Zhou Lin, I never thought you'd actually awaken an S-class profession and become a summoner. Why don't you just give up? The lowest level red clay ants you summon have no backing or influence, so no university would be willing to train you. She continued to threaten me, offering 500,000 a month, or else I wouldn't escape her grasp. I scoffed coldly. Oh? Are you that sure? Just wait and see if you can really claim my body. With those words, I turned and walked away. Chu Mei licked her lips, fantasizing about the scene of remolding me. As I walked, I studied the system panel. Host, Zhou Lin %% profession, divine tier entry summoner, SSS plus, % level, 2% summons. 1 red soil ant, bronze tier 1, divine golden trait. Thunder Crimson Feather, and used, Hundredfold Descendants, and used. The second summon can be unlocked at level 20. This is the God tier glossary summoner system. With summoned beasts that have additional divine golden attributes, entering secret realms wouldn't just be about clearing monsters effortlessly. Additional. I summoned the red soil ants and instantly attached 2 golden keywords. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully attaching the supreme golden attribute of thunderous crimson feathers. Ding! The crimson earth ant, bronze tier 1, has successfully evolved into a thunderbolt winged ant, silver tier 1. The red soil ants began to undergo rapid metamorphosis, their bright crimson exteriors turning deep red, sprouting thin wings laced with crimson lightning threads. Their flapping resembled the tremors of thunder, swift as a lightning strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully attaching the divine level golden trait of a hundredfold progeny multiplier. Ding! The thunderwing ant, silver tier 1, has successfully evolved into a thunderwing queen ant, gold tier 1. The flying ant's abdomen began to swell, instantly transforming into a thunderwing queen ant capable of rapid egg laying and accelerated hatching. A minute passed, and over 100 insect eggs appeared in my palm, which broke upon landing, releasing level 1 thunder ants one by one. Breed, Thunder Queen Ant % quality, Gold Tier 1% level, 1% talent affix. Thundering Crimson Feather, progeny multiplied 100-fold % remaining descendants. 100 Tier 1 Thunder Ants. Currently, the summoned creatures are still weak, they must enter the secret realm to rapidly devour and enhance their strength. I command the swarm of 100 level 1 lightning ants, charging straight into a previously unexplored secret realm within the small trial plaza that just opened today. Chapter 3, Disgusting Goblins? The flying ant army sweeps the ground. Votes needed. Dungeon, Goblin Lair. Dungeon level, 3. Entry level restriction, 1-5. Dungeon difficulty, easy, normal, hard, hell. Dungeon description, hides numerous disgusting goblin creatures. Beware of being targeted or worse, used for breeding. Zhou Lin narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as blades, flashing an unabashed smile. You're the one. Ding. Entering hell level dungeon, Goblin Lair. Ding. Trial participants, prepare yourselves. Zhou Lin's figure vanished from the light. The very moment Zhou Lin departed, a group of male and female students approached from nearby. Freshly awakened, they received a notification from their school class group. The trial dungeons had opened. Though these realms were all rated below level 10 in difficulty. For these newly awakened novice adventurers, attempting to tackle the trials without forming a party or adequate preparation, that was nothing short of suicide. Suddenly, a girl with fair skin, jet black hair, and dressed in a white blouse and smoky-colored skirt spotted the trial realm Goblin Lair flickering. A familiar figure flashed past her eyes. Ah! Is that Zhou Lin? Why am I seeing Zhou Lin enter a secret realm? She stopped dead in her tracks, covering her mouth with both hands, eyes wide. Shaolin Lin, did you see wrong? Class 17's Zhou Lin awakened as a summoner. His summoned beast is the crappiest red soil ant. How could he dare venture into a secret realm? Yeah. We're all newbies, nobody has the guts to enter a secret realm. You must be seeing things. Enough talk. Let's go check it out ourselves. If someone's in the secret realm, it'll show up on the display. They hurried closer. Upon getting closer, they confirmed someone was indeed attempting to clear a dungeon stage. A virtual display hovered above their heads. It clearly displayed. Challenger, Zhou Lin, Dungeon, Goblin Lair, difficulty, hell. Challenge in progress. Holy. Holy. A chorus of exclamations echoed across the secret realm plaza. Some of them rubbed their eyes, as if they'd seen something they shouldn't have. Quickly report to the teacher, the principal. That kid Lin Feng can't handle the shock, he's probably gone mad. One of the students initiated a conversation with Sun Yi through the professional interface. Sun Yi, who was preparing for the teacher's summary meeting, sighed deeply. The 1S rank student they had was now ruined. Genoa High School was truly finished. Just as he was overcome with grief, the system panel's chat window kept popping up with messages. Students often sought him out privately to vent about school issues. Sometimes they'd stay up late into the night to vent, leaving him sleep deprived. so he'd set it to only alert him when multiple people contacted him. Opening his profession panel, he saw groups of students flooding him with messages like madmen. Your student Hugo has sent you 10 messages. Your student Jing Bairan has sent you 10 messages. What's gotten into these kids? Did their awakening results turn out too well? Well, so be it. After all these years of glory, Genoa High School was bound to see its decline. Whatever abilities the kids awaken, I should wish them a brighter future. Just as he opened a chat window to reply, a barrage of explosive messages flooded his screen. This is ridiculous. These kids have graduated and are still pulling pranks on me, the principal. The lowest level secret realm is tier 3. How dare this kid go there? He can't be that foolish. Without hesitation, he closed the profession panel and called a meeting. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin, who had entered the secret realm, opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. The bright daylight had vanished, replaced by the gloomy, decaying interior of a forest. Beneath towering ancient trees, diminutive goblins with bloodshot eyes appeared before Zhou Lin. They were all mating with each other, and some were even mating with leaves. But the moment they spotted Zhou Lin, they reacted as if they'd found prey. Armed with stone knives and various primitive weapons, they charged toward Zhou Lin. Species, Goblin Suicide Soldier. Level 3. HP 1000. Skills, Self-Destruct, Rapid Self-Destruct, Timed Self-Destruct. Description, a terrifying goblin possessing formidable explosive power. Its detonations cover a wide area and deal significant damage. Beyond that, Zhou Lin also spotted other goblins. For instance, Flaming Goblin, Frost Goblin, Goblin Wizard, Goblin Paladin. These goblins are all level 3. There are also some at level 2 and level 1. Level 3 seems a bit stronger, but against sheer numbers, they're all trash. Come forth, my flying ant army. Let them taste my might. Lin Feng issued the command, releasing the Thunder Queen ants first. The moment the Thunder Queen ant emerged, its mandibles began to twitch. Having long sensed the prey's scent, it fluttered its wings, unleashing thunder. Instantly, 100 level 1 thunder flying ants were released from the adjacent space. Go! The Thunder Queen ant, already itching for battle, awaited Zhou Lin's command. The moment the command was given, swarms of thunder flying ants surged forward. A sky filled with damage appeared before Zhou Lin's eyes. Goblin Suicide Soldier HP 23. Goblin Suicide Soldier HP 45. Goblin Suicide Soldier HP 36. Flaming Goblin HP 67. Don't underestimate the damage when they swarm in numbers, even the thickest health bars struggle to withstand the onslaught. Therefore, after Zhou Lin released his summoned beast, he stood his ground to observe the battlefield, needing no intervention. Before long, the 1000 HP suicide goblins couldn't withstand the assault of over a dozen thunder flying ants. Within seconds, its health bar shattered. Some goblins, terrified by the stings, activated their skills. The self-destruct goblins detonated immediately. The explosion's damage spread instantly. But the thunder ants possessed the god-tier golden trait of rapid flight, rendering explosion-type skills utterly ineffective against them. Unable to be killed outright, they were all worn down to death. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 3 self-destruct goblin. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 3 frost goblin. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 3 goblin knight. You have gained 102 EXP from the kills. Includes 30% bonus EXP from hell difficulty. You have gained 202 EXP from the kill. Receive 30% bonus EXP from hell difficulty. You have gained 156 EXP from the kill. Received a 30% bonus from hell difficulty. All experience points gained from kills have been reflected. Ding! Congratulations on advancing to level 3. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 new divine tier gold stat slot lottery chance. Upon hearing the level up sound, Zhou Lin's pupils dilated sharply, filled with excitement and exhilaration. Numbers make a difference. Survival in this world demands strength. Charge forward. Take down the boss. Zhou Lin issued the command. After clearing the goblins from the level, they raced down to the next stage. Chapter 4, 3 minutes to hatch a nest of flying ants, daily output of 96,000? Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 3 goblin wizard. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 3 goblin knight. You have gained 152 EXP from the kills. Includes 30% bonus EXP from hell difficulty. In the subsequent levels, Zhou Linrun still hadn't appeared. Under the Thunder Queen Ant's command, the thunder flying ants swarmed the goblins' faces. The goblin let out a series of groans. Those who resisted, fled, or gave up were all killed one by one, leaving colorful gear scattered across the ground. Ding! Congratulations on picking up a dropped platinum tier level 3 equipment, Swift Boots. Ding! Congratulations on picking up a platinum tier, level 3 equipment drop, Linen Pants. Ding! Congratulations on picking up a platinum tier, level 3 equipment drop, Blazing Blade. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned beast Thunder Queen Ant has leveled up to level 2. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned pet Thunder Queen Ant has leveled up to level 3. Ding! Congratulations! The Thunder Flying Ant bred by your summoned beast Thunder Queen Ant has leveled up to level 2. Ding! Congratulations! The Thunder Flying Ant bred by your summoned beast Thunder Queen Ant has leveled up to level 3. This is awesome, absolutely awesome. One after another, over a dozen pieces of gear were stowed into Zhou Lin's profession backpack. The summoned Thunder Queen Ant also completed its level up. Even the Thunder Flying Ants hatched from its eggs had undergone metamorphosis. However, when Lin Feng turned his gaze to the Thunder Queen Ant, he noticed its abdomen had begun to swell. It seemed ready to begin another round of egg laying. The question was, how many flying ants would emerge from this second wave? Earlier, when the Thunder Flying Ants charged into battle, over 30 out of 100 were lost. Only through real combat could the finest elite be forged. It was a bit painful, indeed. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized, didn't he just miss out on a god-tier golden attribute from a god-tier drop? What was he waiting for? He pulled it and attached it to the Thunder Mother Ant. Who knows what cool stuff might pop out again? Tonesy, draw for me. Ding. Please wait, host. Drawing process in progress? The massive lottery machine spun rapidly within Zhou Lin's mind. Golden, square-shaped entries spun wildly, as if stirring up a storm. Stop. Lin Feng swallowed hard and issued the command to halt. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've drawn the god-tier golden token, production machine. Production machine, we hear you suffer from firepower anxiety. We hear you worry about insufficient quantities, constantly fretting over this and that, fretting over sluggish speed. Well, worry no more, your production rate is now tripled. Holy. The elegant words burst straight from Zhou Lin's mouth. This is insane. I love it. Lin Feng selected the production machine god-tier golden trait and directly attached it to the Thunder Mother Ant. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully attaching the god-tier golden trait production machine. Ding. Thunder Queen Ant Golden Tier 1 has successfully evolved into a Berserk Queen Ant Golden Tier 3. Species, Raging Queen Ant. Quality, Gold Tier 3. Level, 3. HP, 300-300. Blue bar, 300-300. Agility, 178. Strength, 151. Stamina, 178. Spirit, 156. Talent traits, Thunder Red Feather, Hundredfold Offspring, Breeding Machine. Remaining offspring, 20 level 3 Thunder Flying Ants, 30 level 2 Thunder Flying Ants, 16 level 1 Thunder Flying Ants. The Thunder Queen Ant, whose abdomen had been writhing, began to undergo metamorphosis. A crimson glow emanated from her entire body. Her abdomen expanded by a full circumference, her body convulsing violently beneath the grotesque transformation. Within a minute, she began laying eggs. The pace of egg laying was astonishingly swift. As if they were being expelled. The dark red eggs fell to the ground and began hatching at a visible pace. One by one, Thunder Flying Ants emerged, flapping their wings and crackling with thunderous electricity. Lin Feng counted them, a full 300 had been produced. When the Thunder Ant Queen was at level 1, she could only produce 100 Thunder Flying Ants. By level 3, it could produce 300. This expansion in capacity was remarkably swift. Not only in quantity, but also in speed. The last time, from incubation to hatching, took nearly 10 minutes. This time, it took only 3 minutes. So fast. A whole clutch produced in just 3 minutes. At this current pace, with sufficient resources and nutrition, operating 24 hours a day. That's 1,440 minutes. The daily output would be 96,000. Whoa! Zhou Lin couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What if we maintained sufficient nutrition for production for a month, or even a year? How terrifying would that be? In the future, when farming monsters, there'd be no need for people to be present, just release the flying ants. Before you even show up, the ants would be swarming all over your face. Mind-blowingly satisfying. Now, that homeroom teacher who wants to transform into a crossdresser, are you freaking out yet? Zhou Lin, who had been deeply worried, now brimmed with confidence. His mind was set on a clear path, accelerate leveling to cultivate an army of flying ants. Just then, the enraged queen ant emitted a series of sharp, squeaking sounds. Zhou Lin rushed over to look. He discovered that the Thunder Flying Ants were already breeding new offspring. But their bodies were frail and weak, nothing but skin and bones. It seemed they required more nourishment. Suddenly, the Thunder Ant Queen's entire body began to tremble violently, and the other Thunder Ants quivered in unison. Though each had devoured copious amounts of goblin flesh. Yet now, as if drained from afar, they too were reduced to skin and bones. They fluttered their wings, darting swiftly through the passageway in search of sustenance. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Lin immediately understood. The Thunder Mother Ant had activated her skill, absorbing the vitality of her offspring. It was time to capture them and feed them into the boss stage, letting them taste the boss's deliciousness. With a whoosh, Lin Feng entered the boss stage entrance, swarming with countless flying ants. The scene flickered. Before Zhou Lin stood a giant goblin wielding a long spear. A feeding goblin was crouched before him. They seemed to be engaging in improper physical contact. Squeaking noises filled the air. The moment it spotted Zhou, it froze, then broke into a savage grin and charged forward. Zhou Lin was utterly dumbfounded. Species, Giant Spear Goblin Boss. Level, 3. HP, 10,000. Skills, Spear Throw, Rapid Spear Throw, Frenzy Charge. Description: this is a goblin with rather intense sexual urges. To satisfy its desires, it may resort to unimaginable acts. As an intruder, you must be vigilant. 10,000 HP? Lin Feng was genuinely taken aback upon seeing it. If he'd tried this alone, he'd probably be toast. He wouldn't even have time to wipe his ass. But now, he wasn't alone. You disgusting thing, taste the agony of being gnawed away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the ravenous thunder ants charged forward like mad. Chapter 5, Record broken, 1 minute 9 seconds. The giant goblin, who had been grinning lewdly moments ago, clenched his buttocks in terror. Giant Spear Goblin HP 111. Giant Spear Goblin HP 123. Giant Spear Goblin HP 100. Dense swarms of thunder ants clung to the Giant Spear Goblin boss, gnawing at its flesh. Blood gushed everywhere. Though each ant's bite was negligible to it. But this time there were a full 300 of them. Thanks to you, all 300 of your Berserk Queen ants joined the fray. In less than 10 seconds. The boss Giant Spear Goblin was reduced to a pile of scraps. Every last scrap of flesh was licked clean from the bones. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 3 boss Spear Goblin. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 3 Frost Goblin. You have gained 625 EXP from the kills. Includes 30% bonus EXP from Hell difficulty. You have gained 156 EXP from the kill. Receive 30% bonus EXP from Hell difficulty. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 4. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 5. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 golden attribute draw chance. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 golden attribute draw chance. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the level 3 diamond grade equipment, Swiftness Divine Boots. Ding! Congratulations on picking up the LV3 diamond grade quality equipment, Cloud Wrapped Robe. A flurry of equipment notifications made Zhou Lin's dark pupils suddenly contract and then dilate. He'd heard others say grinding through levels was an excruciatingly difficult task, especially when tackling content below one's level. But grinding through levels felt effortless to him. Time to head out. Zhou Lin gathered all the gear and stuffed it into his backpack. He was now level 4, yet his backpack still only held 20 slots. It could only hold 20 pieces of gear. So for lower quality gear, Zhou Lin would loot it and immediately smelt it down into gold coins. He took the high quality gear to the shop to exchange for materials to expand his backpack. Having sufficient backpack capacity meant he could carry more items. Otherwise, after clearing a dungeon, he might find his inventory too full to carry the dropped gear. With a whoosh, Zhou Lin vanished from the spot as he activated the teleportation out of the Secret Realm instance. Meanwhile, in the Secret Realm Plaza, only the same students from earlier remained. After sending the message to the principal, they waited in place. Especially Xiao Lin, who had been the first to fixate on Lin Feng. Though not academically top tier, Xiao Lin possessed fair skin, striking beauty, and a sweet appearance, backed by a privileged family background. Her father was the head of the Thunder Union, one of the most powerful guilds in Linhai City, and her mother was the city's beauty queen. Having inherited these excellent genes, she herself was now the school beauty of Genoa Middle School. She had always looked up to the top students. She even sought his guidance with humility. However, Zhou Lin often simply wrote down the answers to questions and left it at that. Back then, she truly wanted to focus solely on her studies, cutting off any distracting thoughts. Now, witnessing Zhou Lin's performance, she felt not only astonishment but more profoundly, a sense of relief. Zhou Lin's successful emergence from seclusion proved his combat prowess was unquestionable, even surpassing that of most professional practitioners. This proved his summoned beast was no useless trash. On the contrary, there was still hope he could break the mold and secure admission to a top-tier university. But the odds were simply too slim. A summoner who only managed to summon a bronze-tier red earth ant was destined to have no future. Man, it's been a minute already. Wonder if that kid's dead in there. But it's only been a minute, and the stage hasn't ended yet. That kid's got some skill. I'd last 3 seconds max. 3-second man? Ha 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 ha. The others stood watching the panel, murmuring among themselves. But just then, a faint glow appeared at the previously silent exit. The large screen displayed the challenge results. Challenger, Lin Feng, status, completed, time, 1 minute 9 seconds. Zhou Lin, you cleared the challenge? The students who had been chatting froze in place as if cemented to the spot. Xiao Lin's mouth gaped open, her eyes widening abruptly, her eyebrows stiffening. No way. How did a bronze tier 1 red earth ant clear a level 3 secret realm? Confusion and bewilderment. Ding. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Total time, 1 minute 9 seconds. Ding! Congratulations on setting a new record for the Goblin Lair Secret Realm, ranking first. 1 minute and 9 seconds? Zhou Lin couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. A swarm of flying ants on the battlefield, yet the speed still felt a bit slow. Maybe it's because this was my first time clearing the dungeon. There were still many unfamiliar aspects. Next time, it won't take just 1 minute. Upon exiting the dungeon, Lin Feng opened his eyes to find several classmates staring directly at him. Among them, he spotted Zhou Lin. Her delicate features drew his gaze involuntarily. Holy crap! Zhou Lin actually succeeded? How did he pull that off? Why hasn't the principal replied yet? Did they misjudge Zhou Lin's class and summoned beast? Keep bombarding the principal. Send him the trial pictures and tell him Genoa Academy has produced a genius. The students grew unusually restless, all opening their profession panels to continue bombarding the principal's chat window. Zhou Lin remained among them, clearly frozen in place. Zhou Lin wasn't paying them any attention, nor did he have time to waste on them. His immediate priority was to level up quickly, lest that twisted homeroom teacher seize any opportunity. Without another word, he turned and headed straight for the school's profession shop. The items available for exchange at the school's profession shop were inevitably limited. Nor would the quality match that of shops outside the school. Still, it would be enough to temporarily free up some backpack slots for Lin Feng. Before long, he arrived at the school's vocational shop. Inside, a white-bearded old man dressed in purple robes inquired warmly, "Student, what might you be looking to purchase?" On his way over, Lin Feng had already inspected all the equipment he'd picked up. "Grandpa, could you please appraise these items and exchange them for soul crystals?" Soul crystals? The old man looked slightly puzzled upon hearing this. "Alright, let me calculate it." He took the items Zhou Lin had handed over to show off, examined them carefully, then hovered his wrinkled palm over the abacus, his eyes wide with astonishment. LV3 Diamond Grade Quality Speed Boots 1. LV3 Diamond Grade Cloak 1. LV3 Diamond Grade Bloodstone 1. Whoa! Dude, where'd you get all this gear? Looks like you're not very high level, but the quality's decent. You don't seem to be wearing much gear yourself. Are you sure you don't want to keep it? Trading it all for soul crystals really isn't worth it. Facing the old man's persuasion, Lin Feng flatly refused. The old man sighed softly, took the gear, and handed over the 20 soul crystals he'd exchanged for it. Take good care of them. Ding! Congratulations on completing a transaction at Genoa Middle School shop. Ding! 20 soul crystals have been stored in your backpack. Begin expanding the backpack immediately. Ding! Congratulations! You have consumed 1 soul crystal and successfully expanded your backpack by 1 slot. Ding! Congratulations! You have consumed 1 soul crystal and successfully expanded your backpack by 1 slot. After 20 consecutive upgrades, Zhou Lin felt his heart racing with tension. Yet he discovered that after each upgrade, not a single attempt had failed. His luck really was off the charts. Ding! Congratulations on completing your backpack expansion. Your current backpack capacity is now 40 slots. With the backpack expansion complete, he could now carry more gear. Gazing at the ravenous thunder ants, Zhou Lin's figure moved again, heading straight for the school's trial plaza. Not grinding these secret realms to death would be a waste. Chapter 6, Dual Stats, Evolving the Armor-Craving Queen Ant. Zhou Lin wasted no time on his journey. Hadn't he just unlocked a new stat? What was he waiting for? Attach them now. Immediately, Zhou Lin began drawing from the 2 newly acquired Golden God tier entries. As the massive lottery machine began to spin, the golden entries inside started violently shaking. Stop! The moment the command was issued, the machine gradually came to a halt. 2 golden attributes dropped from the prize outlet. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the God tier golden attribute, Bloodthirsty Tyrant. Bloodthirsty Tyrant. Upon entering combat mode, the body becomes shrouded in crimson mist, blood boils within, and combat desire and spirit are doubled. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the God tier gold trait, Copper Walls and Iron Barriers. Iron Wall, defense lacking? Let the trait compensate. An exclusive protective trait that attaches to any summoned beast, coating its surface with a metallic layer that triples its defense. Bloodthirsty Tyrant? Copper Walls, Iron Barriers? One enhances combat states. The other boosts defensive capabilities. If applied to the Raging Queen Ant and Raging Flying Ant, wouldn't that be explosive? Without hesitation, begin application. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully applying the God tier golden trait Bloodthirsty Tyrant. Ding! Raging Queen Ant Golden Tier 3 has successfully evolved into Bloodthirsty Queen Ant Golden Tier 4. Upon completing the first attribute attachment, the Queen Ant instantly evolved into a Diamond Tier 4 creature. Its original bloodthirsty state surged dramatically. A crimson aura now swirled around its body. Its body trembled incessantly, releasing wave after wave of newly hatched flying ants. At this moment, they too were drawn into the same bloodthirsty frenzy. The eggs had barely hatched when one could see the bloodthirsty, savage little flying ants. Zhou Lin glanced at them, his eyes locked on the mother ant's frenzied gaze. The blood-red eyes glared at him, making his heart pound wildly. Terrifying. Chilling. The enraged mother ant in its berserk state was like a predatory tiger or leopard, its gaze fixed and menacing. Its sheer bloodlust alone could suppress creatures of lesser quality. Not only that, it also possessed a god-tier golden attribute. Who knows what will happen when the Iron Wall golden trait is added? Continue adding. At Zhou Lin's command, another golden attribute was directly added. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully attaching the Fortress of Steel god-tier golden attribute. Ding! The gold tier level 4 mother ant of insatiable hunger has successfully evolved into the gold tier level 5 mother ant of insatiable hunger. In the blink of an eye, the mother ant, suspended before Lin Feng and no larger than a thumb, was now radiating a metallic sheen of gold and silver. Light reflecting off it resembled that of a metal artifact. Zhou Lin slowly raised his hand and tapped the carapace of the armor-devouring queen ant. Clang! A clear metallic clang echoed. Zhou Lin withdrew his middle finger and blew hard on the knuckle that had struck the ant. Ouch! This hardness, it's even harder than when I was hard. Zhou Lin couldn't help but give the modified queen ant a mental thumbs up. This was exactly the effect he wanted. More attachments meant more power. Now to see how these berserk, thick-skinned flying ants stack up in combat. Species, armor-devouring queen ant. Quality, golden tier 5. Level, 5. HP, 500-500. Blue bar, 500-500. Agility, 378. Strength, 251. Stamina, 478. Spirit, 456. Talents, rapid egg laying, rapid incubation, lightning speed, commanded group attack, regenerative absorption, metal armor layer, berserk state. Remaining offspring, 1,521 121 level 3 armor devouring flying ants, 689 level 2 armor devouring flying ants, 711 level 1 armor devouring flying ants. After reviewing the queen ant's stats, Lin Feng's gaze instinctively lingered on the remaining offspring column. 1,521? This rate is truly astonishing. Indeed, after acquiring the fertility machine trait, the egg-laying speed had become exceptionally rapid. After storing the armor-devouring queen ant in his summoning space, Lin Feng accelerated toward the school's trial plaza. Meanwhile, several students on the trial plaza were still frantically shaking the principal, only to discover the principal's chat window remained completely silent. One student nearly choked on his own blood in frustration. What's wrong with the principal? Could it be that this year's collective awakening has dragged down his grades so badly that his whole world has gone dark? If this keeps up, we'll have to contact other teachers and inform them of this situation. Some teachers have already responded they actually think we're joking. We'll send them the screenshots we took so they can see for themselves. Damn it! They're calling us liars, trying to placate them. Angry voices erupted from their mouths. Amidst their complaints, a figure slowly materialized beside them. It was Zhou Lin, who had just left. He's back? Several people present froze, staring wide-eyed at the young man before them. Xiao Lin also scrutinized Zhou Lin closely. She tried to find any trace of what could possibly support the feat of clearing the Goblin Lair's secret realm instance in just 1 minute and 9 seconds. Unfortunately, no matter how she looked at him, she couldn't see how he could have achieved such an outstanding result. Could the problem lie with his summoned beast? Just then, Zhou Lin noticed their gazes. Without a flicker of emotion, he flashed toward the entrance of the innermost secret realm instance. Dungeon, Zombie Kingdom. Dungeon level, 5. Entry level restriction, 3-7. Dungeon difficulty, easy, normal, hard, hell. Dungeon description, creatures infected with the H-virus have transformed into grotesque, repulsive beings. Humans are no exception. Once infected, their bodies rot and decay, turning them into neither human nor ghost. Their inner desires are amplified without restraint. Some become gifted high-jump zombies capable of leaping over 10 meters, others develop an obsession with basketball, humming rap tunes while dribbling human heads in their hands. After reading the above information, Zhou Lin showed little reaction. Zombie Nation, the apocalyptic vibe was palpable. But upon seeing the instance description, his pores dilated and goosebumps erupted all over his body. Yet one detail piqued his interest. A zombie rapping and playing head basketball. He was dying to see if this kind of zombie still wore overalls. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. His figure flickered and he selected Hell Mode without hesitation. The moment he activated Hell Mode, several classmates were still puzzled. What was Zhou Lin up to? Was he going to run another secret realm instance? What instance? Who knew? He just went for it. Turns out it was the Zombie Kingdom secret dungeon, only accessible to levels 3 to 7. And it's hell difficulty. Starting off with such a high difficulty level? They all exchanged glances. They were stunned. Chapter 7, Rat Basketball Zombies? Instant kill. This kid's gone off the rails again? We just tackled the insanely tough Goblin Lair, and now he's diving into the high difficulty Zombie Kingdom secret dungeon. It's not even the day for class awakenings. Is he this crazy already? He's playing on hell difficulty. If he doesn't die in this wave, he'll be letting down the king of hell himself. The murmurs of disbelief and astonishment grew louder this time. But standing nearby, Zhou Lin watched Zhou Lin disappear into the white light, and a clear thought formed in her mind. Zhou Lin was most likely being underestimated. Though the trial's difficulty was immense, and it was too late to intervene now, she believed Zhou Lin would emerge, but afterward, she must stop him. I'll go see the principal myself. This reckless, death-defying approach to clearing stages is terrifying. Zhou Lin's eyes flashed as she turned and headed straight for the principal's office. The others watched as Zhou Lin's figure flickered within the white light, disappearing into the trial. Ding! Entering Hell Tier's secret realm, Zombie Nation. Ding! Trial participants, prepare yourselves. When Zhou Lin opened his eyes again, the scene before him had completely transformed. Crumbling walls, a stench of decay permeating the air. A sprawling city lay strewn with wrecked vehicles and crumbling buildings. The ground held the wreckage of a crashed aircraft. It was clear this place had witnessed a fierce battle. The scent of the living immediately drew a horde of H-virus-infected zombies. At the very front stood one zombie, a handsome one, holding a severed head, wearing overalls, and humming rap lyrics. Basketball, basketball, I want basketball. It crushed the human head in its hand and charged toward Zhou Lin. Its gaze locked onto Zhou Lin's round head. It wasn't alone. Behind it lurked another zombie with legs capable of leaping 5 meters at a time, constantly humming, mine, mine, it's mine. Clearly, this one had been a long jumper in life. Type, basketball zombie. Level, 5. HP, 3000. Skills, basketball attack, basketball head creation, rap confusion. Description, this individual was passionate about rap, basketball, and suspenders in life. After infection with the H-virus, they transformed into a basketball-wielding zombie that sings hypnotic rap. Their rap weakens your combat effectiveness. They possess exceptional accuracy in long-range basketball throws, and a direct hit will obliterate you. Type, long jump zombie. Level, 5. Health bar, 2500. Skills, swift leap, fierce strike, devouring bite. Description, this individual was a national-level long jumper in life. After infection with the H-virus, their desires amplified infinitely, transforming them into a zombie obsessed with leaping. Extremely fast with razor-sharp teeth. Exercise extreme caution. Zhou Lin scanned the area, information on numerous zombie types flooding his vision. Not only basketball zombies and long jump zombies, but also music zombies, butcher zombies, fishing zombies, glutton zombies. Even bear zombies? Mating zombies? This. Truly a motley crew, dazzling to the eyes. No matter what kind of zombie it is, I, Zhou Lin, am here to clean house today. Just as the zombies charged toward Zhou Lin raised his hand and summoned the armor-devouring queen ant. A rift tore open in the summoning space, and a flying ant emerged, its entire body radiating a savage, bloodthirsty aura, covered in a metallic sheen. The armor-devouring queen ant emitted hostile sonic waves toward the onrushing zombies. Sweep the floor. Zhou Lin scanned the scene, snapped his fingers, and issued the command. The armor-devouring queen ant frantically flapped its wings, tearing open the summoning space once more. A dense swarm of armored flying ants poured forth. Checking the numbers again, 1,876 now? They'd increased again. Zhou Lin couldn't help but let out a wry smile. This little guy really is highly productive. These were all its offspring. The zombies, who had been wildly excited upon seeing Zhou Lin. But upon looking again, they discovered a dense swarm of unidentified creatures appearing above the living man's head. They all froze in confusion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But time offered them no respite. The swarm of flying ants spotted the zombies and treated them like prey. Health bar 89. HP 91. HP 102. The thunder ants swarmed like bloodthirsty demons, baring their mandibles to devour and tear at the zombies' flesh. Though the zombies infected with H-ice drug felt no pain. Their health bars plummeted relentlessly. Once depleted, they simply collapsed. Only the zombies consumed by uncontrollable lust tore at them with frenzied bites. Despite unleashing their respective abilities, the basketball zombie desperately raps hypnotic verses, shielding itself with a basketball, yet still cannot halt the devouring advance. The music zombie composes murderous melodies, but its effect on the bloodthirsty, berserk armored flying ants is practically negligible. In the blink of an eye, dozens of zombies in this area began collapsing one after another. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 5 basketball zombie. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 5 music zombie. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 5 long jump zombie. You have gained 189 EXP from the kills. Includes 30% bonus EXP from hell difficulty. You have gained 203 EXP from the kill. Receive 30% bonus EXP from hell difficulty. The pain-insensitive zombies were devoured, leaving only scraps behind. Zhou Lin looked down. The armor-devouring flying ants had gnawed even their bones to splinters, leaving almost nothing behind. Every scrap of flesh and bone had been devoured clean. Even if Lin Feng spent a whole day gnawing, he couldn't clean it up this thoroughly. It showed just how terrifying their bloodthirsty state was. In the blink of an eye, over 50 zombies were devoured clean. Zhou Lin didn't pause, swiftly gathering the zombies' equipment and stuffing it into his backpack. Ding! Congratulations on picking up the level 5 gold tier 1 equipment, the Breaker Blade. Ding! Congratulations on picking up a level 5 silver grade tier 2 equipment item, Ritual Gloves. Ding! Congratulations on picking up LV5 diamond grade tier 2 equipment, Purple Flame Revolver. Seeing the loot drop, Lin Feng quickly sorted through it. Anything below diamond tier quality, don't keep it. Don't keep anything that yields too little gold when crushed. On the spot, he crushed the gear he didn't want into gold coins. Though crushing them yielded less value than selling them outright. But with only 40 slots in his backpack, crushing was the only option to avoid discarding them. So be it wasted if you must. With army spawning and territory sweeping, who cares about a few pieces of gear? Ding! Congratulations on shredding the level 5 gold tier 1 equipment, the Breaker Blade. Gold plus 23. Ding! Congratulations on smelting the level 5 silver tier 2 equipment, Ritual Gloves. Gold plus 39. The grinding sounds echoed incessantly in his ears. But Zhou Lin showed no mercy. After the destruction was complete, several hundred more gold coins were added. Once outside, he could use the gold stored here to exchange for other items, such as skill books, suitable equipment, materials to expand his backpack, and so on. These were all matters Zhou Lin would need to consider later. Strengthening himself was the only true path forward. With the crushing complete, he glanced at the hungry swarms of flying ants already circling overhead and swiftly advanced toward the next stage. Chapter 8, Sweeping Through, Leveling Up Like Crazy. Upon entering the next stage, the number of zombies doubled compared to before. Their health bars had also doubled in thickness. For the armor-devouring flying ants, this was fantastic news. The thicker the health bar, the more they could absorb. The swarm of flying ants spotted the horde of zombies and swarmed toward them. A dozen or so ants clung tightly to one zombie, gnawing away until nothing remained but bones. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 5 butcher zombie. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 5 bear zombie. Ding! You have gained 341 EXP from the kill. Includes 30% bonus EXP from hell difficulty. Ding! You have gained 401 EXP from the kill. Receive 30% bonus EXP from hell difficulty. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned pet armor-devouring queen ant has leveled up to level 6. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned creature armor-devouring queen ant has bred an armor-devouring flying ant that has leveled up to level 3. Ding! Congratulations! The armor-devouring flying ant bred by your summoned beast armor-devouring queen ant has leveled up to level 4. Where the flying ants passed, not a blade of grass remained. All that remains is the chaotic howling of the undead. Ding! Congratulations! You have picked up a LV5 silver grade tier 1 quality item, the Toxic Corpse Wooden Club. Ding! Congratulations! You have picked up a level 5 silver grade tier 2 equipment item, Peachwood Magic Wand. Lin Feng merely glanced at the looted gear. The next second, he crushed them. Ding! Congratulations on shattering LV5 silver tier 1 equipment, Rotten Corpse Wooden Stick. Gold plus 41. Ding! Congratulations on shattering LV5 silver grade tier 2 equipment, Peachwood Magic Wand. Gold plus 52. Awesome! Continuing to channel the armor-devouring flying ant's horizontal push, he cleared several levels in one go, reaching the boss stage. The moment I entered, hundreds upon hundreds of zombies swarmed the area, each with a different appearance. Some were even mutated zombies, massive as small mountains. Within the abandoned city, every zombie instantly locked onto Zhou Lin as their prey. At the very rear stood a gaunt zombie, practicing martial arts. Yet its movements were agile, and with each wave of its hand, winds and clouds stirred. Type, Martial Arts Zombie King Boss. Level, 5. HP, 30,000. Skills, Receive, Transform, Release Lightning Triple Whip Ma Family 13 Swords Command All Corpses. Description, once a martial arts grandmaster, he adapted his combat techniques to battle after infection with the H-virus, achieving unmatched prowess. He now commands all zombies within the realm. Beware this foe shows no martial virtue. Martial Arts Zombie King? Martial Arts Grandmaster? No sense of martial ethics? Now this is interesting. When facing overwhelming numbers, Zhou Lin shows no mercy either. Clear the area. Lin Feng raised a finger, and thousands of armored devouring flying ants swarmed forward under the command of their queen. Buzz! 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 The zombie horde initially paid little heed to these tiny creatures. They tried every means to stop him. Even hurling massive rocks or having fire zombies spew flames proved futile. The metal-eating flying ants struck by attacks glowed with a metallic sheen. Lightning flashed as they darted through the air at incredible speeds, easily evading the zombies' attacks. With a sharp snap, their mandibles sank into flesh, tearing viciously at the flesh and blood. At that very moment, the martial arts zombie king, standing still, let out a thunderous zombie roar. The other zombies, as if receiving a command, concentrated their forces and launched a surprise attack toward Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin, who had been standing at the rear reaping the benefits of the chaos, suddenly paled. Something was wrong. The zombie king intended to kill him. Assemble! Lin Feng issued the command to the armor-devouring queen ant once more. The armor-devouring queen ant swiftly gathered all the armor-devouring flying ants before her, forming a spear and shield formation. Kill the zombie king. Lin Feng paused for a few seconds before immediately issuing the order. Now he was willing to risk everything, even sacrificing the flying ants, to eliminate the martial zombie king who controlled the zombie horde. With the armor-devouring queen ant present, a new swarm could be produced in 3 seconds. What did losses matter? Over 1,000 bloodthirsty armored flying ants pierced through one zombie after another, striking the martial arts zombie king directly. The martial arts zombie king sensed something was amiss. Wielding a great sword in his right hand, he unleashed skills, slashing wildly and sending sparks flying. Despite the copper wall iron barrier attribute bonus, under the combined assault of the zombie king and the other zombies, casualties were inevitable. As one after another of the armor-devouring flying ants fell, more armored flying ants took their place. Like a sharp blade plunging into the martial arts zombie king's body, they clung to his body, gnawing voraciously. Martial arts zombie king HP 98. Martial arts zombie king health bar 78. Martial arts zombie king HP 45. Roar! The martial arts zombie king let out a wretched roar. His entire body was devoured clean. The other zombies, deprived of their command, reverted to autonomous control. With the crisis averted, Zhou Lin immediately commanded the armor-devouring flying ants to sweep through, devouring every last one. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 5 boss martial arts zombie king. You have gained 1028 EXP from the kill. Includes 30% bonus EXP from hell difficulty. Ding! Congratulations on advancing to level 5. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 6. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 golden attribute draw chance. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 golden attribute draw chance. Ding! Congratulations on picking up a level 5 diamond tier 1 equipment, shadow necklace. Ding! Congratulations on picking up a diamond tier 1 skill book, Thunderbolt Lightning Thunder Mage exclusive. A floor littered with loot. After picking up everything, Zhou Lin began frantically smashing it all into gold coins. After finishing the conversion, Lin Feng checked his gold points. A whopping 1302. Most of his storage slots had been filled with the crushed gear, leaving only diamond tier equipment intact. But that wouldn't be enough for another secret realm instance. He needed to double that amount to haul in more gear in one go. Additionally, the summoned beast skill slot was still blank. He needed to buy and exchange a suitable skill for it at the shop. I also need to get some gear for myself. After all, I'm still wearing the initial gear. But for now, let's extract 2 attributes and attach them to the summoned beast. Then clear the final level 6 secret realm in the school trial plaza. System, draw for me. As soon as Zhou Lin issued the command, the dormant lottery machine began spinning rapidly. Golden attributes rolled endlessly within. Stop. The machine halted instantly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the golden trait, Ferocious Maw and Fangs. Ferocious Maw, mouthparts mutate, doubling biting power. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the golden trait, Voracious Appetite. Voracious Appetite, intensified desire to devour, drastically accelerating consumption speed. Any living creature can be regarded as prey. Chapter 9, Evolution, Diamond Grade Gluttonous Queen Ant Vote Sought. Staring at the 2 entries before him, Zhou Lin couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Enhanced biting and devouring capabilities, coupled with heightened devouring desire. When combined, the efficiency of devouring would be maximally enhanced. A mother ant's devouring capacity and desire intensified. So too would its offspring. When hundreds or thousands of flying ants are enhanced together, it becomes terrifying. At this thought, Zhou Lin couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Attach. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully adding the golden trait Ferocious Maw and Fangs. Ding! Armor Devouring Queen Ant Golden Tier 5 has successfully evolved into Ferocious Devouring Queen Ant Diamond Tier 1. Beside Zhou Lin, the queen ant vibrated its wings, emitting a buzzing hum characteristic of its metamorphosis. Its mandibles gleamed with a cold, surgical sharpness. Their internal structures grew exceptionally complex, with the intensity of their intertwined movements increasing dramatically. Following the queen ant's transformation, her offspring swiftly followed suit. Their mandibles now emitted a cold gleam. As if even special steel could be severed effortlessly. Witnessing this transformation, Zhou Lin felt a surge of excitement. There's also a golden divine attribute. I wonder what kind of transformation it will bring. With a surge of excitement, Zhou Lin initiated the enhancement once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully attaching the golden trait Voracious Appetite. Ding! Voracious Queen Ant Diamond Tier 1 has successfully evolved into Gluttonous Queen Ant Diamond Tier 2. After its quality level was permanently fixed at Star Shining Tier 2. The Queen Ant and her offspring grew even more ravenously hungry. Their craving for devouring intensified, causing them to tremble with hunger and buzz incessantly in place. As expected, the Bronze Tier Red Soil Ant has now evolved into a Star Shining Tier 2 Gluttonous Queen Ant. Summoned beasts of Star Shine quality are likely few and far between in the entire Jianghe city. Just wait. Soon my summoned beast will become a truly unique creature. Zhou Lin stroked the Gluttonous Queen Ant's head. The Gluttonous Queen Ant emitted a buzzing sound, its abdomen writhing incessantly. In an instant, a dense cluster of glowing red insect eggs scattered across the ground. In the blink of an eye, 700 greedy flying ants were born anew. That speed! Zhou Lin was utterly stunned. But after laying her eggs, the Gluttonous Queen emitted an even more intense humming sound. Her body reduced to skin and bones, she began relentlessly draining nutrients from the gluttonous flying ants within the summoning space. Don't worry, I'll take you to find food right now. Zhou Lin channeled all the flying ants into the summoning space and immediately emerged from seclusion. The very moment he chose to exit, several classmates waiting outside saw the challenge completion information displayed on the screen board. Challenger, Zhou Lin, challenge status, completed, challenge time, 59 seconds. What? The students present gasped in disbelief, their bodies stiffening. 59 seconds? Indeed, from the moment Zhou Lin entered to when he emerged, it had been but a fleeting instant. That speed was astonishing. Seeing the information on the screen, their expressions turned astonished, their curiosity intensifying. What exactly did Zhou Lin use to clear the Zombie Kingdom's secret realm instance in just 59 seconds? They had researched the Zombie Nation's secret realm long ago. The zombies within were incredibly dangerous, all genetically modified by the H-virus. One wrong move could cost you your life. Moreover, entry required a character level between 3 and 7. Zhou Lin managed to clear the hell difficulty. His level was likely around 5. Considering this, they couldn't help but cover their mouths. When Zhou Lin reappeared, his gaze swept briefly over several classmates. One puzzling thing was that Xiao Lin, who had been there moments ago, was nowhere to be seen. Could she have reported his level grinding to the teachers? He had to finish clearing the level before the teachers arrived. Without uttering a word, he turned and headed straight for the entrance to the final secret realm. Secret realm instance, Spider Web Cavern. Dungeon level, 7. Entry level restriction, 5-9. Dungeon difficulty, easy, normal, hard, hell. Dungeon description, what do spider demons do once they transform? Devour humans. Breed spiderlings. Beware enchantments. Beware silk traps. Beware venom. Extreme danger. Spider demon? Zhou Lin was intrigued. Let's go. A flash of light erupted. He vanished from his spot. The classmates left behind were utterly bewildered. What on earth was Zhou Lin doing? He actually dared to venture into the level 7 spiderweb cave. Principal, teachers, did everyone know about this? By now, Xiao Lin was genuinely startled by Zhou Lin's actions. Even some teachers wouldn't dare venture into a level 7 spiderweb cave lightly. The spider's venom is extremely difficult to counteract. Once poisoned, the probability of death is extremely high. Keep bombarding the principal and teachers. I reckon Xiao Xian must have found a teacher by now. No sooner had the words left her lips. The teachers gathered in the large conference room all wore heavy expressions. For over a decade, Genoa Academy hadn't produced a single decent S-rank or higher professional. This year's class even had a summoner only to summon the most worthless red soil ant. How could they possibly announce this to the public now? Enrollment rates were already declining. This development would only make things worse. This year's prospects looked bleak indeed. The biggest issue was funding. The school had already been warned by the board's investors, if they didn't produce outstanding results this year, no S-rank graduates, no candidates admitted to Holy City University, the funding would be revoked. Sunny gave a wretched laugh. Let's all strive harder next year and stage a spectacular comeback. This year was indeed worse than last year. We actually had a student who awakened an S-rank profession, but alas. At this, the teachers and administrators present couldn't help but sigh softly. Meanwhile, seated below, Chu Mei, Zhou Lin's homeroom teacher, smirked inwardly. Zhou Lin was the prey she'd been eyeing for ages, a top student, handsome and muscular. Transforming him would be incredibly satisfying. Previously, the school had kept a tight leash on its top students. Now that he'd graduated, he'd never make it to university. Which meant her chance had finally arrived. Dismissed. Principal Sunnygan was about to stand up to end the meeting. Just then, a loud bang echoed as the door burst open. Xiao Lin burst into the room. The teachers and administrators who had just been about to stand froze in their tracks. Seeing this uninvited guest bursting in, Sun Yi, who had been about to scold her angrily, swallowed his words as the glare from the spotlight faded and he recognized her. He swallowed his words back down. Who didn't know who Zhou Lin's parents were? Her position as principal was entirely due to her father's backing, otherwise, Genoa Middle School would have collapsed. Sun Yi, whose gaze had been icy moments before, now smiled warmly at Zhou Lin. Lin, what brings you here? Zhou Lin braced herself against the doorframe, gasping for breath. Principal, you, hurry, go to the trial plaza. The trial plaza? Sun Yi was a bit confused. Wasn't the trial plaza open for free to them, the graduating seniors? Once you awaken a profession, you can form your own team and do trial runs. Could something have happened at the trial plaza? Chapter 10, Spider Cave? One-shot Spider Demon. Vote for gold. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Lin slowly continued, Zhou Lin, he set the first record for the Hell tier difficulty, Goblin Lair, Secret Realm, and is currently tackling the Hell tier difficulty, Zombie Kingdom. Though her speech was halting, everyone grasped the gist of what she meant. Zhou Lin? That name sounded familiar. Wasn't he the top student who was the only one in this class to awaken as an S-rank summoner? Unfortunately, his summoned beast was a bronze tier red earth ant. Not only was it expensive to maintain and difficult to level up, but its base level was utterly trash, utterly hopeless. He's already cleared the Goblin Tribe dungeon right after awakening? No way. And on Hell difficulty. And now you've unlocked the level 5 dungeon, Zombie Kingdom? Also Hell difficulty? Not only was Principal Sun Yi stunned. The other teachers and administrators in the conference room exchanged incredulous glances. Ling, are you absolutely sure you didn't mishear? Is that person really Zhou Lin? The Zombie Kingdom Secret Realm is restricted to levels 3 to 7 for entry. I distinctly remember Zhou Lin was only level 2 as of today. Amidst the skepticism, Sun Yi didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Zhou Lin couldn't be bothered to explain and simply presented the evidence. The photo showed Zhou Lin's completion record, 1 minute and 9 seconds. An astonishing achievement. Just then, another message popped up in the professional chat window. Zhou Lin cleared the Hell difficulty level of Zombie Nation in 59 seconds, ranking first. Whoa! Sun Yi and the nearby teachers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Only now did he recall the barrage of private messages from his students. He had initially dismissed it as a prank. Now, as Sun Yi repeatedly pondered Zhou Lin's record-breaking run and the summoned beast he had awakened. No matter how he tried, it just didn't add up. How on earth did Zhou Lin manage it? And all solo runs. While they were still puzzling over it, Zhou Lin received another message. Zhou Lin was soloing the highest difficulty dungeon in the trial plaza, the Spider Cave Secret Realm. The news sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. The spider web cavern required a minimum level of 5 for challengers. Has Zhou Lin been leveling up that fast? Could it be that a true prodigy had emerged, only to have their talent overlooked? Upon hearing this, everyone was first stunned, then filled with curiosity. Principal Sun Yi, in particular, trembled with excitement. Suddenly, his muscles tensed as if struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place. If he truly hadn't noticed anything special about Zhou Lin during his awakening, then now is the moment of truth. If Zhou Lin truly has hidden abilities, then our Genoa Academy won't suffer a total wipeout this time. An S-class profession combined with such impressive leveling and clearing achievements, next year's enrollment is guaranteed. At this thought, Sun Yi was so overcome with emotion he nearly shed tears. Lin, come on, let's head to the trial grounds. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he dashed out of the conference room, heading straight for the trial plaza. Zhou Lin followed closely behind. Inside the conference room, the teachers murmured among themselves. In contrast, Chu Mei's expression grew solemn, the hint of amusement at the corner of her mouth deepening. Who knew you had some hidden strength? This is interesting. I thought I could handle you with one hand, but now I can add a little thrill to the process. This way, subjugating and reshaping you will be far more satisfying. After a dark chuckle inside, she too rose and followed. She intended to see for herself whether what Zhou Lin had said was true. On their way to the trial plaza, Zhou Lin had already activated the Spider Cave Secret Realm instance. The moment they entered, an overwhelming human scent filled the air. Above the cave entrance, 3 large characters read, Spiderweb Cave. The sound of women's laughter echoed continuously from within. The moment Zhou Lin heard it, something felt off. His body tingled, his vision blurred, and before him seemed to appear a beautiful woman with a bed just ahead. Step by step, he moved forward slowly. The instant he moved, the greedy mother ant he had summoned from his spatial pocket moments earlier emitted a hissing sonic wave. The sound wave spread, and the greedy flying ant immediately blocked Zhou Lin's path. Zhou Lin snapped out of his daze. A sudden chill gripped his heart. If his summoned beast hadn't roused him just now, he might have become the spider demon's quick meal. Damn it! I haven't even entered yet, and it's already trying to confuse me. You really think you've got me under your thumb? All flying ants, heed my command. Show no mercy. Devour freely. Begin cleansing the floor. Zhou Lin gritted his teeth and issued the command. The greedy queen ant immediately released sonic waves, vibrating her wings. A swarm of 2,601 voracious flying ants surged forward like a dark cloud. The spider demon, who had been waiting in the cave for Lin Feng's arrival, was just about to cast her enchantment spell. But what she saw were swarms of flying ants, each no bigger than a fingernail. They instantly transformed into the form of giant spiders. Species, Bewitching Spider Demon. Level, 7. HP, 11,000. Skills, Spider Self-Bind, Confusing Sonic Waves, Illusory Realm, Bloodthirsty Mandibles. Description, a spider that has grown for untold years, becoming a spirit. It possesses innate enchantment abilities. Its deadly tactic. Exercise extreme caution. Beyond this, there are also bloodthirsty spider demons and hunter spider demons. Awaiting them is a dense swarm of flying ants. The ravenous flying ants seem to have gone 800 years without tasting flesh. Each spider spirit was swarmed by 300 to 400 of these hungry insects, their bodies glowing with a blood-red aura as they tore into their prey with blinding speed. Within mere seconds, an entire giant spider spirit is devoured alive. Even the marrow is sucked clean. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 7 confusing spider demon. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 7 bloodthirsty spider demon. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 7 hunting spider demon. Ding! You have gained 389 EXP from the kill. Includes 30% bonus EXP from hell difficulty. Ding! You have gained 406 EXP from the kill. Receive 30% bonus EXP from hell difficulty. Ding! You have picked up 4 level 7 gold grade tier 2 quality materials, spider limbs. Ding! You have picked up LV7 silver tier 3 forging material, rainbow forging gold. Ding! You have picked up LV7 silver tier 4 equipment, spike thorns. The moment he picked them up, Zhou Lin glanced at them and instantly pulverized them all. Ding! You have crushed 4 pieces of LV7 gold grade tier 2 material spider limbs. Gold plus 123. Ding! You have crushed LV7 silver tier 3 forging material, rainbow forged gold. Gold plus 119. After the crushing was complete, Zhou Lin issued his next command. Charge! Push straight through to the boss stage. Chapter 11, 55-second clear, record broken again, votes needed. The ravenous flying ant army swept through like locusts, sparing not even the nearby flowers and grass. In their wake, not a blade of grass remained. Zhou Lin followed behind, watching with bated breath. Appetite surged once the divine tier gold trait took effect. It felt like transforming them into starving wolves that hadn't eaten in months. Every spider demon was devoured clean, not a shred of flesh or bone marrow remained. Zhou Lin watched in horror, cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 7 long-legged spider demon. Ding! You have gained 391 EXP from the kill. Includes 30% bonus from hell difficulty. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned beast gluttonous mother ant has leveled up to level 7. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned pet gluttonous queen ant has leveled up to level 8. Ding! Congratulations! The offspring gluttonous queen ant spawned by your summoned beast gluttonous queen ant has leveled up to level 5. Ding! Congratulations! The offspring of your summoned beast gluttonous queen ant has leveled up to level 4. Zhou Lin kept picking up gear and smashing equipment behind the front lines. Wails of agony echoed from ahead. Notification messages of level ups kept popping up in his mind. Mass true push meant he didn't have to lift a finger, just collect experience and loot gear from the rear. Before long, the greedy flying ants stormed into the boss stage. The boss, a giant enchanted spider spirit, was just about to unleash its charm. It was swarmed by clusters of red glowing creatures, clinging to its body like tiger skin plasters. Most crucially, no matter how it tried to confuse the flying ants with its enchantment, it found the spell utterly useless. Their hunger had completely devoured their desire. They crashed to the ground, rolling incessantly, directing their skills against themselves. After the battle, it discovered only level 1 flying ants occasionally perished. The rest were tough as nails. After the battle, their bodies glowed with a metallic sheen. Giant enchanted spider spirit HP bar 105. Giant enchanted spider spirit HP 121. Giant enchanted spider spirit HP 103. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 7 boss, giant enchanted spider spirit. You have gained 3028 EXP from the kill. Includes 30% bonus EXP from hard difficulty. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 7. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 8. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 divine tier gold stat roll chance. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 divine tier gold stat slot draw chance. Ding! Congratulations on picking up a level 7 diamond tier 1 equipment, mystic color top. Ding! Congratulations on picking up a level 7 Diamond Tier 2 equipment, Mystic Color Pants. The moment the boss fell, notifications kept popping up in Zhou Lin's mind. After crushing the gold coins, Zhou Lin still managed to pack his 40-slot backpack to the brim. Some diamond tier gear couldn't even fit inside. Out of sheer frustration, he crushed them into gold coins. I need to hurry up and upgrade my backpack capacity. Wasting gear like this is downright shameful. This run should be faster. Let's head out first. Without hesitation, Zhou Lin activated the teleportation and exited the secret realm. The instant he exited, the records of this run flashed through his mind. Challenger, Zhou Lin, status, completed, time, 55 seconds. 4 seconds faster? Zhou Lin frowned upon seeing the numbers. Still too slow. A man who does things should be steady, accurate, and ruthless and fast. Meanwhile, several classmates waiting outside for the school principal and teachers to arrive. Also noticed the spider cave level Zhou Lin had cleared. The screen above displayed Zhou Lin's ranking directly. First. Time, 55 seconds. Damn it! One of the big guys couldn't help but stomp his foot and curse. A genius. How did he get to play him? 55 seconds? Give him an hour and he'd still come out alive. Just then, Zhou Lin's figure appeared at the exit. The moment he reached the exit, he saw several classmates staring intently at him. Zhou Lin, don't rush off. We've already notified the school you're a genius now. The principal and teachers are on their way. Hearing that the teachers had been notified and would arrive shortly, Zhou Lin naturally couldn't wait any longer. That old pervert of a homeroom teacher would surely be coming too. Though the records of clearing levels here couldn't be erased. But the person himself could leave. Right now, he just wanted to give that perverted homeroom teacher a surprise. Then they'd see who the real winner was. Excuse me. Zhou Lin uttered just 2 words before walking straight out. They tried to chase after him, only to find Zhou Lin had vanished. What's gotten into Zhou Lin? Didn't the awakening platform declare him unfit? Now that he has a chance for a comeback, why isn't he seizing it? What a freak! It infuriates me. Shortly after Zhou Lin departed, a group hurriedly arrived. At the head was none other than Sunny. Upon arriving, he overheard the complaints from the students present. Principal, teachers, you're too late. Zhou Lin wouldn't listen to my warnings earlier and just left. Yeah. That kid must have hidden his strength during his awakening. Look, he soloed the spider cave on hell difficulty in just 55 seconds. How terrifying is that? Sunny slowly raised his head, staring at the words displayed on the large screen of Heartbreak Square. Zhou Lin, 55 seconds. The words left him breathless. The second place record, now displaced from the top spot, took a full 11 minutes. And Zhou Lin? Just 55 seconds. Xiao Lin, standing behind Sunny, covered her mouth with both hands. Even now, she still couldn't believe Zhou Lin had achieved this feat. 55 seconds. This wasn't just genius, it was genius among geniuses. Having just awakened his profession today, he'd already unlocked speed that seemed like cheating. He was undoubtedly material worthy of admission to the top-tier institution, Holy City University. Meanwhile, Chu Mei, watching from the rear of the team, cast a cold, calculating glance around. Deep down, she felt a slight stir within herself. But for someone who craved the intense thrill of conquering and reshaping someone who fought back fiercely, she secretly reveled in the moment. She immediately sent a private message to someone named Qian Chang through the profession interface. Test this person for me. Do not injure or cripple her. This is my new toy. I haven't indulged in the pleasure of craving someone's body for ages. The recipient simply replied with a knowing nod before logging off. After observing for a moment, Principal Sunny had already confirmed the truth. Everyone, return to your posts. I'm certain Zhou Lin held back his full strength during his awakening. I'll contact Zhou Lin immediately for a face-to-face confirmation. Genoa Middle School is about to produce a top university student. Amidst the excitement, Sunny immediately opened the chat window, found Zhou Lin, and sent him a message asking for his location. Chapter 12, Backpack slots expanded to 102, let the grinding begin. After leaving, Zhou Lin headed straight for a well-known trading shop in Jianghe City. Thunder Trading House. Thunder Trading House, a subsidiary of the Thunder Guild founded by Xiao Linlin's father, Xiao Yan, boasted a comprehensive range of resources. As soon as he stepped out, the summoned beasts within his summoning space began laying eggs non-stop. Moreover, under the effect of the hunger stat, their hunger levels were depleting at an alarming rate. Time was pressing. Zhou Lin quickened his pace. As he walked, he took stock of the gear in his hands. 40 diamond tier items and a whopping 3,002 gold coins. This gear was more than enough to purchase the materials needed to upgrade his equipment slots to 80. He could use the gold to get a summoning skill to play around with. That would significantly boost his dungeon clearing speed. With the remainder, he could gear himself up further. Following this planned sequence, Zhou Lin had arrived at the entrance of the Thunder Shop. Gazing at the 4 massive, majestic, and imposing shop signs, Zhou Lin felt his trip hadn't been in vain. As soon as he entered, Zhou Lin approached the counter. A short-haired girl dressed in a black uniform and polished leather shoes greeted him politely. "Hey, handsome. What are you here to buy? Or sell?" After a quick glance, Zhou Lin immediately replied, "I'd like to trade items for materials that can upgrade my backpack level. Could you estimate how many upgrade materials I can get for my diamond grade gear?" At the mention of trading, the short-haired girl immediately examined the materials Zhou Lin had brought. Though all were level 7 gear, they were undeniably diamond grade quality. The highest was even diamond level 4. "Handsome, are you sure you want to trade these materials for backpack slot upgrade materials? These are all diamond grade gear, you know? Honestly, exchanging them just for upgrade materials is a bit of a loss for you." Responding to the girl's kind reminder with a smile, Zhou Lin said, "It's fine, just go ahead and calculate it for me." What did these materials matter? At Zhou Lin's current leveling pace, another few rounds and his level 10 gear would be obsolete. What could he do? He cleared levels too fast, raking in tons of gear. If his inventory space allowed, he could even pull out his silver and gold tier gear, though that might scare the girl. After calculating, the short-haired girl stated directly, "You can exchange for 100 soul crystals." 100? Zhou Lin's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this. If all 100 soul crystals were used successfully, he could instantly gain 100 additional inventory slots. But the success rate was ridiculously low. Especially since the higher the slot level, the greater the chance of failure. "Let's go all in." Zhou Lin made up his mind instantly, turning to the short-haired girl and saying, "Miss, could you please exchange all of them for soul crystals for me?" The short-haired girl was slightly startled upon hearing this. "Sir, are you sure you don't want to store them in our shop for sale? That way, you'd get a better return." Zhou Lin declined outright, "No need. It's just some level 7 gear." The short-haired beauty was taken aback by Zhou Lin's decisive nature, her curiosity piqued. In her eyes, Zhou Lin was just a student still wearing his Manhwa middle school uniform. She couldn't fathom where he'd acquired so many diamond grade items. Ding! Congratulations on completing the transaction. You have exchanged for 100 soul crystals. After receiving the soul crystals, Zhou Lin set his sights on skill books once more. "Could you please check if there are any level 7 summoner skills or gear available?" The words left the short-haired girl even more astonished. A summoner? Could this student actually be a summoner? An S-rank class, but, in her understanding of the world, summoners had bleak prospects, and farming dungeons was extremely difficult to get the gear they needed. "Hold on, let me look for something." No sooner had she spoken than she turned to rummage through her inventory. Before long, she laid out several skill books and broken pieces of equipment. Zhou Lin's gaze settled on the skill book. Summoner's Fury LV7 Silver Tier 1 skill book, upon use, reduces the time required to summon creatures from the summoning space by 5%. Price, 1,000 gold coins. Frenzy Beast LV Silver Tier 2 skill book, infuses summoned beasts with boiling bloodlust, increasing their combat endurance by 5%. Price, 1,200 gold coins. Thunderous Flash LV7 Silver Tier 1 skill book, enables a flash movement, but the maximum range is limited to 1 meter. Price, 1,000 gold coins. Upon seeing the skill books, Zhou Lin's expression darkened slightly. All of them are silver grade? And there are so few? It seemed that in Jianghe City, and indeed throughout the entire Transcendence world, quality gear suitable for summoners was scarce on the market. Even junk equipment and skill books could be upgraded by finding a blacksmith to assist, provided one had sufficient materials and gold coins. His gaze swept over them again, and he immediately zeroed in on two. One was Summoner's Wrath, the other, Thunderous Flash. The effects applied to summoned beasts couldn't match the speed of the skill's passive. But compensating for other aspects meant it was like activating both sides simultaneously. After making his selections, only a little over 1,000 gold coins remained. Fortunately, he immediately snatched up a level 7 Silver Tier 1 speed boots. Only by running fast enough could I keep pace with the flying ant hordes and loot gear quickly. Once I rack up more rewards, won't the gold just pour in? At this thought, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel excited again. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the transaction. Gold coins remaining, 0. Staring at his empty coin pouch, Zhou Lin stepped out of the shop and immediately began expanding his backpack. Ding! Your backpack expansion failed, consuming 1 soul crystal. Ding! Your backpack expansion failed, consuming 1 soul crystal. The moment he started, the failure notifications began ringing in his ears. Zhou Lin felt a chill run through his heart. But he had plenty of soul crystals, this one wouldn't make a dent. Ding! Congratulations on successfully expanding your backpack. 1 soul crystal consumed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully expanding your backpack. 1 soul crystal consumed. Several consecutive successful expansions followed, instantly lifting Zhou Lin's spirits. Ding! Congratulations on increasing your backpack slots to 102. 102? After the upgrades completed, Zhou Lin smiled. That's enough. Immediately afterward, Zhou Lin began learning 2 skills. Ding! Congratulations! You have learned the skills Summoner's Wrath and Thunderous Shift. Suddenly, Zhou Lin felt the execution methods for both skills materialize in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on equipping the Swift Boots. After putting on the boots, Zhou Lin tested his speed. It was indeed 5% faster than before. Time to go all in. Zhou Lin headed straight for the nearest free secret realm instance area within Linhai City. This instance area was also under the control of the Thunder Guild. However, through negotiations with the city lord of Linhai City, it was open free of charge to local residents of Linhai City. As long as players met the level requirement and accepted responsibility for their own safety, they could dive right in. Naturally, Zhou Lin wouldn't miss out on such a secret realm instance. This was exactly what he was after: experience points, gear, and gold. Before long, his figure appeared in Linhai City's Secret Realm Zone 4. As he halted his steps, the hungry, restless buzzing of the queen ant and her brood filled his ears. His eyes lit up as he locked onto the perfect secret realm for him. Titan's Fall Secret Realm. Activate, enter completed in an instant. Chapter 13, Divine Attribute, Venomous Beasts, Poisonous Fangs. The moment he vanished, a figure materialized behind him. Towering at 185 centimeters, the figure was imposing. Features meticulously defined like brushstrokes, skin pale and almost translucent, lashes thick as butterfly wings, lips of vivid rose red. Yet the movements were light and airy, the gaze soft and alluring. He wore a full set of black diamond grade gear and black gloves. This kid's got potential. On his very first day after awakening, he's already tackling an 8th level secret realm. That leveling speed is a bit too fast. No wonder the master told me to come and test him out. This time, I'll observe his performance first. If he does well, I might just be tempted to crush the flower. His delicate, effeminate murmur trailed off as his gaze fixed on the screen above. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Zhou Lin's interface displayed the dungeon details. Dungeon instance, Titan Fall Zone. Dungeon level, 8. Entrant level restriction, 610. Dungeon difficulty, easy, normal, hard, hell. Dungeon description, a legendary colossal creature, now aged and weakened from years of relentless warfare. Yet possessing the formidable bloodline of a titan, its fallen remains gave rise to myriad unknown lifeforms. Legend claims the boss is its very obsession incarnate. Proceed with extreme caution, or face certain death. Fallen Titan? How could Zhou Lin not have heard of this mythical creature? Logically speaking, as a boss, a titan's health bar must be incredibly thick. Massive in size, abundant in flesh. Even its corpse would be perfect for his summoned beasts to devour. Overcome with excitement, Zhou Lin had already entered the stage. But he didn't move. First, he activated the Summoning Fury skill. With a whoosh, the summoning speed already boosted by 5% released the gluttonous mother ant. Its offspring swarmed out in droves. Just a 5% boost made such a noticeable difference. If he upgraded this skill, wouldn't it become even more powerful? Not bad. Let's clear out the monsters in this level first. Zhou Lin snapped his fingers. The gluttonous queen ant let out a frenzied roar, starving. It had been itching to feast. Hordes of gluttonous queen ants charged forward. But upon closer look, their numbers had swelled significantly. A whopping 2,301 of them. Gulp. Zhou Lin couldn't help but swallow hard. At this rate, it wouldn't take long before they could form an army. Fallen Worm HP 135. Fallen Worm HP 141. The greedy flying ants were already ravenously hungry. The milky white giant worm, freshly emerged from the ground, had barely opened its circular fangs when it was swarmed before devouring a single flying ant. Its tender white skin was now covered in layers upon layers of flying ants shimmering with crimson light, their entire bodies gleaming like metal. Though small in size, the flying ants devoured flesh at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, the giant fallen worm began thrashing on the spot, frantically burrowing back underground. The greedy flying ants above followed suit, but upon entering the enemy's subterranean domain, they instantly lost track of their target. Witnessing this, Zhou Lin snorted coldly. Escape? Do you think I don't understand you? Perfect, I still have 2 unused god-tier golden entries. Let's see if I can draw a talent to deal with these worms. With a flick of his thoughts, Zhou Lin immediately recalled the god-tier golden attributes he hadn't drawn yet. Drawl. The command issued, and a massive lottery machine materialized within Zhou Lin's mind. The moment the machine began spinning, the golden attributes inside started rolling. Stop. At the command to halt, the massive machine began to slow to a stop. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the god-tier golden term, venomous beasts and fierce creatures. Venomous beasts, summoned beasts without venom? Here, that becomes reality. The higher the summoned beast's level, the stronger its toxins? I know you've never witnessed this before, now you have. Ding! Congratulations, host, on drawing the god-tier enhancement item, Venomous Fangs. Venomous Fangs, fear not the might of ants, but the venom of mosquitoes. Enhanced Venomous Fangs double penetration power. The higher the level, the greater the penetration. Drive your toxins deep into your foe's flesh. Venomous snakes and ferocious beasts? Venomous fangs? All about toxins. Zhou Lin gasped in astonishment upon seeing these two god-tier advancement entries. Poisonous flying ants? That's terrifying. But Zhou Lin liked it. Attach. Attach. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully adding the golden trait Venomous Beasts. Ding. Gluttonous Mother Ant Diamond Tier 2 has successfully evolved into Poisonous Gluttonous Mother Ant Diamond Tier 3. The moment the enhancement completed, the gluttonous queen ant, which had radiated a reddish-brown hue with a metallic sheen, began to tremble violently. It seemed to shed a layer of skin, its body becoming profoundly deep. Purple and crimson fused together, making the queen ant look terrifying. Purple-red viscous fluid seeped from its mandibles. Each droplet that hit the ground instantly bored through it, creating holes a full centimeter deep. It's poisonous. Zhou Lin's eyes lit up upon witnessing this. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully acquired the golden trait Venomous Fangs. Ding! Poison-craving Queen Ant Diamond Tier 3 has successfully evolved into Poison-obsessed Queen Ant. Diamond Tier 4. The second God Tier trait was successfully added. The Queen Ant hovering beside Zhou Lin now bore a slender, venomous needle deep within its mandibles. The mere reflection of light off this venomous needle sent a chill down Zhou Lin's spine. If stung by that needle, he'd likely meet his end right here. With both God Tier traits now attached, Zhou Lin immediately targeted the fallen worm, which had just peeked its mouth out. Seizing the moment, Zhou Lin issued his command. Sting it! The command was successfully issued, and swarms of enhanced offspring, the venomous ants, charged forward in a frenzy. No matter how swiftly the fallen worm fled, among hundreds or thousands of needles, one would inevitably strike. Retreating into its cave, the fallen worm emitted a hissing sound. Its health bar plummeted, and it perished on the ground. The looted drops scattered across the ground. Zhou Lin, clad in swift boots, accelerated to the gear's location, picked it up, and stowed it in his backpack. Ding! Congratulations, host, on picking up the LV8 Diamond Grade Tier 1 equipment, Luo Yun Upper Garment. Ding! Congratulations, host, on picking up the LV8 Gold Tier 1 equipment, Iron Dream Blade. As per convention, any equipment below Diamond Grade quality was immediately pulverized. The venomous ants, deprived of flesh, emitted a hungry, insatiable buzz. After picking up the gear, Zhou Lin accelerated toward the next stage. The poisonous ants buzzed excitedly in the air. Though small in size, they swarmed in overwhelming numbers into the next level. Fallen worms that had just emerged were stung by their poisonous needles before they could even begin their attack. Paralyzed by the toxin, the fallen worms instantly lost their combat effectiveness. In an instant, their corpses were covered layer upon layer with the flying ants. Chapter 14, Level up to 10, obtain another dual God Tier Gold stat. Ding! Congratulations on defeating an LV8 fallen worm. Experience points plus 126. Ding! Congratulations on defeating an LV8 fallen worm. Experience points plus 112. Ding! Congratulations on defeating an LV8 fallen worm. Experience points plus 132. The killing spree was lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, a full 20 fallen worms were impaled into flesh, poisoned to death, and devoured. They were gnawed clean to the bone, leaving not a shred of flesh behind. The loot spilled out in a clatter before Zhou Lin's eyes. Dead leg, hurry up and chase. Zhou Lin slapped his thigh, wishing he could move just a bit faster. His pace of picking up the equipment on the ground was clearly falling behind. Moreover, he couldn't keep pace with the flying ant army's advance in killing speed. Through devouring and upgrading, the fallen worms' levels skyrocketed. Combined with their toxins, their killing and devouring speed was extremely rapid. In under 10 seconds, they had blasted through an entire level. In under 30 seconds, the flying ant army had already reached the boss level. Within the boss level, the colossal boss slowly opened its eyes and leapt down from a pile of ruins. Two fist-sized hands, as massive as small mountains, slammed violently into the ground. Two massive cannons were mounted on its back. Species, Titan Larva. Level, 5. HP, 27,500. Skills, Jumping Hammer Strike, Charge, Twin Barrel Shells. Description, this is a small titan born from the womb of a deceased mother titan. It exhibits fierce aggression from birth, particularly with its dual cannon shells capable of unleashing massive thermal attacks. Young Titan? 27,500 HP? This was the first time Zhou Lin had encountered a boss with such a massive health bar. This situation perfectly suited Zhou Lin's needs. The venomous flying ants could now devour it relentlessly. Feast time. The moment Zhou Lin entered the boss stage, he locked onto the thick-fleshed titan larva. And this was just the juvenile. Imagine how satisfying it would be for the flying ants to devour a full-grown specimen. Under the command of the poisonous ant queen, the poisonous flying ants abandoned the surrounding minor enemies, concentrating most of their strength on the boss, the juvenile titan. Before even catching sight of the intruder, the juvenile titan froze in place as a swarm of minuscule creatures closed in. Roar! A powerful sense of danger surged through its mind. It thrust out its fists, its entire beastly form leaping upward. Before it could land, venomous needles had already pierced its skin. But what happened next made Zhou Lin frown involuntarily. Some venom-tipped needles pierced the young titan's skin, but after releasing their toxins, they were forcibly blocked by the thick layer of fat covering its exterior. This fat possessed a special enhancement, making its inherent defense already terrifyingly formidable. Though Zhou Lin couldn't see its defense stats, the painfully slow rate at which its health bar depleted gave him a rough idea. But thick skin only matters if you can withstand the relentless gnawing. Zhou Lin issued a direct order to the queen ant, all units, concentrate fire on its back. Tear open a wound and inject the toxin inside. Upon receiving the order, the venomous queen ant began directing the assault. The poisonous ants, which had already injected toxins into the other minor monsters nearby, gathered together, forming a tornado that launched an attack aimed at the titan's back. Dense swarms of poisonous ants formed a continuous chain, with the front ones stinging and devouring while the rear ones followed relentlessly. The young titan, unable to strike its own back, let out a furious roar. The health bar data clearly showed accelerated depletion. Juvenile Titan health bar 231. Meteor Juvenile Titan HP 278. Fallen Young Titan HP 331. As the health bar plummeted, the young titan violently slammed itself against the walls to negate the damage. Seeing little effect, it unleashed a barrage of dual-barreled shells directly at itself. Some newly hatched venomous ants, fresh off the battlefield, began collapsing and dying under the relentless barrage due to their low health pools. Watching this unfold, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. But he remained calm. 3 minutes per nest. The poisonous ant queen beside Zhou Lin had just laid another nest. A full 800 plus ants. Survival of the fittest, only the strong deserve to live. Of course, Zhou Lin also tried to prevent the lower-level venomous flying ants from charging to the front. At most, they took a couple of bites before attacking other minor monsters on the periphery. Before long, the juvenile titan that had been relentlessly pounding him let out a wretched cry. The wounds were deeply penetrating. Hundreds of level 6 and level 7 venomous flying ants converged, launching a fierce assault. They tore through the juvenile titan's defenses, releasing their venom directly into its body. Young Titan HP 341. Meteor Juvenile Titan HP 356. Fallen Young Titan HP 394. In less than 10 seconds, the fallen titan, which had been struggling moments before, collapsed onto the ground. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 8 boss, Young Titan. Ding! You have gained 5089 EXP from the kill. Includes 30% bonus EXP from Hell difficulty. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 9. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 10. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 Divine Tier Gold Stat Slot Lottery Chance. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 Divine Tier Gold Stat Slot Draw Chance. Ding! Congratulations on picking up the Titan Gloves, a level 8 Diamond Tier 2 quality equipment piece. Ding! Congratulations on picking up the Xianhuang Ring, a Diamond Tier 4 equipment piece at level 8. Ding! Your inventory is full. Pickup failed. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned pet Venomous Queen Ant has leveled up to level 9. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned pet Venomous Queen Ant has leveled up to 10. Ding! Congratulations! The poisonous flying ant bred by your summoned beast Poisonous Queen Ant has leveled up to 7. Ding! Congratulations! The poisonous flying ant bred by your summoned creature Poisonous Queen Ant has leveled up to level 8. After the Titan larva boss fell, the constant chime echoed in Zhou Lin's ears. Another 2 levels gained, bringing him closer to level 20. Closer to unlocking the next summoned beast. 2 more Divine Tier Gold attributes added. Looking at his once empty backpack, every slot was now filled to capacity. Numerous pieces of gear were scattered on the ground. This wave had dropped far too much gear. Smash it! Smash it! Zhou Lin didn't hesitate. Bronze, gold, and silver grade gear? Not worth his time. Shred it all. Ding! Congratulations on shattering the LV8 silver grade tier 1 quality equipment, Thunderblade. Gold plus 231. Ding! Congratulations on shattering the LV8 silver grade tier 2 equipment, Mystic Wind Armor. Gold plus 242. The sound of shattering echoed. If anyone else had been present, they would have killed Zhou Lin on the spot. But to Zhou Lin, these items were nothing but worthless junk. Unable to carry them out, converting them directly into gold coins was far more practical. After finishing the destruction, Zhou Lin vanished in a flash, exiting the boss stage. Chapter 15, Giant Ruins. The moment he appeared, the once quiet dungeon area had already gathered numerous adventurers from all walks of life. Their faces were all quite young. Of course, there were also some middle-aged and elderly adventurers. Even a butcher wielding a slaughter knife stormed into the secret realm, intent on clearing the stage. Who knew the final outcome would be entering upright only to be carried out horizontally? Many onlookers gathered, murmuring in disbelief. Every profession should stick to what it's meant to do. You still want to tackle the Fallen Ruins dungeon? The rankings haven't budged in half a year, you're just setting yourself up for a beating. Time to feast on the feast. Suddenly, the previously static leaderboard on the large screen began shifting. The instant it shifted, it immediately caught the attention of the one who had been speaking. Their mouths split into grins. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Because he saw the screen, dormant for over half a year, finally move. The top spot now belonged to a name that had never appeared before. Zhou Lin. Who the hell is this kid? I've never heard of him before. Could he be some secretly cultivated prodigy from a family or guild in Linjiang City? Haven't all the middle schools started their awakening programs recently? But I've never heard of this guy either. Whispers of speculation echoed through the air. Not far from the secret realm area, a man who stood out from the crowd fixed his gaze on the challenge log. Titan's Fall Zone, cleared in 50 seconds? Ranked first? Everyone else was in a dazed state. Is this really a student who just awakened their profession today? How incredibly powerful. But upon reflection, he realized if he weren't extraordinary, how could he have caught the master's eye? Back in my day, it was precisely because I was too outstanding that I earned my teacher's favor. Otherwise, I doubt I'd have joined the killing guild myself. But this kid is clearly too extraordinary. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, his gaze slowly drifted downward, settling on the figure of a youth emerging from the center. The moment Zhou Lin emerged, a notification flashed before his eyes. Challenger, Zhou Lin, challenge status, completed, difficulty, hell mode, challenge time, 50 seconds. 50 seconds? Still too slow. Seeing the time, Zhou Lin couldn't help but sigh softly. However, if he could improve his equipment pickup speed, perhaps he could shave off even more time. Or perhaps expand his backpack capacity so all looted gear could be stuffed in at once. Now his backpack was full, forcing him to make another trip to the shop to exchange items before returning. Time is already extremely tight. Why not? Zhou Lin had a bold idea. After all, gear drops in huge quantities. Diamond tier gear was as common as everyday fare in his eyes. Just smash them. If he came across gear that suited him or held immense value, he'd keep it. His primary goal now was to level up and strengthen his abilities. To cultivate an army of flying ants capable of standing up to that overpowered homeroom teacher. That way, even if the homeroom teacher truly possessed godlike abilities, he would have the means to protect himself. Because before the homeroom teacher threatened him, he had secretly and unintentionally learned about her background. An elder of the Killing Guild. Though her combat prowess wasn't extraordinary, she possessed formidable modification capabilities. She controlled vast resources within the Killing Guild and had recruited numerous modified humans. After clearing this secret realm, he'd use the gold coins to purchase materials and gear first. Having made up his mind, Zhou Lin immediately activated the equipment shredder in his backpack. Ding! Congratulations, host, on shredding the LV8 Diamond Grade Tier 1 equipment, the Sky-Piercing Blade. Gold plus 234. Ding! Congratulations, host, for shredding the LV8 Diamond Grade Quality Equipment, Silver Moontop. Gold plus 298. Ding! Congratulations, host, on shattering the LV8 Diamond Grade Quality Equipment Elemental Scepter. Gold plus 256. The sounds of shattering echoed one after another. The moment Zhou Lin appeared, all eyes in the Secret Realm Plaza focused on him. School uniform? An inexperienced face? Everyone noticed the uniform belonging to Manhwa Middle School. He looked so young. When did Manhwa Middle School produce such a formidable figure? I know a teacher at Manhwa Middle School. I'll ask around. Judging by his gear, he doesn't look like someone who could clear the Fallen Titan Zone dungeon in 55 seconds. Voices of disbelief echoed around Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin glanced around and noticed a pair of eyes fixed on him from the back of the crowd. This person's appearance was distinctly different. One glance told him this was the work of homeroom teacher Chu Mei. The person noticed Zhou Lin's gaze and couldn't help but let a wicked smile curve his lips, preparing to make a move to test the waters. But just then, Zhou Lin, who had been standing still, had already shifted his gaze to another secret realm nearby. Giant ruins. Wasn't this the gathering place of the Titans? The poisonous mother ant and her brood, starving to the point of howling within the summoning space, emitted a buzzing hum. Zhou Lin was startled by the speed of their hunger. Under normal circumstances, how could any creature grow hungry this quickly? But with the blessing of a god-tier golden skill, it was indeed so. Alright, stop whining. I'll take you guys to grab some fast food right now. Zhou Lin stepped forward, instantly entering the Giant Ruins secret realm. This sudden step startled the smoky-eyed man who had been striding toward Zhou Lin. His movement froze instantly. Giant Ruins? Level 10? Level restriction, 8 to 12. This kid's class level is already 8? Didn't he just awaken? How the hell did he already hit level 8? Even if he built up his strength over time, it's possible for some transfigures to absorb the awakening energy right after awakening and boost their power to level 2 or 3. But reaching level 5? That's impossible. Defying the heavens. This kid can't be that goddamn overpowered. A look of utter astonishment spread across his face. Everyone present witnessed Zhou Lin emerge and immediately enter a new secret realm. This time, it was the giant ruins, a realm even higher and far more dangerous than before. At least 10 titans lurked within. But the real kicker? This kid just activated hell mode. Unbelievable, just opened the door to the realm of the utterly absurd. Who ever heard of such a late hour? The old man who'd just been talking about the feast sat down on a nearby rock, grinning as he said, "Just wait. Feast time again. I've seen brave men, but never ones who don't care about their own lives. Today really has opened my eyes." Even the smoky-eyed man couldn't help but chuckle. What a fool. Who does that? He didn't even need to test the waters himself. This kid was as good as dead. Meanwhile, as Zhou Lin entered the secret realm, a prompt about the realm appeared before his eyes. Chapter 16, Entry added Star Shining Tier 1 Voracious Mother Ant. Secret Realm Instance, Giant Ruins. Instance Level, 10. Entrant Level Restriction, A12. Dungeon Difficulty, Easy, Normal, Hard, Hell. Dungeon Description, the legendary lair of the Titans, also known as the Giants. They possess innate divine power, including Assault Titans, Cannon Titans, Bloodthirsty Titans, and more. Their defenses and health bars are exceptionally thick, and their destructive power is terrifying. Proceed with caution. Zhou Lin finished reading the information page, his mind drifting back to the joyful days when he wielded the Silver Assassin and braved the giant city. In this class-change world, though things were slightly different, he could still relive some of that past joy. As usual, before tackling the challenge, let's add a wave of God-tier gold attributes. After confirming his choices, Zhou Lin immediately issued the lottery command. The massive lottery machine materialized and began spinning violently. Stop. The command halted the frantically spinning golden attributes. 2 golden attributes dropped from the dispenser. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the God-tier golden slot, Bloodthirsty Fiend. Bloodthirsty Fiend, running low on health? Can't sustain the fight? After biting an enemy, you can voraciously absorb their blood, granting you the ability to regenerate your health bar. This. Is a blood-sucking flying ant about to emerge? If health can regenerate, it could significantly reduce the chance of the flying ant army dying after taking a fatal hit. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the God-tier gold trait, Violent Devour. Violent Devour, piercing power doubled. Devouring speed doubled. Seeing the second God-tier golden attribute, Zhou Lin knew this round was in the bag. So they boast high defense? Thick hides? Now comes the ultimate counter to thick-skinned, tough-as-nails creatures. Let's see if you can withstand it. Apply. Zhou Lin couldn't wait a moment longer, applying each divine tier gold attribute one by one. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully attaching the Bloodthirsty Fiend God-tier golden trait. Ding! Poisonous Bloodthirsty Mother Ant Diamond Tier 4 has successfully evolved into Poisonous Bloodsucking Mother Ant Diamond Tier 5. The former venomous Bloodthirsty Queen Ant now radiated a blood-red aura. With the Bloodthirsty instinct added, it emitted a bloodthirsty buzz. Though not mosquito-like, its mouthparts had mutated into a slender, needle-like proboscis. The tip of this straw was slender and sharp, gleaming coldly as if capable of piercing any obstacle. Yet this alone wouldn't be enough to subdue the Titans. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully added the God-tier golden trait Violent Devour. Ding! Venomous Sucking Queen Ant Diamond Tier 5 has successfully evolved into Violent Sucking Queen Ant Stellar Tier 1. The tube originally attached to its mouthparts grew even longer and thinner, its sharp edge fully exposed. The rear section extending through its body thickened dramatically. Combined with the frantic abdominal breathing movements, it seemed as though once it activated its blood-sucking mode, it could drain a person dry in an instant. Even a titan with its thick defense and health bar could be taken down effortlessly. Zhou Lin stared at the mutated queen ant, then glanced at the other creatures still within the summoning space, those that had evolved alongside the queen. His breathing grew even more ragged. If these blood-sucking flying ants were released and escaped my control, it would likely cause widespread panic. Zhou Lin couldn't help but swallow hard. He dared not think about it. He truly dared not think about it. After the God-tier golden attribute was applied, Zhou Lin checked his and the queen ant's attribute panels once more. Host, Zhou Lin. Class, God-tier attribute Summoner SSS+. Level, 10. HP, 1000. Mana bar, 1000. Agility, 400. Strength, 500. Stamina, 500. Spirit, 600. Summoned Beast, 1, Voracious Queen Ant Stellar Radiance Tier 1. Summoning Qualification, 1 use unlocked at level 20. Divine Grade Gold Stats, all used. Equipped Gear, School Uniform no quality. Skills, 1, Summoner's Wrath LV7, Silver Tier 1-2. Thunderous Flash LV7, Silver Tier 1. Inventory, None 0-102. Species, Voracious Queen Ant. Quality, Star Shining Tier 1. Level, 10. HP, 5000. Blue bar, 5000. Agility, 1254. Strength, 1245. Stamina, 1586. Spirit, 2314. Talent traits: Thunderous Crimson Feathers, Hundredfold Progeny, Breeding Machine, Bloodthirsty Tyrant, Fortress of Steel, Ferocious Maw and Fangs, Voracious Appetite, Venomous Predator, Poisonous Stinger and Fangs, Bloodsucking Fiend, Violent Devourer. Remaining offspring: 5231 210 level 8 Voracious Flying Ants, 356 level 7 Voracious Flying Ants, 711 level 6 Voracious Flying Ants, 874 level 5 Voracious Flying Ants. 5231 flying ants? This production rate is truly astonishing. But the losses are heavy too. In the last secret realm, we lost at least 1,000 lower level flying ants. This time, Zhou Lin deployed the higher level ones to take the front lines in rotation. The lower level flying ants could follow behind and reap the rewards. This approach also maximized the overall level and strength of the flying ant army. After finalizing the plan, Zhou Lin's gaze fixed on a juvenile titan that appeared before him. Species: Juvenile Titan. HP: 52,130. Over 50,000 HP? A faint smile touched Zhou Lin's lips. It was as unstoppable as an AK-47. This is interesting. Level 8, Level 7, Level 6 flying ant babies, suck it dry for me. Once it's nearly lost its combat effectiveness, send the lower level flying ant babies in for a taste of the soup. Upon receiving the command, the queen ant released the voracious flying ants from the summoning space. Like students streaming out of school. The voracious flying ants fluttered their wings, crackling with lightning threads, and swiftly descended upon the titan larva. The level 8 voracious suction ants were the fastest and most ravenous. Upon landing on the juvenile titan, they extended magnetic suction nozzles. In the dim light, it glinted with a chilling, astonishing coldness. The juvenile titan, having just appeared in the stage and not yet initiating an attack, was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Just a pesky flying ant? As colossal creatures, they despised these tiny, swarming pests most of all. But as titans, they couldn't care less about these flying ants. Even if they were to pester or bite them, it would be useless. The titan's defensive skin layers are incredibly thick. No matter how sharp their mandibles, they couldn't pierce it. The instinct-driven young titan fixed its gaze on Zhou Lin. Roar! A furious roar erupted as it lunged toward Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin stood his ground, a faint smirk curling his lips. He slowly extended his right hand and snapped his fingers. Suck! The command issued, the ravenous, thirsty for blood-devouring ants, already primed and ready, excitedly thrust their slender proboscises into the skin of the young titan. The young titan, who hadn't been paying much attention, was about to charge forward when it suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong. Chapter 17, Giant Titan? All in. Votes needed. A piercing agony spread through its mind. Its supposedly impenetrable defenses shattered in an instant. The sensation of being pierced felt like countless needles pricking its flesh. At first, it was just one or two, but soon, every spot where the flying ants clung to its body began to sting. It panicked. But it was too late. The first wave of over 300 blood-sucking flying ants activated their feeding mode, their eyes glowing crimson as they fluttered their wings incessantly. The juvenile titan's massive, towering body over 10 meters tall began to wither and shrink in an instant. Within just 3 or 4 seconds, it shrank by a full size. Its once robust flesh became abnormally withered. The contours of its bones became starkly visible, skin clinging to the skeletal frame like a plaster. The emaciated body could barely stand, as if hollowed out from within. Zhou Lin, standing frozen in place, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath at the sight before him. Drained dry. Truly, it was being drained dry. In just 3 or 4 seconds, a titan over 10 meters tall had been drained so severely it could barely stand. Boom! The juvenile titan collapsed to the ground, letting out a wail. The moment the cry echoed, the level 6, 7, and 8 blood-sucking flying ants ceased their feeding frenzy. They shifted their focus to the giant titan charging toward them from the distance. This level contained a full 5 colossal titans. Besides this one, there were also the Assault Titan, Cannonball Titan, and Rage Titan. Each titan's health bar exceeded 100,000. They were all fully matured. Their combat power and defense were likely terrifying. They howled as they charged toward the infant titan, only to discover its breath had already ceased. Lower-grade flying ants swarmed its wounds, extending sharp proboscises and mouthparts to suck clean every trace of blood and flesh. They didn't even spare the bone marrow, sucking it dry. In less than 10 seconds, a juvenile titan standing over 10 meters tall was reduced to nothing but a stark white skeleton. The blood-sucking flying ants, having absorbed the blood and flesh, began to rapidly ascend in rank. The mother ant hovering beside Zhou Lin absorbed nutrients generated by her offspring from afar. Their bodies, once swollen with hunger yet starved of nutrients, began to recover. After its recovery, another swarm of full 1,000 flying ants was released. The newly released level 1 blood-sucking ants, ravenous, spun wildly in circles where they stood. They swept across the ground, scavenging every scrap of leftover food. The already scavenged remains of the young titan were picked over again and again. After the feeding frenzy, they gleamed with an unnatural sheen. With a loud crash, they collapsed into a mangled heap. Witnessing this scene firsthand, Zhou Lin couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Fortunately, this was his summoned beast. It remained under his control. If it had been someone else, or if he himself had encountered it, wouldn't they have been sucked into oblivion? He turned his gaze back to the front. The four colossal titans that had been charging toward them unleashed their abilities upon witnessing the death of the juvenile titan. The cannon titan extended massive barrels across its body in energy spheres from within to blast the approaching swarm of flying ants. Boom! 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 The explosions reverberated throughout the stage. The assault titan pounded its chest repeatedly with both fists, releasing its rage before charging toward the swarm of violence-sucking flying ants before it. The fury titan, bathed in crimson and shrouded in a red mist, furiously hammered the surrounding violence-sucking flying ants. But to Zhou Lin, these antics looked like futile struggles. All in. Zhou Lin issued the command directly. The brave creatures get fed first. Zhou Lin paid no heed to the higher-level absorbing ants. The queen ant vibrated, releasing a sonic blast. The flying ants, now under command, surged like a flood, charging madly toward the four colossal titans. The titans unleashed their skills, striking the ants and causing their health bars to plummet. However, under the buff of the copper wall iron barrier skill, at least half of the attacks were easily deflected. Though some heavily struck ants perished, most still landed directly on the titans. Opening their mouthparts, they extended their proboscises, piercing into the titan's flesh and frantically began sucking. Assault Titan HP 123. Assault Titan HP 198. Assault Titan HP 129. Once attached to them, they clung like tiger skin plasters. The titans rolled on the ground, even starting to bombard each other. Each bite from a blood-sucking ant could drain 129 HP from them. Combined with the paralyzing toxin, they gradually felt an urge to abandon combat. Now they were swarming thickly, with hundreds of flying ants clinging to each titan. In less than 10 seconds, the first assault titan, who had been searching for a solution, went limp. Under the toxin's effect, it collapsed onto the ground. The remaining lower-level blood-sucking ants swarmed in. If they couldn't get the first bite of fresh meat, they'd settle for scraps and broth. In the blink of an eye, the remaining three colossal titans began to collapse. A thunderous crash echoed as all three colossal titans lay sprawled on the ground, eyes wide open in slumber. The flying ants devoured frantically, sucking blood and nutrients. By the end, the bones gleamed with a hollow sheen. Zhou Lin watched from the sidelines, too afraid to approach. He feared that one careless move might cause them to mistake him for prey. Gobbled up in one bite. Ding! Congratulations on defeating LV8 Assault Titan. Experience points plus 356. Ding! Congratulations on defeating LV8 Barrel Titan. Experience points plus 389. Ding! Congratulations on defeating an LV8 Assault Titan. Experience points plus 379. Ding! Congratulations on looting the Blood Red Blade, a level 8 gold tier 3 equipment. Ding! Congratulations on looting the Blood Red Robe, a level 8 gold tier 2 equipment. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned beast Voracious Queen Ant has leveled up to level 11. Ding! Congratulations! The Rampaging Sucking Queen Ant spawned by your summoned pet Rampaging Sucking Queen Ant has leveled up to 9. Ding! Congratulations! The Rampaging Sucking Queen Ant spawned by your summoned pet has leveled up to 8. Notifications kept popping up on Zhou Lin's interface. Upon seeing them, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After the Titan's demise, most of the looted gear was gold or diamond tier. To others, these were priceless treasures. But in Zhou Lin's eyes, crush, shattered to pieces, all turned into gold coins. Ding! Congratulations on shattering the Blood Red Blade, an LV8 gold tier 3 equipment piece. Gold plus 321. Ding! Congratulations on shattering the Blood Red Robe, a level 8 gold tier 2 equipment piece. Gold plus 239. The sound of gold coins steadily increasing echoed in Zhou Lin's ears. Despite the losses, Zhou Lin felt not a shred of regret. After all, these items could be farmed in bulk. Rather than discarding it, he might as well put it to immediate use. After finishing, Zhou Lin turned his attention to his own level and that of his summoned beast. Chapter 18, Siege the Flying Ant Army Drains the Boss. His summoned beast had reached level 11. The offspring had reached a maximum of level 9. His own level had reached 10. Today was merely the first day since his class awakening. Word of such rapid advancement would absolutely terrify a whole bunch of people. If the principal found out, he'd likely be begging me to return as a part-time instructor after graduation. Zhou Lin had also noticed the principal's repeated messages. He even tried to initiate a voice call with him through the community chat in the profession panel. But since Zhou Lin was constantly grinding through levels, he had auto-blocked all call requests from the principal. This left Principal Sun Yi, who was still at the school, utterly frantic. He feared the awakening system had misjudged Zhou Lin's true strength and was furious. Worse yet, the school might lose recognition. For over a decade, Genoa Middle School hadn't produced any truly dazzling talents. Now, Zhou Lin was highly likely to be that misjudged prodigy. If they could seize this wave of publicity, Genoa Middle School could absolutely soar again within Linjiang City. Recruitment would be a breeze then. Meanwhile, Principal Sunny paced back and forth in his office, utterly stumped. Suddenly, he received a message from a teacher. Zhou Lin was currently grinding through levels in the Linjiang City Secret Realm Zone 4. And his clearing speed was ranked first. This record hadn't been touched in over half a year. Linjiang City Secret Realm Zone 4? Wasn't that area opened for free to the public under an agreement between the Thunder Union and the City Lord? The minimum level requirement for clearing any stage inside is level 6. Could it be? A startling thought took shape in his mind. Has Zhou Lin already broken through to level 6? Good heavens! Sun Irin felt frozen in place. The minimum level requirement to leave the school's trial plaza was level 5. And now it had skyrocketed another level? A genius, truly a genius. Get the vehicle ready immediately. I'm heading to the Linjiang Secret Realm Zone 4. I need to see this for myself. I must find Zhou Lin. Sunny couldn't bear to wait a single second longer. Even the afternoon meeting regarding college admissions 3 days hence. All postponed. For a genius like this is precisely what Genoa High School needed most. The moment his figure disappeared, the other teachers and administrators present were left utterly bewildered. They had all witnessed the records set on the school's trial grounds. Zhou Lin had cleared 3 secret realms. And he had tackled them all on hell mode. And he broke the latest top records in each one. Unprecedented. To clear 3 hell tier dungeons on the very first day of awakening one's class, even prodigies in their youth rarely achieved such feats. A hint of astonishment flickered in Chu Mei's eyes nearby. Level 6? Has this kid's level risen that quickly? Wasn't his summoned beast just a bronze tier, stage 1 red earth ant? How could he utilize such a trash summoned beast to clear the dungeon in under a minute and level up so rapidly? Suddenly, Chu Mei's expression went blank, as if someone had grabbed her by the throat. She craved this kind of dominance. Only sustained dominance could deliver the ultimate release of inner satisfaction. Others might still be celebrating Zhou Lin's genius, his boundless future ahead. But in the shadows, he had already become her cyborg. And she was Zhou Lin's master. This thought brought her an intense, spiritual fulfillment. This kind of fulfillment was something she had never experienced since becoming a. She did enjoy modifying geniuses, but a super genius like Zhou Lin was truly unprecedented. Her anticipation was growing by the minute. With a quiet chuckle, she awaited news of the assigned. As Principal Sunny rushed toward the Linjiang City Secret Realm Zone 4, Zhou Lin, still deep within the giant ruins secret realm, continued to drive his swarm of flying ants, sweeping through the area with frenzied intensity. This time, they swept straight into the boss stage. The swarm of dark, voracious flying ants charged straight into the boss's vicinity the moment they entered the boss chamber. They swarmed around it, leaving no space to breathe. Pairs of vicious eyes seemed to await a single command. The moment the command came, they would charge without hesitation, draining the boss dry. Zhou Lin, who entered the boss stage afterward. Zhou Lin witnessed the boss's detailed information firsthand. Species, Giant Fusion Titan Boss. Level, 10. HP, 80,000. Skills, Quadruple Cannon Barrage, Giant Punch, Jumping Shockwave, Freezing Punch, Rapid Regeneration 10-second cooldown. Description: this is a fusion-type giant adult titan with formidable defense and health. It possesses the abilities of Assault Titan, Berserker Titan, and Bomb Titan. Most critically, it can rapidly regenerate health. If you fail to eliminate it in one strike, you'll likely meet your end here. A giant fusion titan? In Zhou Lin's eyes, 80,000 HP wasn't too bad. If the flying ant army attacked together, it would take no more than 10 seconds. But lurking nearby were other titans, watching with predatory eyes. This presented a new dilemma. Regardless of the choice, the focus must be on a single target, taking down the boss. Only by killing the boss outright would they have a chance to escape. No matter how many flying ants we lose to their voracious feeding, we must take down the boss as quickly as possible. Zhou Lin snapped his fingers and issued the command, "All units, focus on the boss." Note, at all costs. The moment the command was received, the mother ants flapped their wings, releasing sonic waves. The swarm ants, now under orders, began their assault on the boss, the giant fusion titan. The giant fusion titan's entire body was impenetrable. Its hide was thick and tough. From the 4 cannons on its back, massive beams of white light shot skyward. After soaring skyward, the beams plummet back down as colossal energy projectiles. The lightning-infused ants, crackling with electricity, frantically dodged under the queen ant's command. Some slow-reacting ants were struck, crashing to the ground. Though not dead, they were severely weakened, their health bars depleted by more than half. They immediately resumed their charge toward the boss. Seeing this, the giant fusion titan began unleashing skills frantically. Leaping into the air, it slammed both fists into the ground, unleashing a barrage of shockwaves. Even Zhou Lin, far away, felt the attack's shockwaves. Protect! Zhou Lin was just about to speak. The mother ant, sensing danger, tore open the summoning space, shielding the newly hatched flying ants within it. The shockwaves killed a large number of level 1 violent suction flying ants. Zhou Lin watched with a heavy heart, but beside him, the mother ant's abdomen began to writhe. It seemed poised to continue its gestation and birthing process. Seeing this, Zhou Lin felt little cause for concern. After all, with sufficient output, offspring were merely expendable. Zhou Lin slowly raised his head and saw the boss rolling around on the ground like a madman. The other titans, noticing this, stepped in to assist the boss. But no matter how hard they pounded, the flying ants no bigger than fingernails still found their way through the air to escape. Its health bar plummeted wildly. With a whoosh, it immediately activated its healing ability. The 10-second cooldown ended. Zhou Lin timed it perfectly and barked the order, full firepower. All flying ants, attack together. Poison it to death and drain it dry within 10 seconds. Chapter 19, Teaming up to test the waters. Let's try overwhelming them with troops. The mother ant vibrated its wings, frantically emitting sonic waves. The sound waves struck the ears of the other flying ants, instantly focusing their minds and sharpening their purpose. Full firepower unleashed, stabbing relentlessly at the same spot, once, twice. Giant Fusion Titan Health Bar 321. Giant Fusion Titan HP Bar 311. Giant Fusion Titan Health Bar 353. The health bar depletion rate skyrocketed to 4 or 5 times its previous speed. In a single second, tens of thousands of health points were drained. The boss, the Giant Fusion Titan, sensed something was amiss. Its icy gaze swept over the voracious flying ants clinging to its body. Its gaze swept across Zhou Lin and the mother ant. Roar! As the roar echoed, the other titans within the boss chamber closed in on Zhou Lin and the mother ant with savage intent. Danger closed in instantly. Yet Zhou Lin remained rooted to the spot. Because it was already too late. Boom! As the colossal fused titan's body collapsed, emitting a final, unwilling cry. The swarm of violent suction flying ants had already finished off the boss. The titan that had been charging toward Zhou Lin momentarily lost its bearings, as if it had lost its target. Zhou Lin, of course, wouldn't let this opportunity go to waste. Clear them all out. He issued the command once more. A vast swarm of violent sucking flying ants swept through, sucking the 5 titans that had been near Zhou Lin into desiccated husks. Even after becoming desiccated corpses, the lower-level swarm ants swarmed over them, repeatedly gnawing away. Even the desiccated corpses were reduced to crumbs. Having witnessed this gruesome spectacle firsthand, Zhou Lin found himself reluctant to dwell on the memory. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the LV-10 boss Giant Fusion Titan. Experience points plus 2,389. Ding! Congratulations on defeating LV-10 Attacking Titan. Experience points plus 689. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining LV-10 Diamond Grade Tier 1 equipment, Swift Boots. Ding! Congratulations on picking up a level 10 Diamond Grade Tier 2 equipment item, Dark Moonstone. Zhou Lin's gaze froze, locking onto the Diamond Grade Tier 1 Swift Boots. The Swift Boots could actually hold 4 speed gems. Each additional speed gem boosted his speed by 5%. Such terrifying speed left Zhou Lin in awe. He shattered all other equipment unsuitable for him. He kept the Diamond Tier Level 1 Swift Boots. Ding! Congratulations on shattering the Level 10 Diamond Tier 2 equipment, Mystic Moonstone. Gold plus 456. After the crushing was complete, Zhou Lin checked his gold coins. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. A whopping 10,124. Over 10,000? Zhou Lin's breathing quickened. After pulling his gaze away, he stepped out of the secret realm. The moment he materialized, the mission completion notification appeared before his eyes. Challenger, Zhou Lin, challenge status, completed, challenge difficulty, hell mode, time taken, 1 minute 34 seconds. His eyes flickered slightly at the time display. After all, this was the hell tier difficulty of the giant ruins. Taking a bit longer was understandable. Such a time was likely extremely rare even within the Linhai City Secret Realm Zone 4. Sure enough, as Zhou Lin was still deep in thought, the announcement of a new record refresh echoed in his ears. Challenger, Zhou Lin, time, 1 minute 34 seconds, new hell tier difficulty record set. Holy! Holy! The elegant words rippled through the air. The old man sitting on a rock, ready to watch the drama unfold, suddenly had his dull, yellowish eyes light up with an unusual brilliance. The giant ruins secret realm isn't for just anyone. Entry is restricted to level 12, but those who attempt it are all level 12 professionals equipped with diamond grade gear, special secret arts, and potions. This kid actually cleared it and broke the record? A genius. Truly a genius. When did our Linhai City produce such an incredible class changer? He looked so ordinary just now, you couldn't even tell what class he was. The old man had barely finished speaking when the others present began murmuring among themselves. Zhou Lin, who had just emerged from the secret realm, immediately drew everyone's attention. However, Zhou Lin's gaze settled on the peculiar man. The man noticed Zhou Lin too, striding over and stopping beside him. "Hello, I'm Song Ming from the Slaughter Guild. Your performance earlier was truly impressive. Might I invite you to run dungeons with me? Clear stages together? Team up to clear stages?" This guy clearly wasn't someone to be trusted. Ever since emerging from the secret realm last time and again this time, he had been observing this man. His target was clear, it was obviously me. If it's not that twisted homeroom teacher sending him, then who else could it be? Was he testing me? Or planning to teach me a harsh lesson? Or even kill me? But for that perverted homeroom teacher who lusts after my body. Teaching me a lesson and suppressing me might be exactly what she wanted. Though he couldn't gauge her exact level or strength, Zhou Lin could sense she was stronger than him. The minimum requirement to join the Killing Guild is level 15, and one must be a B rank or higher profession. This person had an alluring figure and effeminate mannerisms. There were no familiar equipment features, and it was impossible to tell what class they were. If she wanted to test him, to suppress him, then let her try. Let them taste the fury of overwhelming force. Zhou Lin flashed a faint smile as he slowly extended his right hand. "Sure. Which dungeon should we run? I can't even tell what class or level you are." Zhou Lin acted like a clueless, inexperienced high schooler. Seeing Zhou Lin fall into his trap, Song Ming remained calm. "Let's do it here then. There's one with extremely high difficulty, auto-match difficulty. I've been wanting to test my new gear anyway. What do you think? As for my class, don't worry, you'll find out soon enough." Zhou Lin immediately nodded. "If someone's carrying me, I'm totally fine with that." After getting the response he wanted, Song Ming smirked inwardly with satisfaction. So this is the inexperienced high schooler the master chose? Judging by her preferences, there didn't seem to be anything particularly special about him either. Could it be that the master's tastes have changed? But since this was a probing request from the master, he'd let him keep building up the foundation. Let him see that only by submitting to the master could he gain even greater power. Cut off any lingering resistance now. Alright, let's get started. Ding! Level 17 Fist Master Song Yang has sent you a party request. Accept or decline? A level 17 Fist Master. Unexpectedly, he was also an A-class profession. Fist Masters belong to the warrior class of damage-dealing professions. Highly valuable, with fast clearing speeds. But judging by his style, could he be practicing soft fists? Accept. Ding! Congratulations on successfully forming a party. With the party formed, Song Ming set off immediately, heading straight for the Linhai City's secret realm Zone 4. He selected an entrance that emitted an eerie glow, leading into a deeply sinister realm. Chapter 20, Level 20, Skeleton Forbidden Ground? Let's grind. Secret Realm Instance, Skeleton Forbidden Ground Caution. Instance level, random maximum does not exceed level 20. Entry level restriction, 520. Dungeon difficulty, easy, normal, hard, hell. Dungeon description, a legendary forbidden land said to hold the remains of millions of souls. Infected by a peculiar energy, the bones have transformed into skeletons possessing formidable combat prowess. A unique magnetic field within the dungeon may impair adventurers' combat effectiveness to varying degrees. Eerie, terrifying, and malevolent. Features a skeletal magnetic field that can impair combat effectiveness. Truly the most terrifying secret realm within the Lingjiang City No. 4 Secret Realm Zone. Primarily features random difficulty settings. But for Zhou Lin, even if it were set to hell difficulty, as long as he had enough flying ants, he could easily sweep the place clean. Let's go! Zhou Lin volunteered to enter the portal. Song Ming chuckled inwardly and followed closely behind. Under everyone's gaze, the two of them directly activated the Skeleton Forbidden Zone secret realm. Some only reacted when they realized it, but by then, the two had already vanished from their original spot. Good heavens! That kid just teamed up to open the Skeleton Forbidden Zone. That's legendary, the highest level secret realm, accessible up to level 20. Even if there really were level 20 professionals, they wouldn't dare enter recklessly. How the hell does he dare? And who's the guy teaming up with him? He looks kind of familiar, like he's from the Slaughter Guild. Ugh. We got our hopes up for nothing, thinking we wouldn't have to pay for the banquet. Now we're stuck paying double. The old man sat on a rock, never one to shy away from drama, fanning himself with a folding fan. The very second they entered, two figures materialized in the Lingjiang City Secret Realm Zone 4. One was none other than the pot-bellied principal of Zhenhua Middle School, Sun Yi. The other was his young, beautiful vice principal. The moment they stood there, they froze like blocks of ice. They too saw the dungeon information. Secret Realm Info, Skeleton Forbidden Zone. Challengers, Zhou Lin, Song Ming. Matching difficulty, Hell Tier. Realm matching level, 20. Clearance in progress. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Sunny and the female vice principal's faces trembled, their eyes bloodshot with terror. Could this really be Zhou Lin? Surely it's just a coincidence of the same name. This wasn't how you tackled a challenge matching into hell mode, matching into level 20. Seeing Song Ming's name, Sun Yi's expression turned grave. Wasn't this the guy from the Killing Guild? He was also an A-grade vocational student 5 years ago. After graduation, for reasons unknown, he chose not to attend university but instead stayed in Linjiang City. He used to be a tall, imposing, sunny, and upright young man with a handsome appearance. But after his awakening, he underwent a sudden transformation. To this day, he still hadn't figured out why. Principal, what should we do now? Should we wait here? The female vice principal standing beside Sunny asked, her eyes flickering. Sun Yi's eyes fixed on the large screen as he uttered each word deliberately. Wait. Zhou Lin, how could you be so reckless? Please don't get yourself into trouble. Amidst the murmurs, the scene before Zhou Lin, who had just entered the secret realm, shifted. Pale moonlight filtered through gaps in the clouds, illuminating a half-buried skull's eye sockets. The air was thick with a damp, rotten chill. Wind whistled through hollow ribs, occasionally accompanied by the faint clatter of broken bones rolling across the ground. Decay. Riddled with holes. Thousands upon thousands of graves. Headstones lay scattered haphazardly, overgrown with weeds. A gray, unidentifiable energy permeated the air. Suddenly, a withered hand emerged from a grave mound. A skull slowly emerged from beneath the earth, its back turned toward Zhou Lin and Song Ming. The next second, it regained its senses and revealed an evil grin. Then, hundreds upon hundreds of skeleton warriors emerged from the ground, advancing toward Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin, standing rooted to the spot, furrowed his brow slightly. It wasn't just him who saw the skeletons appear. He also saw the stage information. Hell difficulty, level 20. The level gap was indeed quite significant. At the same time, the skeleton's information appeared. Type, Cleaver Skeleton Low Tier. Level, 12. HP, 2356. Skills, Wild Slash, Charge Slash. Description, this skeleton wields only a machete, showing no mercy when attacking. Once it locks onto you, it will relentlessly pursue and hack you to pieces. Species, Gnawing Skeleton Low Level. Level, 11. Health bar, 2341. Skills, Devour, Gluttony. Description, this is a savage skeleton driven solely by the urge to devour. Without a digestive system, the flesh it tears and swallows falls away. Its sole sustenance is the insatiable hunger within. Zhou Lin scanned the area, and a cluster of low-level skeleton information appeared before his eyes. Their levels ranged from a minimum of 10 to a maximum of 15. Song Yang glanced at Zhou Lin, a faint smile playing on his lips. Truly, heaven is on my side. I thought a hard difficulty level was the absolute limit, but this time we've unlocked Hell mode. Once the secret realm instance is activated, it cannot be terminated until completion or else death awaits. Fortunately, I have star shining tier equipment. Taking a shot at clearing it should be no problem at all. That kid he needs to be knocked down a peg. Then I'll stage a comeback and boost my master's image. He then turned to Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin, you can handle this stage, right? I'll be waiting for you at the next one. No sooner had he spoken than his speed surged dramatically. These low-level skeletons were mere toys in his eyes. He charged straight through them, not even breaking their defenses. But for Zhou Lin, they were deadly. Zhou Lin didn't possess this man's level of strength. He'd wait until Zhou Lin couldn't endure any longer and called for help before making his appearance. Let him know that his power came entirely from his master. Without the master's resources and aid, could this dog have ever reached this point? Standing rooted to the spot, Zhou Lin watched the opponent vanish before his eyes, advancing into the next stage. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. How amusing. Did he really think a few hundred low-level skeletons in a single stage could hold him back here? In a team-based dungeon run, life and death were simply part of the game. They calculated that he would come begging for their help? Then hand over your own leverage? Nice plan, huh? I knew exactly what you were up to, knew you were up to no good. Watch me dump the whole mess right back on your face. Zhou Lin watched the approaching low-level skeleton men and summoned the voracious mother ant directly from his summoning space. The next second, his gaze sharpened. Roll the dice. With a thought, the lottery machine began spinning rapidly. Stop. The machine slowed to a halt and a golden scroll dropped from the prize slot. Ding. Congratulations, host, on drawing a god-tier golden card, full body magnetism. Full body magnetism, ever feel like other creatures stay too distant, worried you lack sufficient pull? Any being within 10 meters of you can be powerfully drawn toward you. The higher your level, the stronger the attraction. Chapter 21, Evolution, Magnetic Explosion Queen Ant Votes Sought. Ding. Congratulations, host, on drawing the god-tier golden trait, Hundredfold Self-Destruction. Hundredfold Self-Destruction, exclusive to exploding units. The closer a creature is to you, the greater the explosive force of its self-destruction. A hundredfold blast can level everything around it. Higher levels increase the explosive power. Seeing these two god-tier golden traits, Zhou Lin's head buzzed. One enhanced his absorption ability, essentially pulling prey toward him. It could help the flying ant army draw all food sources toward them, absorbing their bloodlines for consumption. It also serves the purpose of the newly unlocked Divine Tier Golden attribute. Self-destruct. Though Zhou Lin would avoid triggering the flying ant's self-destruction unless absolutely necessary. But if it ever came to the point of being forced to self-destruct, the sheer terror of the resulting power would be unimaginable. Only by clinging tightly can the explosive force reach its full destructive potential. This tactic was ideal for taking down bosses or enemies with thick health bars difficult to defeat but highly valuable. This was precisely what Zhou Lin needed. If it were merely a level 1 flying ant, its self-destruction could unleash a 100-fold increase in destructive power. That would rival the destructive force of a level 10 or even level 20 creature. Just hearing that is terrifying. Now imagine hundreds or thousands of level 1 flying ants detonating simultaneously? Wouldn't the power be even more terrifying? And what if hundreds or thousands of high-level flying ants detonated together? Zhou Lin's breathing grew even more ragged, unable to even contemplate the thought. A weapon of mass destruction, truly a weapon of mass destruction, comparable to a nuclear bomb. As the skeleton approached, Zhou Lin wasted no time and immediately activated the Divine Tier Golden attribute. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully attaching the full body magnetism God Tier Gold attribute. Ding! The Devouring Queen Ant Stellar Radiance Tier 1 has successfully evolved into the Magnetic Storm Queen Ant Stellar Radiance Tier 2. The moment the attachment completed, Zhou Lin saw a faint halo emerge around the Queen Ant. The aura slowly expanded outward, as if carrying a natural, innate attraction. It was not merely a mental pull, but a physical one as well. Given the Queen Ant's current level and power, it could be determined that within a 10-meter radius, it could draw all living creatures toward it. Beyond 10 meters, varying degrees of attraction still applied. This transformation wasn't limited to the Queen Ant, the other flying ants underwent the same change. If they all unleashed this innate ability simultaneously, it would rival a tornado. Continue the enhancement. After witnessing the effects of the first attribute, Zhou Lin chose to add another. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully attaching the God Tier Golden trait Hundredfold Self-Destruction. Ding! Magnetic Storm Queen Ant Stellar Radiance Tier 2 has successfully evolved into Magnetic Blast Queen Ant Stellar Radiance Tier 3. It's skyrocketed to Star Shine Tier 3 quality. Zhou Lin stared at the quality tier, his heart pounding wildly. Summoners were already rare enough, and Star Shining Tier summoned beasts were practically non-existent throughout the entire city of Linjiang. Regardless of the item type, Star Shining Tier quality was exceedingly rare in Linjiang City. What intrigued Zhou Lin even more was the species name. Magnetic Storm had transformed into Magnetic Explosion. He witnessed the mother ant and flying ants' abdomens turn an abnormal crimson. As if they harbored terrifying energy within, comparable to the might of a nuclear bomb. Zhou Lin's heart skipped a beat and he instinctively wanted to step back. Not only the queen ants, but the alates too underwent the same transformation. In Zhou Lin's eyes, they resembled walking nuclear bombs. Army of flying ants, begin the purge. The enhancement completed, the skeleton man closed in to within 5 meters of Zhou Lin. Buzz! 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 Magnetic blast queen ants swarmed forth, sweeping across the low-level skeleton army. Magnetic force unleashed, leaving nothing but a trail of destruction. The slow-moving skeletons, already frantic, were forcibly dragged along. Skeletons? Once sucked in, the magnetic blast ants extended their mouthparts and began frantically sucking. After sucking for ages, they found no flesh or nutrients, only a trace of bone marrow. Unfortunately, long exposure to the elements had dried it out, leaving it thin and foul-smelling. Even so, the magnetic blast flying ant continued to gnaw voraciously. The bones were sucked apart, snapping into multiple segments, some shattering completely into dust. Though these low-level skeleton warriors were around level 12 and his flying ants were low tier, they couldn't withstand the swarm's relentless gnawing assault. HP 345. HP 335. HP 312. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 12 cleaver skeleton. Experience points plus 457. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 11 charging skeleton. Experience points plus 399. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 13 raging skeleton. Experience points plus 469. Ding! Congratulations on picking up a diamond grade tier 3 equipment item, Azure Needle. Ding! Congratulations on picking up LV11 diamond grade tier 5 equipment, Demon Sea Suppression Banner. The notification messages echoed continuously in Zhou Lin's ears. Though hundreds or even thousands of skeletons in the dungeon were relatively low level, they weren't low level for Zhou Lin. Farming these skeletons in this level meant he could likely get 1 or 2 pieces of suitable gear. Gold coins were guaranteed to drop. Even if he didn't get suitable gear or skills, as long as he had enough gold, he could buy or upgrade them. Alright, I haven't equipped those swift boots I just got yet. They're diamond tier 1 quality at LV10. Might as well try them on. Zhou Lin opened his backpack and selected the surviving swift boots. Ding! Are you sure you want to use this? Use. Zhou Lin immediately clicked confirm. After confirmation, the shoes on Zhou Lin's feet were instantly removed and replaced with a brand new pair. The Diamond Tier Level 1 Swift boots featured 4 sockets. Without any speed crystals, these slots remained empty. The rest of the boots were exceptionally lightweight, feeling far more comfortable on his feet than his previous pair. Stepping onto the ground, it felt as though he could instantly activate lightness skills and take flight. Swift Boots LV10, Diamond Tier 1, lightweight and flexible, crafted from unique materials. Wearing them increases movement speed by 10%. Each added speed crystal boosts speed by an additional 5% 30-second cooldown. Awesome! After reviewing the information, Zhou Lin planted his feet firmly on the ground. With a whoosh, he shot forward. The magnetic explosion queen ant frantically flapped its wings behind him, falling several meters behind. It flapped its wings, lightning flashing, finally catching up. Ding! Congratulations on picking up a level 10 diamond grade tier 1 cloak. Ding! Congratulations on picking up a LV10 diamond grade tier 1 quality windbreaker. Ding! Congratulations on picking up LV10 diamond grade tier 1 firecloud pants. Ding! The wind shattered top and firecloud pants are suitable for you. Would you like to equip them? After equipping, your agility plus 234. Strength plus 235. Constitution plus 364. Spirit plus 231. Matching my remnant cloud top and fire cloud pants? Zhou Lin had been wondering if any gear would drop. Now it had appeared. Both are diamond grade. Equip. Zhou Lin immediately equipped both items. Chapter 22, fully equipped with diamond grade gear, charging toward the boss. Ding! Congratulations! You have equipped the LV10 diamond grade tier 1 remnant wind top. Ding! Congratulations! You have equipped the LV10 diamond grade tier 1 firecloud pants. Remnant wind top LV10 diamond grade, exquisitely crafted, this rare defensive top may prove a valuable ally when used wisely. Firecloud pants LV10 diamond grade, expertly crafted and ruggedly durable, these pants enhance your speed and defense. Used wisely, they could prove a valuable ally. After equipping the items, Zhou Lin noticed changes in his character panel. Host, Zhou Lin. Class, God Tier Summoner SSS+. Level, 10. HP, 1000. Mana bar, 1000. Agility, 400 plus 434. Strength, 500 plus 235. Stamina, 500 plus 464. Spirit, 600 plus 231. Summon Beast 1, Magnetic Explosion Queen and Stellar Radiance Tier 3. Summoning Qualification, 1 use unlocked at level 20. Divine Grade Gold Attributes, all used. Skills, 1, Summoner's Fury LV7, Silver Tier 1-2. Thunderous Flash LV7, Silver Tier 1. Equipped Gear, 1, Remnant Wind Top LV10 Diamond Tier 1-2. Firecloud Pants LV10 Diamond Tier 1-3. Swift Boots LV10 Diamond Tier 1. Backpack, 1, Swift Boots LV7 Silver Tier 1-2. Cloak LV10 Diamond Tier 1. 89-102. Agility, Strength, Constitution, and Spirit all gained additional stats. After accelerating, Zhou Lin began shattering all unsuitable equipment in his backpack. He proceeded toward the next level entrance while shredding the gear. A dense swarm of magnetic explosion ants swarmed around him, reducing every approaching skeleton to dust. Encircled in the midst of it all, Zhou Lin resembled a hellish god of slaughter. Before long, he reached the entrance to the next level. His gaze turned cold as he directly absorbed all the magnetic blast flying ants into his summoning space. Even the queen ant was absorbed inside. With the collection complete, he immediately entered the next stage. Meanwhile, in the next stage, Song Ming. Whenever a skeleton approached, he unleashed a skill combo before taking a brief rest. I wonder if that kid Zhou Lin is dead. Why hasn't he made a sound for so long? Could he not even manage to call for my help? Is he that weak? Song Ming lowered his eyelids, his fingers lightly resting on his chin. His brows furrowed slightly as he fell into a brief reverie. Under normal circumstances, a distress message should have appeared in his chat window by now. Not only was there nothing, but it remained completely blank, highly unusual. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered at the entrance. Zhou Lin, clad in diamond tier gear, flashed in. Song Ming, frozen in place, parted his lips slightly. His throat tightened and a short, sharp hiss escaped his lips. This kid actually cleared the stage? Even if he didn't kill every skeleton, he still had to break through a dense encirclement. How on earth did he manage it? Clearing his throat, Song Ming said, "Not bad. I was thinking of going back to help you, but looks like that was unnecessary after all. Otherwise, I'd have left this stage for you. I'll wait for you at the final boss stage." Song Ming noticed Zhou Lin still had quite a few diamond tier items on him. Though they couldn't compare to his own star-shining tier 1 gear, their mere presence on Zhou Lin was nothing short of a miracle and a mystery. Besides, clearing the hell difficulty Titanfall zone in just 50 seconds proved he was hiding something. I'm determined to uncover that secret. Not even Jesus could stop me. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from the spot. He didn't even give Zhou Lin a chance to react. Watching Song Ming vanish through the dense swarm of skeletons, Zhou Lin couldn't help but let a faint smile curve his lips. As unstoppable as an AK-47. Things were getting more and more interesting. He hoped that when he reached the boss stage, he could use his flying ants to tear him to shreds, and he hoped he would remain as ruthless as he was now. Since he doesn't want them, my flying ant army could use some food. True, these skeletons lack flesh and blood, but quantity matters. They'll keep the ants buzzing for a while. As soon as Zhou Lin gave the order, the magnetic blast queen ant appeared, followed by a swarm of flying ants covering the surrounding area. They buzzed incessantly, their mandibles twitching with hunger as they fixated on the skeletons, their eyes glowing. Charge! At Zhou Lin's command, they charged forward like bulls in heat. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The swarm of magnetic burst flying ants unleashed a magnetic pull, swiftly drawing the skeletons toward them. The skeletons, previously in control, were instantly rendered helpless as their skeletal bodies were pulled toward the swarm. Those beyond the 10-meter radius were also pulled within range by the force, swiftly dragged to the swarm's vicinity. One by one, their menacing mouthparts locked onto their targets, gleaming with an alarming cold light. They began frantically gnawing at the bones aimed at them. Snap, snap, snap. The sound of gnawing bones echoed in Zhou Lin's ears, crisp and natural, like the music of the heavens. Level 13, 14, and 15 intermediate skeletons, though with health bars inferior to Titans, could withstand the gnawing. Some skeletons, unable to withstand the coordinated gnawing assault, chose to self-destruct. Lower-level magnetic explosion ants, under Zhou Lin's command, cleaned up the scraps. The experience points gained from a dozen or so leveled skeletons were certainly not comparable to those from ordinary monsters. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned creature Magnetic Blast Queen Ant has leveled up to level 11. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned creature Magnetic Blast Queen Ant has leveled up to 12. Ding! Congratulations! The Magnetic Blast Flying Ant spawned by your summoned beast Magnetic Blast Queen Ant has leveled up to level 2. Ding! Congratulations! The Magnetic Blast Flying Ant spawned by your summoned creature Magnetic Blast Queen Ant has leveled up to level 3. Absorbing the energy transmitted back by its offspring, the Queen Ant also rapidly leveled up. Some newly hatched Magnetic Explosion Flying Ants, after consuming scraps, had their levels skyrocket by at least 2 or 3 tiers. The dense swarm of flying ants swept through the level like a tornado, mowing down all the skeletons with a relentless crunching sound. Groups of skeletons crashed like falling meteorites, shattering into dust scattered across the ground. Zhou Lin moved swiftly. He had already arrived at the entrance of the next level. Is that all? Even an army of ants higher leveled than me couldn't withstand the relentless waves of this dense swarm of flying ants. Song Ming, don't rush. It's your turn next. The closer he got to the final boss stage, the broader the smile on Zhou Lin's lips grew. Chapter 23, Xiao Lin's speculation and suspicion votes sought. At the entrance to the boss stage, Song Ming, who had been waiting, pulled out his star-shining Tier 1 gear. Instead of deliberately attacking the skeletons, he sat expectantly on a grave mound. That kid really caught me off guard. If I give him any more room to grow, I might not be able to hold him back. Later, I must give him a taste of real hardship to make him retreat. He must understand how fortunate it is to become a master's modified human. Amidst a sinister chuckle, a figure shot into the dungeon with a whoosh. This stage was filled with high-level skeletons, all at least level 15. Though their numbers were sparse, no more than 20 at most, their combat prowess was truly formidable. The moment Zhou Lin appeared, his gaze locked onto Song Ming standing at the entrance of the boss stage. His gaze shifted, and Song Ming's eyes also fell upon the youth who had changed his equipment. Wait, how come this kid's gear has completely changed? Just judging by the appearance, his top, pants, and shoes all look like they're no less than diamond grade. Could it be that this kid was hiding his true strength, pretending to be weak to catch the strong off guard? Or perhaps he's a hidden heir from a prestigious family, here merely to polish his credentials? But no matter how he thought about it, none of these scenarios made sense. After all, this was the cyborg his master had personally selected. After receiving the information his master had passed on, he had also looked into Zhou Lin's family background. Both parents deceased, alone in the world. He was indeed an easy target. After the modification was complete, no one would pay him any particular attention. The master's army of modified humans would gain another member. Zhou Lin, I never expected you to clear the level. I've been waiting here for you for ages. I was worried something had happened to you and was about to go back to help. Hearing Song Ming's insincere words, Zhou Lin couldn't help but sneer inwardly. But outwardly, his expression betrayed the nervousness and embarrassment of someone who'd narrowly escaped death. Pure luck. Zhou Lin replied in a hurried tone. Upon hearing this, Song Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly before continuing, let's go. We're heading to the boss stage. You test the boss first. I'll cover your back. Test the waters? Cover your back? The moment Zhou Lin heard those 4 words, he knew something fishy was up. Test me? Or suppress himself and make a show of strength? If so, then taste the might of the flying ant army. As soon as Song Ming entered the boss stage, Zhou Lin followed closely behind. the moment both of them entered the boss stage. Sunny and the vice principal in his business attire on the Secret Realm Plaza were both fidgeting with restless anticipation. 1 minute had passed since the challenge began. This minute felt like an eternity. Especially for Sunny, who was constantly worried that Zhou Lin had perished inside. To see such a prodigy appear before him only to vanish like a shooting star, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Just then, a bright, pure figure slowly approached. It was Zhou Lin. Behind her followed several classmates who had witnessed Zhou Lin's miraculous run through the levels with their own eyes. They all stood at the entrance of the Lingjiang City Secret Realm Zone 4. Principal, have you still not found Zhou Lin? Zhou Lin scanned the area with her eyes but saw no sign of Zhou Lin nearby before asking. Sunny sighed softly, wiping the sweat from his face. We've found him. Just look up at the screen. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhou Lin and the others' gazes locked onto the screen's display. Challenger, Zhou Lin? Hell level difficulty? Giant ruins? Matching level 20? Zhou Lin's eyes widened in shock. Her expression froze in that instant, as if the words before her had struck a chord deep within her heart. She stood there like a statue, only her fingers trembling slightly. Zhou Lin. He's actually tackling a level 20 secret realm? How could he level up so fast? It's completely unreasonable. It wasn't just Zhou Lin. Several classmates beside her had witnessed Zhou Lin progressing all the way from the initial Goblin Tribe dungeon to this point. But the starting Goblin Tribe was only level 2. The current Giant Ruins had randomly assigned a difficulty level and it had jumped straight to level 20. Are you kidding me? Sunny noticed their stunned expressions and blurted out, I'm just as confused as you are. Isn't Zhou Lin's summoned beast just a bronze tier level 1 red earth ant? It's only level 2. How dare he attempt a level 20 secret realm dungeon already? But the reason it matched us with a level 20 difficulty is probably not him, but rather, that Song Ming. Song Ming? At the mention of that name, Zhou Lin fell deep in thought. She had indeed heard her father mention this man, an A-rank professional, a fist master. Level 17. Rumor had it he had an ambiguous relationship with her homeroom teacher, Chu Mei. For some reason, he had joined the Killing Guild and completely changed his previous style, becoming effeminate. From her father, she learned that her homeroom teacher, Chu Mei, was a modifier and a founding member of the Killing Guild. It was highly likely that Chu Mei had threatened and modified her, forcing this drastic change in demeanor. How could Zhou Lin be matched with him for a dungeon run? This was utterly baffling. Could it be that homeroom teacher Chu Mei has set her sights on Zhou Lin too? Otherwise, why would Zhou Lin be grinding so relentlessly to level up? As these thoughts settled in, Zhou Lin's heart began to race and her breathing grew unnaturally rapid. No. Absolutely not. Zhou Lin has helped me so much before. If he really is facing this threat, I have to help him. Zhou Lin stood rooted to the spot, her gaze fixed on the screen. Deep down, she began to worry. Level 20, it was beyond her wildest imagination. Meanwhile, inside the Giant Ruins boss chamber, a colossal skeleton rose from its massive skeletal throne, a crimson battle blade gripped in its hand. Its purple-black, decaying cloak billowed in the wind. As it rose, its hollow eyes emitted a faint crimson glow amidst the decaying miasma it exhaled. Type, Skeleton Warlord Boss, High Level. Level, 20. HP, 120,000. Skills, Bloodblade Frenzy, Divine/Skeleton Blade Realm. Description, a terrifying skeletal warrior whose battle blade is drenched in the blood of countless trial participants. A single cut spreads decaying poison rapidly, killing you instantly. Skeleton Warlord? This was Zhou Lin's first time venturing into a secret realm housing skeletal creatures. Most of his knowledge came from textbooks. Skeleton tribes are divided into low, medium, and high tiers. Their leaders are the skeleton generals, skeleton kings, and skeleton lords. Looks like another tough nut to crack. Zhou Lin glanced over, his gaze shifting to Song Yang standing beside him. Chapter 24, Flying Ant's Explosive Power, Hundredfold. Vote Request. Song Yang's eyes flickered as his gaze settled on Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin, let's join forces and take down the boss as quickly as possible. Agreed. Without further words, Zhou Lin raised his hand and summoned a level 6 magnetic explosion flying ant from his summoning space. Upon seeing the flying ant Zhou Lin had summoned, Song Yang's eyes widened in surprise. He knew from his master that Zhou Lin had indeed awakened as a summoner. An S-rank class, but unfortunately, his first summoned beast was the lowest tier red earth ant. Now, seeing the tiny insect before him shimmering with crimson and black light, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. This little bug does look slightly different from the red earth ant, but the difference doesn't seem that great. Its level isn't high either. For this kid to reach this place, could it be thanks to that diamond-grade equipment he's wearing? He really is hiding his depth well. Song Ming also stacked diamond-grade and star glory-grade gear onto himself, his figure flickering as he prepared for battle. He's held back until now. Is he planning to show off later? Well, I'll show off first. Seeing his opponent move, Zhou Lin made no attempt to hide his intentions. He commanded his release level 6 magnetic explosion flying ants to launch a tentative attack on the boss. Standing nearby, Song Ming nearly laughed out loud at Zhou Lin's cautious combat posture. He thought Zhou Lin's summoned creatures were actually pretty capable, but now it seemed they weren't all that impressive after all. They'd likely cleared the previous stage without killing many skeleton warriors, relying solely on their gear to escape. Since my master has given me orders, I'll teach him a harsh lesson. I'll shatter its gear, destroy its summoned beast, and leave it powerless to resist. The thought of ruthlessly destroying him soon filled Song Ming with an inexplicable anticipation. Zhou Lin commanded the level 6 magnetic explosion flying ant to swarm around the skeleton general, repeatedly biting and probing. Skeleton General HP 214. Skeleton General HP 211. Due to its swift aerial evasion, the skeleton general swung his battle axe but failed to strike the magnetic explosion flying ant. However, the blade's shockwaves grazed the ant, still causing its health bar to decrease. A few more such strikes would likely finish off this magnetic blast flying ant. After waiting a moment and seeing no action from Song Ming, Zhou Lin feigned struggle. Please lend a hand. I'm having trouble handling this. Hearing this, Song Yang's heart surged with excitement as he slowly began to activate his skill. Hold on, I'm coming. His figure flickered as boxing gloves materialized in his hands, aimed directly at the boss skeleton warlord. His punch grazed the skeleton war general, inflicting pain and forcing it to retreat toward Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin had already recognized Song Ming's trickery and feigned composure. Zhou Lin, watch out for the boss. Song Ming mimicked a monkey to warn Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin remained rooted to the spot, issuing a direct command to his level 6 magnetic blast flying ant. Magnetic pull, self-destruct. Both talent entries activated simultaneously, providing the perfect opportunity to test whether a level 6 self-destruct could unleash a hundredfold increase in destructive power. Could a level 6 self-destruct match the power of a level 21? As the command reached the queen ant, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Within the summoning space, the queen ant emitted sonic waves, transmitting the self-destruct command to the level 6 magnetic blast ant outside through her species' unique communication method. Upon receiving the command, the magnetic blast flying ant emitted a buzzing vibration, halting its flight and hovering in place. A peculiar magnetic field rippled outward from its body like water waves. The magnetic force activated, instantly accelerating the enraged boss skeleton warrior toward Zhou Lin. Simultaneously, Zhou Lin activated his speed boots and retreated at lightning speed, vanishing like a flash. Song Yang, who had been ready to watch the show, was left utterly baffled by Zhou Lin's summoned creature's actions. Logically, shouldn't Zhou Lin have fled swiftly with his summoned beast? Why wasn't he following the expected playbook? In the blink of an eye, Zhou Lin had already retreated to Song Yang's side. Without slowing his escape, he continued backward, practically reaching the entrance of the boss stage. Song Yang turned his head, pondering Zhou Lin's baffling maneuver. Escape? Why flee? Abandoning his summoned beast to escape? For a summoner, it was indeed possible. But the cost was permanent loss of that summoned beast. If he only has one summoned beast in his lifetime, then he's as good as dead. Their future would be utterly destroyed. Moreover, summoning only a red earth ant on his first attempt was essentially a death sentence. Logically speaking, the first summoned beast is always low tier. Even if subsequent summons succeed, they'll remain low tier. Worse still, there was a high probability he wouldn't be able to summon a second one at all. Song Yang, who had been puzzled and bewildered moments ago, now sneered inwardly, his excitement mounting. Who'd have thought you'd fall right into the trap I set for you? Then I'll witness your summoned beast being destroyed with my own eyes. Zhou Lin, your summoned beast. Don't you want it anymore? I'll help your summoned beast out. He feigned a few steps forward, his fist swinging wildly as if searching for a target. The punch landed on the side, clearly not aiming for the boss at all. Song Yang had seen through this entire charade. Zhou Lin retreated to the entrance and stopped dead in his tracks. He silently watched Song Yang. Just as Song Yang gloated, convinced he had everything under control. The boss, dragged into position, sensed danger. But like prey locked onto by a predator, no matter how it struggled to escape, that ant clung to its side. As the peril reached its peak, Song Yang saw the odd-looking flying ant shrouded in white smoke, its abdomen abnormally mutated, scorching hot and crimson. The flying ant buzzed as it flapped its wings, its entire body growing increasingly scorching hot. At that moment, Song Yang sensed something was terribly wrong, his expression turning grim. But even with his star-shining great equipment, his escape was too late. The next second. Boom! The flying ant's body tore apart, its swollen abdomen exploding outward. The energy released by the explosion of the ant, barely the size of a fingertip, radiated outward from a tiny point. 1 fold, 2 folds, 3 folds, 100-fold. The searing energy coalesced, half of it slamming into the boss. Song Yang, standing nearby, was also caught in the blast. The wear level of his diamond-grade equipment instantly skyrocketed to 100%. His diamond-grade top, pants, and boots were all caught in the blast. After his top gear shattered, his health bar plummeted by more than half. His face drained of color as the energy blast sent him flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. How is this possible? Is this still a red earth ant? Chapter 25, Magnetic Blast Flying Ant, Self-Destruction Votes Needed. His dark pupils dilated, the edges of his irises trembling slightly like a frightened cat. It was already bizarre that the tiny insect flying in the air could emit gravitational pull. What was most unexpected was that Zhou Lin had actually chosen to have his summoned beast self-destruct. Sacrificing his summoned beast was tantamount to throwing away his future in destiny. What he couldn't grasp at all was the sheer destructive power unleashed by this summoned beast's self-destruction. It far exceeded his expectations. Song Ming slowly rose from the ground, his eyes flickering with a hint of murderous intent as he glared at Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin, why did you detonate your summoned beast and drag me into it? What exactly do you want? Zhou Lin stared in shock as his summoned beast's explosion nearly leveled the entire boss chamber. Some intermediate and low-level skeleton warriors were instantly obliterated by the explosive force, leaving nothing behind. Was this the power of a hundredfold self-destruction? And this was merely the explosive force unleashed by a single level 6 magnetic explosion flying ant. What if there were 2, 3, or even more of these higher-level flying ants? What kind of devastating destruction would that unleash? The thought sent a chill down Zhou Lin's spine. Sorry, the situation was genuinely critical just now, so I had no choice but to trigger the self-destruct. Besides, wasn't this the outcome you wanted? By now, Zhou Lin had verified the flying ants, achieved his desired outcome, and even taught Song Yang a lesson in the process. He'd crippled the boss too, truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Hearing Zhou Lin's final words, Song Yang's expression shifted. Song Ming no longer held back, his face twitching slightly as he cleared his throat twice. So it was true, Zhou Lin. I actually thought you'd be so easy to deal with. Now it seems everything I did earlier was a joke. To awaken and unlock your profession today, yet already reach this level, truly a genius among geniuses. Indeed, only such a prodigy could warrant the master's keen interest in you, his desire to possess you. Zhou Lin. I advise you to abandon any thoughts of resistance. Even if your abilities are extraordinary, within Linhai City, you cannot escape the master's grasp. Becoming the master's modified human will bring you immense benefits. Don't forget you're just a student who hasn't even been accepted into university yet. I was once like you, struggling, but only after reaping the rewards did I realize how sweet it is. Hearing Song Yang's spiel, Zhou Lin's ears were practically calloused. Master? So he really was a modified human altered by their homeroom teacher, Chu Mei. His purpose in coming here was to intimidate and test Zhou Lin's true capabilities. Little did he expect Zhou Lin's strength to have grown so rapidly. As for his boastful claims about being completely under his control and how sweet it all smelled. Before obtaining the system, if forced into a corner, he might have considered agreeing to deceive the other party. At worst, he'd just get wet and let the other guy have his way, no real loss there. But with the system now, such empty promises were best left unsaid. Amir, even if he was an elder of the Killing Guild, even if his methods were beyond compare. If I unleashed tens of thousands of flying ants to swarm her face and detonate, I'd bet my life her so-called divine abilities wouldn't save her. Since you think your master's abilities are unmatched, let's see if you have the guts to get out of here. Zhou Lin saw no point in further banter. He stood aside, watching the boss advance toward him. The skeleton war general, gravely wounded, trembled violently from head to toe. Low and mid-level skeleton warriors emerged from the ground only to be seized, their very essence forcibly drained dry. After consuming several, the skeleton war general's health bar had already recovered to half. Sensing the danger, Song Ming frantically swallowed the blue potions and pills he had brought. As the potions entered his body, his health bar gradually began to recover. The skeleton warlord swung its cleaver down toward him. The flying ants' explosions had caused varying degrees of damage to his equipment. His boots, in particular, had been crippled, reducing his speed by at least half. Before he could react, the blow sliced off a third of his restored health bar. Zhou Lin, I remember what you did today. Once I'm out, I'll report it truthfully to the master. Now that you've lost your summoned beast, I can't leave, and neither can you. If you wish to die here, you may stand idly by. Song Ming's eyes burned with hatred for Zhou Lin, his teeth clenched so hard he could barely contain the urge to kill him right then and there. But, he was here on orders. This was a candidate personally selected by the master. If he killed him, his own survival would be impossible. A faint smile touched Zhou Lin's lips as he spoke slowly. Who says I only have one summoned beast? He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Rip! The previously still space tore open. A flying ant emerged, its wings fluttering, ripples radiating from its body, its abdomen swollen, and its entire form gleaming with a metallic sheen. Song Yang's eyes widened in utter shock. Another summoned beast, and it was the exact same one. Could this kid possibly have 2 summoned beasts? Immediately after, Zhou Lin snapped his fingers again. Another identical summoned beast drifted out from the spatial pocket. Then, 3 more, 4, 5. A full 5 flying ants emerged from the summoning space, flapping their wings. Song Yang was utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't he supposed to have only summoned 1 bronze tier level 1 red soil ant? Why did these red earth ants look different from the ones he'd seen earlier? The aura emanating from them, especially their abdomens, felt like they were carrying massive compressed energy. If triggered, it would be a heavyweight bomb. Moreover, where did these 5 summoned creatures come from? There's no precedent for this in the entire history of summoners. Amidst his shock, Zhou Lin had already issued a command to one of the magnetic explosion flying ants. Song Ming, I'll lend you a hand. The magnetic blast ant flapped its wings and swiftly closed in on the skeleton warrior. Self-destruct. The self-destruct command, relayed from Zhou Lin, was immediately transmitted down from the mother unit. Upon receiving the directive, the magnetic blast flying ant released its magnetic force, pulling both the skeleton warlord and Song Ming together. Song Ming desperately clung to the ground, attempting to escape using his diamond-grade, even-star glory-grade equipment. But the magnetic pole erupted with blinding speed, trapping them both within the swarm's center. Thus, they couldn't resist the magnetic force at all and were pulled in. Boom! The explosive force unleashed was like a miniature nuclear bomb detonating on the spot. Zhou Lin had already retreated to a safe distance, deploying the 4 magnetic blast ants in front of him to form a protective net that blocked the shockwave. Song Ming screamed in despair, "Zhou Lin, I'm from the Killing Guild. If you dare kill me, the Killing Guild won't let you off. The Master will torture you mercilessly in the future. He'll make you wish you were dead." Chapter 26, Song Ming's Demise, Zhou Lin's Victory. The level 6 magnetic explosion ants detonated, instantly vaporizing Song Yang into fragments under the intense energy blast. Scattered across the ground lay piles of diamond-grade, gold-grade, and even 1-star-grade equipment piece. But, even after being blasted apart, the skeleton war general rose from its mangled remains, its gaze fixed unwaveringly on Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin hadn't anticipated that unleashing that self-destruct force again wouldn't finish it off completely. Keep going. Charge. The snapping of fingers echoed again. A level 6 magnetic explosion flying ant in front of him swiftly charged toward the skeleton war general. The skeleton general, seeing the ants closing in once more, let out a piercing howl. Low and mid-level skeletons began burrowing up from the ground, converging on him. Guards positioned themselves before the skeleton war general, attempting to block the explosive force. But Zhou Lin's lips curved into a faint smile as he snapped his fingers once more. Another level 6 magnetic explosion flying ants swiftly followed suit, charging forward. Boom! The first magnetic blast flying ant sucked in the skeleton horde, blocking its path. The explosion erupted, sweeping across the area and obliterating all skeletons, both those already out and those still crawling from underground. The magnetic blast flying ant that followed closely behind slammed directly into the face of the skeleton war general. Before the shockwaves had fully dissipated, magnetic force surged again, pulling the skeleton warlord toward it. Boom! The self-detonation ignited like a miniature nuclear blast, instantly reducing the skeleton warlord's health bar to 0. Bones flew everywhere as it vanished into nothingness. Ding! Congratulations on defeating boss LV-20 skeleton warlord. Experience points plus 2,425. Ding! Congratulations on defeating LV-14 berserker skeleton intermediate. Experience points plus 451. Receive 30% held difficulty bonus. Receive 10% boss kill bonus. Ding! Congratulations on defeating LV-17 assault skeleton intermediate. Experience points plus 784. Receive 30% held difficulty bonus. Ding! Congratulations, your summon pet magnetic explosion queen ant has leveled up to level 13. Ding! Congratulations! Your summon pet magnetic blast queen ant has leveled up to 14. Ding! Congratulations! Your summon creature magnetic blast queen ant has leveled up to 15. Ding! Congratulations! The magnetic blast flying ant spawned by your summon creature magnetic blast queen ant has leveled up to 12. Ding! Congratulations! The magnetic blast flying ant spawned by your summon creature magnetic blast queen ant has leveled up to 15. Ding! Congratulations! Your profession level has increased to 11. Ding! Congratulations! Your profession level has increased to 12. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained 1 divine tier gold stat slot lottery chance. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 divine tier gold stat slot lottery chance. The ringing sounds echoed in Zhou Lin's ears, causing his expression to flicker with disbelief. A level 20 boss just got taken down by him? The divine great gold attribute explosion was truly devastating, a 100-fold increase in damage. Even a god would have to cover their backside and run. Not only had he taken down the boss, but Song Yang, who had been testing him, had also met his end here. The only uncertainty was whether his subsequent death and regret would draw scrutiny from the Killing Guild. But dying while attempting a dungeon run as a party was nothing unusual in the annals of history. Who could guarantee absolute safety? Besides, he was only level 17, tackling a randomly scaled hell difficulty run. Class advisor Chu Mei is part of the Slaughter Guild. Who knows how many professionals in Linjiang City she's secretly harmed? Let them taste the sting of a swarm of flying ants shoving themselves right in their faces. Zhou Lin's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the equipment lying on the ground. Ding! Congratulations on picking up a level 20 diamond grade tier 5 Linglong arm. Ding. Congratulations on picking up 1 LV20 diamond grade tier 5 skeleton stone. Ding. Congratulations on picking up 1 LV20 diamond grade tier 4 skeleton crystal. Zhou Lin began collecting and shattering the items as he went. At this point, he could set aside some higher level gear to consign at the Thunder Shop for sale. The rest would all be crushed. Ding. Congratulations on crushing a level 16 diamond grade tier 1 skeleton top. Gold plus 324. Ding. Congratulations on shredding a level 17 diamond grade tier 1 skeleton pants. Gold plus 237. Zhou Lin picked up and crushed items simultaneously. After pulverizing every piece of equipment within the entire boss chamber, he recalled all the flying ants and exited the secret realm. Meanwhile, numerous adventurers in the Lingjiang City Secret Realm Zone 4 silently watched the Skeleton Forbidden Land Secret Realm. Sunny, Xiao and others stared intently at the screen displaying the dungeon progress, their eyes filled with urgency. It's been 2 minutes now. Who knows what's really going on in there? That guy Song Ming belongs to the Killing Guild. Heard he's got a lot of blood on his hands over the years. Who knows if Zhou Lin encountering him is a blessing or a curse? Sunny couldn't help but speak up as he watched. Xiao Lin stood rooted to the spot, her eyes darting back and forth as her heartbeat quickened. But just then, the previously static challenge information suddenly began to refresh and change. Secret Realm, Skeleton Forbidden Zone, Difficulty, Hell Tier, Challenger, Song Ming, Status, Dead. Death? Everyone stared intently at those two characters. Dead. Someone had actually died. Xiao Lin immediately covered her mouth, her eyes fixed intently on the screen. The teammate who went through the dungeon with Zhou Lin was dead. What about Zhou Lin? Sunny saw the death notification for Song Yang, his hand shot up and his face turned pale. Song Yang, a level 17 player, had died in the secret realm? What about Zhou Lin, who was lower level than him? Was he also in grave danger? Sunny, Xiao Lin, and the others, too stunned to react, fixed their eyes on the screen. Dungeon, Skeleton Forbidden Zone, Difficulty, Hell Mode, Challenger, Zhou Lin, Status, Success, Time taken, 2 minutes 31 seconds. Success? He actually succeeded. Xiao Lin stood frozen, hands covering her mouth as she stared at the unfolding scene. Zhou Lin actually cleared the dungeon? This is a level 20 secret realm. Even Song Ming from the Slaughter Guild died here. How did Zhou Lin manage to clear it? Could it be that Song Yang sacrificed his life to clear it? The thought flashed through Xiao Lin's mind before she immediately dismissed it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sunny plopped down onto a rock behind them, his eyes wide with disbelief. Zhou Lin. How did that kid pull it off? Is he that god tier? With his current abilities, getting into the best Holy City University should be a breeze. Is Genoa High about to produce a super genius? It wasn't just them. Other practitioners following the news were equally stunned. The white-haired old man sitting on the rock slapped his thigh upon seeing the screen's message. Feast time. It really is feast time. Too bad it's only one person's feast now. Amidst the gasps, a flash of light erupted at the secret realm's exit. A figure emerged, flickering as it slowly stepped out. Chapter 27, The Principal's Interrogation, Stunned Votes Needed. The youth's outline gradually took shape, a towering figure with chiseled features, radiating masculine integrity. Not a single scar marred his body. The moment Zhou Lin stepped out, his gaze swept across the room, immediately locking onto several familiar faces. The principal, vice principal, Xiao Lin, and several classmates. Why were they all here? During the gate-clearing phase, Zhou Lin had outright refused the principal's invitation to meet. Now they'd tracked him down here. It seemed this meeting was unavoidable. Zhou Lin took a deep breath, steadying his gaze. The moment Sunny saw Zhou Lin appear, his heart began racing. It was like opening a blind box, knowing full well there was risk involved, and the odds were stacked against getting anything worthwhile. But in the end, he discovered the item inside was exceptionally precious. Zhou Lin, are you okay? Sunny immediately rushed over, circling Zhou Lin to assess his condition. After scanning him thoroughly and confirming Zhou Lin had no injuries, he finally relaxed. What astonished him was that Zhou Lin had been clearing stages paired with Song Ming, yet he hadn't sustained a single scratch. This didn't add up. Judging by the look on his face, he didn't seem to have experienced extreme terror. Instead, he appeared completely unfazed. Principal, I'm fine. Sunny breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Alright, that's good. This place is crowded and full of prying eyes. How about we find somewhere else to talk? Sunny glanced around and noticed the strange looks directed at them. After all, Song Yang had died during the challenge. This incident would inevitably trigger investigations from both the Killers Guild and the Linhai City Professional Association. If Zhou Lin wasn't too deeply involved, it would be fine. But if he was too deeply implicated, that would spell trouble. Zhou Lin gave a slight nod and followed them out. The moment their group departed, the entire Linhai City Secret Realm Zone 4 descended into chaos. Personnel from the Thunder Guild responsible for Secret Realm 4 arrived to handle the aftermath. For professionals who perished directly within the realm, there was no hope of retrieving anything from them. Therefore, they could only relay the news to his family and affiliated guild. After leaving, Zhou Lin and his companions arrived at a quiet cafe. After securing a private booth, only Zhou Lin and Sunny remained in the room. Sunny didn't beat around the bush. He asked directly, "Zhou Lin, your performance after awakening was truly beyond my expectations. I wonder if we misjudged your summoned beast during the awakening?" Hearing the principal's direct inquiry didn't surprise him. The principal's inquiry via the chat panel likely stemmed from his concern that they had misjudged Zhou Lin's true potential during the awakening. Later, Zhou Lin, eager to level up quickly, had anticipated that his actions might draw the school's attention. What he hadn't anticipated was the principal's swiftness. It seemed that the absence of any S-rank or higher class awakenings this year had made him anxious. Manhwa Academy was once a venerable institution, having cultivated countless S-rank professionals who contributed significantly to the prosperity of the human race. But over the past decade or so, it had been steadily declining. If this continued, even its major shareholders, the Thunder Union and the Slaughter Union, would withdraw their investments and reduce funding. Once this precedent was set, Manhwa Middle School would inevitably decline further. As the principal, he absolutely cannot allow that. "Principal, there was no misjudgment during the awakening process. My summoned beast was indeed the lowest tier red earth ant, but it mutated during my subsequent training." Zhou Lin paused, then offered an alternative explanation to smooth things over. After all, summoned beasts could mutate when imbued with god-tier golden traits. But revealing the truth about activating the god-tier golden attribute was absolutely out of the question. Otherwise, he might end up being treated as some kind of freak, used as a lab rat for research. Such an outrageously powerful thing was his precious treasure. Mutations? Zhou Lin didn't elaborate, leaving Sunny feeling utterly confused. His curiosity, already piqued, now reached new heights. "When you say mutation, what kind of mutation are you referring to specifically? If it's a summoned beast mutation, that's something that's never been seen on Blue Star before." Sun Yi's voice trembled with excitement as he stared intently at Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin thought for a moment before continuing, "When my summoned beast levels up, it might undergo significant enhancements. Could its quality grade also increase through mutation? Quality grade can mutate too?" Hiss. After hearing Zhou Lin's words firsthand, Sun Yi's expression turned eerily unsettled, shifting between shock and disbelief. Such a phenomenon had never occurred on Blue Star. Despite interacting with countless practitioners, this was the first time he'd heard of a summoned beast's quality evolving and mutating alongside its level. Typically, once a summoned beast awakens at a certain level, its level increases, but its quality and species remain permanently fixed. This. I wonder if you could release your summoned beast for me to see. After a moment of deep thought, Sunny decided to take the risk and ask. This matter was of immense significance. If Zhou Lin's claim held true, the very history of the summoner profession would be rewritten. Manhwa Middle School might very well be on the verge of producing an unimaginably powerful summoner. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin slowly nodded. He raised his hand, tore open the summoning space, and called forth an 8th-level magnetic explosion flying ant. The magnetic blast ant immediately captured everyone's attention. Sun Yi immediately stood up, bending over to peer at it closely. Its overall outline, body coloration, limb structure, even the intricate details within its eyes, the hairs, and mouthparts were all meticulously examined. The more he looked, the more his heart pounded with dread. Finally, he stepped back a few paces, breathing heavily through his nostrils. For the ant before him was no longer a red soil ant. It had transformed into a species he did not recognize. The aura emanating from its body, especially when his gaze fell upon its abdomen, conveyed a powerful sensation. Hidden within its abdomen lay an utterly terrifying energy. If that energy were unleashed all at once, he'd be dead or crippled. Sunny swallowed hard, hesitating for a long moment before finally asking Zhou Lin, I wonder how far these red soil ants have mutated by now? Though it looks small, I sense a terrifying power lurking within its body. If that force were unleashed all at once, it would absolutely blow me to bits. Zhou Lin hadn't expected the principal's vigilance to be so acute. Once an 8th-level magnetic explosion flying ant detonated itself, the resulting blast would wipe out anything within a 20-level radius. The closer one was, the more devastating the aftermath. Zhou Lin cleared his throat, pondered for a few seconds, then confessed. This red soil ant has now evolved into an 8th-level magnetic blast flying ant. The energy the principal sensed in its abdomen earlier is the devastating force unleashed by its self-destruction, a measure taken only as a last resort. At these words, Sunny sucked in a sharp breath. Chapter 28, The Pact with Principal Sun both sought. Self-destruction? Self-destruction? Who in their right mind would make their summoned beast self-destruct? Once it self-destructed, his summoned beast would be ruined. And as its summoner, wouldn't he be ruined too? If it was mutation, had his red soil ant already mutated to this extent? Beyond the sheer terror of self-destruction, this ant had grown wings capable of flight. Its mandibles were sharp and menacing, now featuring a slender proboscis that looked sharp enough to pierce steel. Its entire body radiated a metallic sheen. Worst of all, how long had it been since Zhou Lin's summoned beast reached level 8? Not even a full day. Defying the heavens? But not to this extent. Sun Yi's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg, his eyes bulging like glass marbles. For a moment, he was utterly speechless. After regaining his composure, he pressed on with his meticulous inquiry. Zhou Lin, what is your current class level? At this sensitive question, Zhou Lin's eyes flickered. He replied slowly, level 8. Level 8? Whoosh! Sun Yi gasped, utterly dumbfounded. How had he managed to raise his profession level to 8 in less than a day? What kind of insane progression rate was this? If he had a few more days, wouldn't he shoot straight to the heavens? No player in Linjiang City had ever shown such a breakneck pace of improvement. Even nationwide, it was unheard of. A genius, truly a genius. Zhou Lin. Regarding your summoned beast in rank, it's best not to reveal too much. Otherwise, it might cause unnecessary trouble. It's been over a decade since Manhwa Academy produced an S rank or higher practitioner. A prodigy like you, defying the heavens, is a once-in-a-century occurrence. I believe Manhwa Academy can be revitalized by your brilliance. Your admission to Holy City University should pose no problem. The day after tomorrow, Manhwa High will conduct its professional admission review. I'll resubmit your information. With your abilities, I'm confident you can be admitted through special consideration. After confirming Zhou Lin's status, Sun Yi immediately began issuing instructions. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin promptly cautioned, agreed. However, Principal Sun, I insist that not a single detail about my current status or the submitted report be disclosed to my homeroom teacher. Not disclose it to his homeroom teacher? Chu Mei? Sun Yi was taken aback by Zhou Lin's sudden request. Could it be that Zhou Lin and Chu Mei had some kind of falling out? Sun Yi pressed quickly, Zhou Lin, is there some issue between you and your homeroom teacher? I recall your grades are usually quite good, and she's the one who applied for your scholarships. You seem to be well looked after. Favored? Hearing this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but sneer inwardly. She really knew how to hide her true self. She presents such a pristine image, yet her inner self is utterly filthy. Principal Sun must know about Chu Mei's profession. He probably doesn't know how many people she's secretly modified, does he? But even if he did know, it would likely be useless. With the authority of a killing guild elder, even if her secrets were uncovered, the worst consequence would be losing her position. The only way to completely eradicate this cancerous growth named Chu Mei is to eliminate her outright. And to topple the killing guild that stands behind her. But that was an impossibly daunting task. Zhou Lin could only rely on his own strength to evade her deadly grasp for now. Principal Sun, there are certain matters I cannot elaborate on. This is my sole request. I implore you to agree. Otherwise, I may withdraw my enrollment. After all, there are many paths to advancement. Upon hearing this, Sun Yi immediately dismissed his own overthinking. If he angered Zhou Lin, the school's sole prodigy Manhwa Middle School's future would be lost. If Zhou Lin could enter Shangchun University through their school, Manhwa Middle School would undoubtedly rise to prominence. Add another prodigy, and their ascent would be unstoppable. Agreed. I won't pry further, but for the next couple days, student Zhou, you must be cautious and avoid wandering around. Song Ming, who was with you during the trial, is dead. Behind him stands the Killing Guild, the most vicious guild in Linjiang City. We can't afford to cross them. I've already communicated with the Thunder Guild. Given your circumstances, you couldn't have caused his death. We'll do our best to distance you from the situation going forward. Sun Yi emphasized this point repeatedly. Zhou Lin was the prized student of Manhwa Middle School. It had been years since Linjiang City had produced a student from Holy City University. That hope must not be shattered. Zhou Lin nodded. After chatting with Sun Yi, the two stepped out of the private coffee room. The vice principal, Xiao Lin, and other students waiting outside had been looking around anxiously. After all, this was a private conversation between Principal Sun and Zhou Lin, who knew what they discussed inside. Sun Yi stepped out first and addressed the group immediately. Alright, there's nothing more to discuss. Let's head back to campus. I have something to discuss with you all shortly. The vice principal nodded and led the way out of the coffee shop. Xiao Lin and the others glanced at Principal Sun before shifting their gaze to Zhou Lin, who had just emerged from the rear. Zhou Lin's eyes flickered as he met Xiao Lin's gaze. Xiao Lin felt a flutter in her heart, slowly shifting her gaze before nodding in response. Alright. Zhou Lin observed Xiao Lin with interest. Though he hadn't spoken a single word to her since he first began the challenge. He could clearly sense her curiosity about his situation. As for that curiosity, Zhou Lin preferred she remained unaware. Better safe than sorry. Even if it did, she probably wouldn't be afraid. After all, her father was the head of the Thunder Guild, one of the top guilds in Linjiang City. Once everyone had departed, Zhou Lin turned and sped toward the Thunder Store. The moment she emerged from the secret realm, she could sense the agitation of the Queen Ant and her offspring. The divine tear trait had imbued them with an insatiable hunger, a hunger beyond comparison to ordinary creatures. Now starved to the point of trembling within the summoning space, the Queen Ant began relentlessly draining energy from the flying ants' bodies. Without a constant energy supply, it was highly likely that a large number of offspring would be sucked dry and die. Therefore, there was no time to waste. Seems I'll need to stockpile more demon beast flesh in my backpack. Feeding them periodically will ensure their sustenance, guarantee the queen ant's offspring reproduction, and maintain their steady level growth. With this objective set, Zhou Lin accelerated toward the Thunder Shop. Before long, his figure had entered the shop interior. The girl standing behind the counter was still muttering about Zhou Lin's earlier actions. Her gaze snapped up to see Zhou Lin reappear, and her relaxed demeanor instantly tensed. Chapter 29, Purchasing Soul Crystals and Demon Beast Flesh Vote Request. She hadn't expected Zhou Lin to return so soon after leaving. Hello, sir. May I ask if you'd like to continue your exchange, or are you here to purchase something? The short-haired girl looked at Zhou Lin, dressed in a student uniform, with surprise and asked gently. Zhou Lin made no attempt to conceal his intentions, placing the diamond-grade, 5th-tier equipment he had obtained from the Skeleton Forbidden Zone on the counter. As for Song Yang's shattered diamond-grade and star glory grade gear, he had already crushed them into gold coins. If he hadn't destroyed them, bringing them out into the market would have created another clue pointing back to him. When the short-haired girl saw Zhou Lin bring out the diamond-tier level 5 equipment, she gently covered her mouth with her soft little hand. Sculpted arms, skull stone, and all diamond-grade tier 5. Handsome guy, where did you even get all this gear? It's all so high quality. Are you going to exchange it for something specific this time? Zhou Lin raised a finger and shook it gently. Direct exchange would be a huge loss. There was absolutely no need for gear of this caliber. Please store and sell these 5 pieces for me. I'm not in a rush. The short-haired girl immediately began recording Zhou Lin's identity information upon understanding his request, then handed him a Thunder card. Thunder cards were exclusive spending cards for the Thunder Guild. Once consignment sales succeeded, the proceeds would be deposited directly onto this card, so consignors had nothing to worry about. After completing the leveling process and successfully receiving the card, Zhou Lin moved on to his second objective. Soul Crystals. His current backpack slots totaled a whopping 102. This was nowhere near sufficient for his future needs. I'd like to ask, how much gold does a single soul crystal cost? The moment Zhou Lin's question landed, the short-haired girl replied, 500 gold coins each. 500 gold coins each? Well, that's still within his means. He currently possessed a total of 32,045 gold coins. He'd purchase 400 stones first. Please give me 400 stones. I'll pay directly with gold coins. 400? The short-haired girl was startled, nearly gasping in surprise. 400? That's 20,000 gold coins. For some higher-level job changers, it might not be much, but the guy in front of her was just a student. A student throwing down 20,000 gold coins like that? Unheard of. Could it be that she'd misjudged him earlier? Was this handsome guy actually a second-generation professional with endless gold coins at home? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Could it be you don't have enough soul crystals? Zhou Lin watched her hesitate in place and couldn't help but ask. The short-haired girl snapped out of her daze and sprang into action, turning to head into the backroom. She emerged moments later with a bag of soul crystals in hand. Without hesitation, Zhou Lin stowed the soul crystals into his backpack. He promptly swiped the gold coins to her. After receiving the gold coins Zhou Lin had transferred, she remained in a dazed state. By the way, do you have any affordable yet blood-rich demon beast flesh for sale? Procuring sufficient quantities of demon beast flesh was Zhou Lin's most urgent need at present. Just a moment ago, he could still clearly sense the agitation of the queen ants and flying ants within his summoning space. Thunder Commerce certainly sold demon beast flesh, specifically for feeding to the pets of beast tamers. Some precious demon beast flesh was also sold to human class changers for consumption. But Zhou Lin didn't need that kind of extremely expensive flesh. He only needed flesh rich in vital energy. That was what would benefit his summoned beasts most. The short-haired girl was a bit puzzled by Zhou Lin's request but answered truthfully. We do have some. However, if you're looking for something affordable with a strong blood essence, we currently have 100 freshly slaughtered level 5 blood essence bison available. Each costs around 100 gold coins. If you need them, I can retrieve them for you immediately. 100 heads, and all level 5? That was still far too few for so many summoned beasts. However, Zhou Lin had heard of blood-chi oxen beasts with exceptionally potent blood energy that couldn't be farmed in any secret realm within Linhai City. Otherwise, if Zhou Lin had encountered them, he would have definitely stockpiled some to bring out, tossing a few in whenever his summoned beasts got hungry. I'll take them all. Just charge me in gold coins. Zhou Lin didn't want to waste any more time. When it came to summoned beasts, one couldn't be stingy. After all, these creatures risked their lives for him. Who knows? Those flying ants might be ruthlessly ordered to self-destruct by Zhou Lin. Even if they had to explode, they deserved to be well fed before their final journey. It wasn't just about loyalty. Mainly, a full stomach meant a more powerful explosion. Alright, I'll fetch them for you right away. To ensure freshness, please use all 100 blood chi mu cows within a week. Otherwise, their potency will significantly diminish. After receiving the gold coins Zhou Lin had transferred, the short-haired girl immediately turned and went to fetch the 100 blood energy oxen from the back. 7 days? Upon hearing this time frame, Zhou Lin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Did she seriously underestimate the devouring speed of the flying ants? He feared that even placing 100 into the summoning space wouldn't be enough for them to devour in a single day. Zhou Lin had witnessed the terrifying speed of the flying ants' consumption firsthand. Before long, the short-haired girl brought over a bronze-grade storage ring and handed it to Zhou Lin. Handsome. Inside are 100 freshly slaughtered blood chimu cows. You can count them if you like. This ring is a special freshness-locking storage ring. Since this is your first purchase of such a large quantity, we're giving it to you for free. After receiving the freshness-locked storage ring, Zhou Lin began scanning its contents. Type: freshness-preserving storage ring. Grade: bronze tier 2. Stored items: 100 freshly slaughtered blood vitality bulls. After reviewing the details, Zhou Lin thanked the vendor and headed toward his home. Though his parents had passed away early, a common trope in novels, they had left him a small, old, dilapidated house. Located not far from the school, this proximity was one of the few comforts in his life. Upon returning home, Zhou Lin immediately began feeding the blood energy ox meat. Let's start with 10 heads to test it out. Zhou Lin tore open the summoning space and placed 10 blood-infused beef cattle on the ground. The magnetic blast flying ants spotted them, extending their mouthparts to firmly grasp the flesh. Suppressing their drool, they carried the meat into the summoning space. After they were inside, Zhou Lin glanced at the famished creatures and issued his command: dinner's served. Buzz. 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 Swarms of magnetic explosion flying ants descended like starving wolves, clinging to the blood-fleshed oxen. Their dense mass sent shivers down Zhou Lin's spine. Just then, the swarm that had lunged forward was suspended mid-air by a sonic blast, not daring to touch a single scrap of flesh. The magnetic blast queen ant, its eyes flashing crimson, slowly flapped its wings and landed on the blood energy ox. Extending its sharp mouthparts, it pierced the flesh and began its feast. Chapter 30, Nutritional Refinement, Body Scaling Gold Trait Vote Request. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Lin understood the queen ant's authority. Her offspring possessed an astonishingly intimidating presence. What caught Zhou Lin's attention even more was the constant undulation of the queen ant's abdomen. Inside, tiny black spheres writhed and squirmed. Empowered by the self-explosion trait, its entire abdomen glowed fiery red. The dark spheres appeared slightly eerie within it, but after just 2 bites, the queen ant's excretory orifice erupted with a torrent of spotted insect eggs. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Zhou Lin's throat convulsed as saliva slid down his throat. Feeding and reproduction truly proceeded simultaneously, without the slightest delay. Truly a breeding machine. Zhou Lin couldn't help but admire the queen ant, and even more so, the divine tier golden attribute. It was essentially treating the queen ant as an endless breeding machine to be exploited. Thankfully, the system hadn't descended upon the capitalists. Otherwise, wouldn't the workers become even greater victims of oppression? Not enough offspring? Fire up the breeding machine. Not enough energy for work? Activate hundredfold energy. Night shifts treated like day shifts, no mercy until the last drop is squeezed out. Zhou Lin wondered why he felt like he was turning into a capitalist, developing that distinct aura. Just as he pondered this, a buzzing sound filled his ears. In less than half a minute, 10 Chishua bulls were devoured clean. The sheer number of flying ants is overwhelming. They just can't keep up with the feeding. Without hesitation, Zhou Lin tossed all 90 remaining Chi blood mules into the summoning space. The flying ants, empowered by the queen ant's authorization, swarmed over and began devouring them frantically. Closing the summoning space, Zhou Lin sat cross-legged beside the bed and began expanding his backpack slots. Only with sufficient backpack slots could he store more equipment or even flesh and blood. Ding! Congratulations, host, on using 1 soul crystal to expand your backpack slots. Failed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully expanding backpack slots using 1 soul crystal. Ding! Congratulations, host, on using 1 soul crystal to expand backpack slots. Failed. The repeated successes and failures sent Zhou Lin's emotions on a roller coaster ride, soaring and plummeting. A full 2 minutes passed before Zhou Lin exhausted all 400 soul crystals. Zhou Lin immediately opened his profession panel. Host: Zhou Lin. Profession: God tier summoner SSS+. Level: 12. HP bar: 1200. Mana bar: 1200. Agility: 600 plus 434. Strength: 700 plus 235. Stamina: 700 plus 464. Spirit: 800 plus 231. Summon Beast: 1. Magnetic Explosion Queen and Stellar Radiance Tier 3. Summoning Qualification: 1 use unlocked at level 20. Divine Grade Gold Stat: 2 unused summoning attempts. Skills: 1. Summoner's Wrath LV7, Silver Tier 1-2. Thunderous Flash LV7, Silver Tier 1. Equipped Gear: 1. Remnant Wind Top LV10 Diamond Tier 1-2. Firecloud Pants LV10 Diamond Tier 1-3. Swift Boots LV10 Diamond Tier 1. Backpack None 0 304. 304 backpack slots? Zhou Lin's heart rippled with excitement. Equivalent to 400 soul crystals. After using them all, the probability of successfully expanding the backpack slots was 202. A success rate slightly over 50% was indeed remarkably high. Alright, I still have 2 unused Divine Tier Gold attribute draws left. After completing the slot upgrade, Zhou Lin immediately turned his attention to the God Tier Gold attributes. By rapidly elevating his summoned beast's quality to supreme grade, even his homeroom teacher's extraordinary abilities would prove useless. Drawl. The moment the command was issued, the lottery machine began spinning rapidly. Inside the massive machine, cube-shaped golden attributes rolled together at high speed. Stop. At Zhou Lin's command, the machine gradually came to a halt, 2 golden scrolls sliding out of the dispenser. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the God Tier Golden Token, Nutrient Refinement. Nutrient Refinement, ingested flesh and blood undergoes the most thorough refinement and decomposition possible. The refined nutrients maximize the utilization of food. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the God Tier Golden Entry, Body Scaling. Body scaling, while ordinary ants may only grow to minuscule sizes, flying ants with scaling abilities are incredibly cool. They can become the large form you need massive creatures that inspire awe or shrink into dense swarms that slip through any opening. But remember, the larger the form, the greater the strain on maintaining all vital functions. Use this power wisely. Nutritional refinement? Body scaling? Who knew these 2 God tier evolution options could be unlocked? Nutritional refinement essentially means that devouring food yields more nutrients for them to absorb and grow. This accelerates their leveling speed. The Divine Tier Body Scaling advancement essentially allows Zhou Lin to command hundreds or even thousands of giant mounts. A dense swarm of giant flying ants would undoubtedly create a formidable deterrent. Add it! Add it! Zhou Lin couldn't wait. He immediately applied the God Tier Golden attribute to the Queen Ant. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully attaching the Divine Tier Gold attribute Nutritional Refinement. Ding! Magnetic Blast Queen Ant Stellar Radiance Tier 3 has successfully evolved into Refined Blast Queen Ant Stellar Radiance Tier 4. Tearing open the summoning space, Zhou Lin observed the Queen Ant after the golden trait attachment. No subtle changes were apparent. But after it nibbled a tiny morsel of food, its chi and blood surged powerfully throughout its body. This was undeniably a state far beyond what previous food absorption could achieve. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring the God Tier Golden attribute Body Scaling. Ding! Fine Explosion Queen Ant Stellar Radiance Tier 4 has successfully evolved into Controlled Explosion Queen Ant Stellar Radiance Tier 5. Star Radiance Tier 5. One more upgrade, and it would reach the Sovereign Tier. After the Queen Ant's quality reached Starlight Tier, the rate of improvement slowed significantly when adding another God Tier Gold attribute. The difficulty is starting to ramp up. But no need to panic if one Divine Tier Golden attribute isn't enough, then get 2, 3. As long as the quantity is sufficient, why fear a lack of qualitative leap? After attaching the Divine Tier Gold trait for body scale, the Queen Ant showed no major changes. Zhou Lin issued his command directly. Expand several times over. The command issued, the Queen Ant fluttered her wings as the blue bar rapidly depleted. In the blink of an eye, its body had doubled in size. Without Zhou Lin issuing a stop command, the Queen Ant flapped its wings and continued enlarging its physique. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 10 times, 15 times, 20 times. Within the summoning space, the Queen Ant had transformed into a colossal flying Queen Ant, towering 3 to 4 meters high. After flapping its wings a few times, it swiftly returned to its original state. Clearly, such body enlargement heavily drained its blue bar. Without special buffs, the Queen Ant's mana bar couldn't sustain it for long. Yet under exceptional circumstances, it proved sufficient. Buzz! 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 Suddenly, the flying ants within the summoning space emitted sounds of ravenous hunger. Terrifying. These little creatures devour at an astonishing pace. Looks like I need to hurry and choose a secret realm with high-level demon beasts and monsters, ones with abundant vitality. This can't go on forever. Zhou Lin rose and immediately stepped out the door, beginning his search for a secret realm to harvest food. Chapter 31, Dad, S rank. His name is Zhou Lin. Inside a gloomy, decaying Gothic manor. The Gothic house's spires leaned crookedly like fangs. At its highest point, a weather vane depicted an iron raven impaled on spikes, rust-stained tears dripping from its beak. A sinister blue flame flickered faintly, and the eerie sound of bones being chewed echoed intermittently. The estate spanned hundreds of acres, appearing sparse and desolate. This was the headquarters of the killing guild, the Decaying Manor. Slaughtered guild member Song Ming, level 17 A rank fistmaster, failed the challenge and died. Guild leader, according to the transmitted data, he died attempting a challenge higher than his own level. How shall we handle this matter? A young man clad in a mage's robe and wielding a purple staff spoke slowly. The man addressed as President Quan was an elderly figure, the true ruler of the Slaughter Guild. His full name was Quan Long. He sat concealed within a dark chamber, a black, emaciated skeleton kneeling behind him. As his eyes opened, the skeleton's eyes flashed open in unison. The chewing sounds from the skeleton hidden underground ceased. Song Ming? Isn't he the disciple taken in by Elder Chu Mei? I recall this man possessed extraordinary talent. Given sufficient time, he would undoubtedly have grown into a renowned martial artist. What a pity! But how could he be foolish enough to die while soloing a dungeon? That doesn't make sense. Was he soloing the dungeon, or was he in a party? If so, what happened to his teammates? The young man pondered before answering. He was in a party. He teamed up with a student from Manhwa Academy who had just awakened his profession. That student is unharmed, but Song Ming is dead. A student? A student who just awakened his profession? Quan Long fell silent for a moment before speaking in a hoarse voice. This matter is still suspicious. Regardless of what the Thunder Guild says, the Slaughter Guild will investigate this thoroughly. We should report this to Elder Chu Mei immediately. After all, she recruited him. Let her handle it personally. After speaking, he slowly closed his eyes, seemingly meditating on some skill. Upon hearing this, the young mage immediately opened his profession panel to contact Chu Mei. Meanwhile, outside the school office, Chu Mei's eyes flickered as she scanned the campus for students who had awakened. After observing for a week, she shook her head in disappointment. This year's students are truly subpar. There's not a single one who stirs my desire like Zhou Lin did. Oomph. I wonder how that Song Ming fellow is doing with probing Zhou Lin. Why hasn't he sent me any updates yet? Amidst her confusion, Chu Mei's profession panel suddenly flashed with a private message notification. Slaughter Guild, Thunderclap. Chu Mei's brows furrowed. Thunderclap, Elder Chu, I've received word from the head of Linhai City's ruins area for that your disciple Song Ming perished in the secret realm after failing his trial. Thunderclap, there is another student named Zhou Lin who attempted the trial with him but emerged unscathed. The guild leader requests that this individual, being your disciple, be placed entirely under your care for handling. Chu Mei? Dead? The A-rank martial artist she had painstakingly trained and transformed is dead? He was once a prodigious talent. And now he's dead, just because she sent him to test the waters? Chu Mei stared in disbelief, her moving right hand slowly coming to a halt. A level 17 A-rank professional fistfighter, decked out in diamond tier and star glory tier gear, how could he possibly die? Even if he encountered a particularly difficult stage, he shouldn't have died. At worst, he'd be severely injured. Chu Mei, I am aware. I will personally investigate this matter. A cold glint flashed in Chu Mei's eyes, filled with murderous intent. Yet in an instant, the murderous intent vanished, as if it had never been there. A flicker of doubt crossed her eyes. Could it truly be Zhou Lin's doing? To kill a level 17 fist master, that would indeed require considerable skill. Cruel and ruthless, bold and cunning, remaking someone like that will be incredibly difficult. But the process will bring me immense satisfaction. Zhou Lin, the surprises you bring me keep getting bigger. Since you've chosen to resist, I'll use my methods to make you fail step by step, lose confidence bit by bit, and crumble completely. As she spoke, Chu Mei's expression twisted. She abandoned any thought of continuing her search for targets within the school. Instead, she opened the chat window and contacted another member of the Killing Guild. After making contact, she left her current location and returned to her office. Meanwhile, within the confines of a mysterious Gothic estate, the estate's spires pierced the leaden sky. Deep green ivy crept across the gray-white granite facades. The wooden gates bore intricate family crests, while stained glass windows cast eerie patterns in the setting sun. Spanning hundreds of acres, the grounds teemed with lush flora, dense forests, and rare exotic creatures. Yet, these plants and creatures were all exceptionally unusual. Xiao Lin dragged her weary body into the spacious living room, where a white-browed old man who had been waiting nearby took her coat and backpack. Master, the young lady has returned. No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure descended the stairs slowly, carrying a tray of hot coffee. This man possessed explosive muscles, a clean-shaven face, and wore a form-fitting suit. A silver-gray wizard's bracelet adorned his wrist. Sunlight streamed in from outside, casting two sharp shadows across his brow as his blue eyes appeared unusually deep. Lingling, I've learned today that you've awakened in a great superior class, the Ice Mage. You've fully inherited my mage bloodline. Tomorrow, I'll have the butler take you to clear our Zone 2 secret realm. If possible, I'll also take you to clear the secret realm in Area 1. This way, by the university entrance exams the day after tomorrow, you should have the mental fortitude and leverage to succeed. You absolutely must gain admission to Holy City University. Xiao Lin nodded slightly upon hearing this. Awakening this profession was indeed unexpected, yet still within the realm of possibility. Her father was also an A-rank professional, a Thunder Mage. Without her father's awakened profession, the Thunder Guild might never have been founded. Her Ice Mage abilities were on par with those of a Thunder Mage. However, she felt somewhat uncertain about the upcoming college entrance exam registration assessment in 2 days. She needed to rapidly improve within 2 days to pass the assessment. This was essentially another form of assessment, everyone starting on equal footing, testing who possessed greater speed and innate talent. Father, there's no time to waste. Let's begin immediately. I'll start by testing my skills in our estate's small secret realm. After she spoke, Zhou Lin's father, Zhou Lin, took a sip of coffee and slowly nodded. But suddenly, Zhou Lin, seated on the sofa, spoke up again. Oh, father, I discovered something rather peculiar today. Zhou Lin's eyes darted toward Zhou Lin. This was the first time he'd ever heard her mention something peculiar. From childhood onward, she had seen many things. She had witnessed her fair share of strange and unusual occurrences. Most sudden, peculiar occurrences barely registered a ripple in her heart. But now, hearing about something strange had truly piqued Zhou Lin's curiosity. Lin, go ahead. I'm dying to hear just how bizarre this story of yours really is. Zhou Lin sat on the sofa, swirling his coffee cup in his hand. Zhou Lin pursed her cherry lips and spoke calmly. Dad, you might not know this, but this year at Manhwa Middle School, an S-class professional has emerged. His name is Zhou Lin. Chapter 32, Zhou Lin Thunder Guild President Take Note Vote Request. An S-class professional? At the mention of those words, Zhou Lin's brows furrowed deeply. Manhwa Middle School hadn't produced an S rank in over a decade. If no S rank professional emerged this year, the Thunder Guild would withdraw its funding. Other guilds or supporting institutions would undoubtedly scale back their backing accordingly. At this point, if an S-class professional emerged, Principal Sunny of Manhwa Middle School would immediately report the news to all shareholders. But there had been no word so far. Zhou Lin had already begun preparing to withdraw his investment, only to learn this news from Zhou Lin's mouth. The awakening has concluded, yet no announcement has been made. Something is definitely amiss. The only possibility, this S-rank profession is flawed. If it doesn't meet S-rank standards, it won't secure admission to top universities. The only profession that fits this description is summoner. The first summoned beast was of low quality, effectively capping its potential. Achieving greatness later on would be difficult. Even with a good profession, that's all it would amount to. Even if a second summoned beast could be unlocked, without massive funds for cultivation and upgrades, unlocking a second one later on was practically impossible. Lin, I need to know, is this S-rank profession a summoner? Is the quality of the first summoned beast inherently low? After a moment's thought, Zhou Lin cut off the rest of Zhou Lin's question. Zhou Lin could only nod. Seeing this, Zhou Lin shook his head repeatedly. What a pity. Truly a pity. Without an S rank, withdrawing investment was inevitable. But Zhou Lin's next words shook Zhou Lin's resolve. Dad. But I think the school misjudged Zhou Lin's abilities, or rather, Zhou Lin deliberately concealed his true strength. Zhou Lin pressed further. Lin, why do you say that? Zhou Lin saw no need to conceal anything, laying out everything she had seen and heard to her father. After Zhou Lin awoke, he immediately began trials at the school's internal trial plaza. It took Zhou Lin 5 minutes to recount everything she had witnessed concerning Zhou Lin. After she finished, Zhou Lin's expression grew grave. Judging by the information Zhou Lin had revealed, it was clear that Zhou Lin had indeed been underestimated. Not just slightly underestimated, but severely underestimated. They had all just awakened, and if one considered it a case of accumulated strength finally breaking through, their initial level had reached 2. By afternoon, they would have been grinding through the Skeleton Sanctuary dungeon. As far as he knew, the Skeleton Sanctuary dungeon required a minimum level of 5. At Hell difficulty, the matched stage difficulty is 20, with a level 20 boss. So, Zhou Lin entering at level 5 and emerging unscathed? That was nothing short of a miracle. If there was a level 17 Fist Master who died inside while clearing the dungeon with him, yet Zhou Lin emerged unscathed, that would be highly peculiar. A miracle, indeed. Dad. What do you think? Has Zhou Lin been underestimated? I don't think he'll end up failing to get into college. Zhou Lin let out a faint smile and gently ruffled Zhou Lin's hair. Lin, why are you so concerned about Zhou Lin? Is there something special between the two of you? Zhou Lin immediately clamped her mouth shut, crossing her arms over her chest and pouting. Dad. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Lin has always been a top student in our class. I've even asked him for help with my studies many times. As a favor, now that he's facing the biggest crossroads of his life, shouldn't I help him out? Hearing the slight change in Zhou Lin's tone, Zhou Lin quickly slapped his own mouth. Dad was just overthinking. Ah ha ha ha. I believe that if Zhou Lin truly possesses genius potential and his abilities have been severely underestimated, he will surely shine brightly in the university entrance interview the day after tomorrow. Besides, didn't your principal meet with him privately? I'm sure they're doing everything they can to support Zhou Lin. As for why Zhou Lin is recklessly grinding through levels, and that Song Ming, I suspect your homeroom teacher might actually be involved in this matter. The homeroom teacher? At this mention, Zhou Lin also fell into deep thought. She had already been suspicious, and now with her father's renewed doubts, she grew even more concerned about whether Zhou Lin would become a target for Chu Mei in the future. Her father had long warned her about Chu Mei, who secretly modified numerous graduates and current students, all seemingly brilliant prodigies. But because she was Lei Ming's daughter, a princess, no less, Chu Mei dared not touch her. Dad, if it's true, could you help Zhou Lin? Before Xiao Lin could finish, Xiao Lei cut her off. Enough, daughter. I know what I'm doing. If Zhou Lin is truly a prodigy among prodigies, he should be able to overcome this challenge through his own strength. Manhwa Academy will rise because of him. Let's wait and see how things unfold. Go rest now. Grandfather Haibo will take you to test the secret realm later. Seeing her father's firm stance, Xiao Lin could only nod and return to her room to rest. After she left, Xiao Lei waved his hand, summoning a shadow to his side. Go investigate Zhou Lin's situation. If he truly possesses extraordinary talent, secretly lend him a hand. The shadow vanished instantly upon receiving the order. For a prodigy of such extraordinary talent, no guild could afford to let him slip away. The Slaughter Guild and the Thunder Guild were natural adversaries. Now it all came down to this moment: who would emerge victorious? Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Lin had already identified his target and made his way to the Linhai City Secret Realm Zone 3. Originally, Zhou Lin had no intention of choosing this secret realm area. After all, Secret Realm Zones 3, 5, and 7 all fell under the jurisdiction of the Killing Guild. Entering the Slaughter Guild's territory again might draw their attention. But, after searching online, he found another secret realm with no level restrictions. Its name, Temple Escape. Escape from the temple was terrifying. Unlike other secret realms, it featured a clear path but also presented forks where you had to make choices. If you fail to escape along the path, you'll face deadly threats far exceeding your current level. The slightest misstep could mean death. The monsters that appear here are all brimming with vitality, perfect for devouring wild beasts. Not only is their flesh delicious and wild-flavored, but defeating them yields double the experience points of ordinary secret realms. This is immensely beneficial for leveling up and greatly aids summoned beasts. Why not take a gamble? Time is running out. Killing a member of the Slaughter Guild will inevitably draw their hostility and might even provoke Chu Mei directly. That would be a major escalation. Therefore, he must level up quickly to increase his combat strength. He must also increase the number of offspring the Queen Ant produces. As he walked, Zhou Lin's figure soon reached the Linhai City Secret Realm Area 3. Chapter 33, Temple Escape from the Secret Realm, Special Difficulty Votes Needed. No sooner had he steadied his feet than Zhou Lin locked onto a secret realm. The instant he appeared, a pair of eyes fixed on him. This figure wore a blue battle robe, a crimson blade strapped to his back. His shoulders were as broad as door panels, his neck thick enough to strain the collar of his shirt, veins coiling beneath his skin like pythons. A giant hand capable of crushing walnuts with one finger held a white porcelain teacup, its little finger curled upward, the rim stained with faint red lipstick. Ah! Something's off. Upon closer inspection, hair tied in a ponytail, complexion as pure as a child's. A giant Barbie doll? Wah! Zhou Lin. Is this the threat to Song Ming that never caught the master's attention? That fool Song Ming is utterly stupid. How could he even think of grinding levels with him? Couldn't he have waited for him to clear the level and pulled some tricks outside instead? As the words fell, he watched Zhou Lin enter the secret realm. The Temple Escape secret realm, no less. Interesting. Truly interesting. He doesn't even bother to match up with suitable partners for dungeon runs, just diving straight into such high difficulty. Well then, let me give you a taste of the highest difficulty within the highest difficulty. Test every last bit of your reserves. If you truly perish inside, I'll be spared the trouble of reporting back to the master. At worst, I'll endure some physical punishment, not that I've never experienced such unforgettable trials before. With that, he had already teleported to the entrance. A jade stone appeared in his hand, which he gently crushed and fused into the secret realm. The moment it merged, the jade began to flicker violently before vanishing entirely. Taste the ultimate challenge mode, Ying Monster. Meanwhile, within the temple escape level, Zhou Lin, already inside, saw the stage information appear in his mind. Secret realm instance, temple escape caution. Dungeon level, random maximum level, 25. Entrant level restriction, 1025. Dungeon difficulty, easy, normal, hard, hell. Dungeon description: having fallen into a demon beast lair, the escape route ahead may be endless, or it may lead to unexpected hope, or it may be a passage to a colossal beast. You will encounter all manner of dangers. Along the escape path and behind you, hordes of bloodthirsty demon beasts, longing for prey, await your arrival. Your presence may satisfy their cravings. Zhou Lin scanned the entire secret realm information, his expression growing grave. Escaping the temple meant fleeing from the very lair of the demonic beasts. What a mistake. If they were heading straight for the demon beast's lair, wouldn't that be walking right into his trap? I wonder what the difficulty level and required clearance rank are for this match. Zhou Lin had already anticipated this. The challenge mode is evaluated based on the challenger's level, their class-specific attributes, and the human teammates in their party. His summoned beast, a star-shining grade 5 quality creature, should be a bonus factor for the matching level and difficulty. The breeding flying ants were likely another bonus. But the flying ants weren't very high level, so at best they'd be a minor bonus. Achieving Hell difficulty would be quite an accomplishment. The Temple Escape Dungeon is the most challenging in the Coastal City No. 3 Secret Realm area. If you want to level up quickly and cultivate your summoned beast, you have to dive straight into the toughest difficulty. There are plenty of them anyway, so even brute forcing through is sufficient. It's also a good chance to burn through gold coins and loot everything in sight. As Zhou Lin pondered, the confirmed dungeon details continued to appear in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, trialist, on entering the Temple Escape Secret Realm. Based on your current status, a match has been made for you. Your assigned dungeon is level 25, with a difficulty rating of Hell Special. This special Hell difficulty hides greater dangers within, but also comes with many unexpected rewards. Level 25? Special Hell difficulty? Zhou Lin's expression went blank. He'd never heard of a special Hell difficulty before. He'd thought getting a Hell difficulty was already a blessing. Who knew this would be such a godsend? Hell difficulty, grinding through it would be pure bliss. Not only could he gather demon beast flesh and blood, but he could also feed it to the flying ants whenever he had free time. He could also gather more gold coins, upgrade his backpack slots, and enhance his equipment and skills. The scene flickered, and the mist before his eyes dissipated. Zhou Lin had entered the stage's interior. The instant he stepped inside, the dungeon information was transmitted to the secret realm area. Barbie Kong, seated in a lounge area, abruptly looked up at the large screen displaying the Temple Escape Secret Realm. Zhou Lin, level 25, Hell difficulty special, currently progressing through stage. What? Barbie Kong stood up. The spectators seated nearby were startled and hurriedly moved aside. Who wouldn't be scared seeing this King Kong Barbie? A special Hell tier difficulty? What kind of luck is this? To actually get matched with a special Hell tier difficulty that only comes around once every 10 years? Could it be my challenge stone took effect? Even if the challenge stone has a special effect that lowers the difficulty of the secret realm, it shouldn't raise it to this level. Unless he's already God tier, hiding his true strength? Combined with the power of the passing jade? King Kong Barbie was both excited and filled with regret. He certainly didn't want Zhou Lin to die outright. She'd intended for Zhou Lin to suffer a bit, leaving him alive for her master to finish off. Who knew that the special Hell tier difficulty would appear and trap him immediately? It was essentially a death sentence. Not only him among the crowd in the third secret realm area, some had already noticed Zhou Lin's challenge progress. It's a once-in-a-decade special Hell tier difficulty. Quick, I need to snap a pic and check in. If this Zhou Lin guy dies too fast, I'll miss my chance to post this on my social feed. Where's the admin? Should we call the funeral home early? Wait, no, once this kid goes in, they won't even be able to retrieve his body. He'll probably get dismembered right away, and they'll just start feasting on him. What kind of ING luck is this? He actually gets matched with a special Hell tier difficulty run? Shock, confusion, and astonishment echoed across the plaza of the secret realm. Inside the realm, Zhou Lin witnessed the scene before him shift. After speaking privately with the principal, who had advised Zhou Lin to exercise restraint even if grinding levels, to stick to less dangerous ones, Zhou Lin immediately countered with a special Hell tier difficulty, a level 25 secret realm. The moment the scene shifted, the queen ants and flying ants within the summoning space began to stir, their savage, bloodthirsty aura surging. The 100 blood-filled moo cows he deployed were wiped out in under 10 minutes. This time, Zhou Lin lifted all restrictions, letting the ravenously hungry ants feast to their heart's content. Chapter 34, Failure to clear the stage has consequences? Bring it on, votes needed. All he had to do was keep collecting the gear left behind. A stone-paved path about a meter wide appeared before Zhou Lin. The dimly lit stone corridor stretched endlessly into the darkness. Moss crept across the mottled walls on both sides, while ancient runes flickered faintly in the path's light, as if some peculiar curse were taking effect. The sound of rushing water echoed from behind, followed by the thunderous rumble of boulders tumbling down, dust swirling and settling. The boulders rapidly closed in on Zhou Lin, causing the stone path to tremble violently. Tearing open the summoning space, the queen ant rapidly grew several times larger. Zhou Lin leapt onto her back and advanced forward, flapping his wings. Within the summoned space, other flying ants burst forth, emitting a buzzing vibration. Though unchanged in size, they swarmed around Zhou Lin from all directions. This is interesting. Before, I had to run non-stop, but now with a flying mount, things are a lot easier. Rolling boulders pressed close behind as the queen ant maintained a steady pace forward, obeying Zhou Lin's will. Before long, rust-stained bronze beast heads began spewing flames, their scorching heat making Zhou Lin's skin sting fiercely. Amidst the dense forest of stone pillars, the golden divine statue's pupils suddenly glowed. Arrows rained down from all directions as blood energy beasts opened their eyes, charging out of the darkness to pounce upon Zhou Lin. Species, bloodthirsty cheetah. Level, 12. Quality, silver tier 1. HP, 15,211. Skills, bloodthirsty rip, swift pursuit. Description, a demon beast with formidable vitality, typically feeding on creatures of other species but with a particular predilection for humans. Its teeth are exceptionally sharp, capable of effortlessly tearing through the defenses of vulnerable humans. Species, golden pecking demon chicken. Level, 13. Quality, silver tier, stage 3. HP, 18,211. Skills, wing spread intimidation, golden peck, pigeon cooing. Description, a robust demon beast seemingly at the bottom of the food chain, yet its beak packs formidable combat power. A single pack can pierce through monster corpses. Don't mistake it for a herbivore, it's a carnivore. Beware, when it coos, it's about to launch an attack. Pigeon? The leopard Zhou Lin up ahead didn't seem to care. At worst, it'd be swallowed whole. But this chicken piqued Zhou Lin's curiosity. It looked delicious. Each demon beast's health bar exceeded 10,000 points, a veritable natural pasture for the flying ants. Oomph. Child's play. Kids, your fast food is here. As soon as Zhou Lin's voice fell, the explosive ants, alerted by the command, pounced on the demon beasts like starving wolves. Goo 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 goo. Ooh ooh ooh. The bloodthirsty cheetahs, golden-beaked demon chickens, and other prey began convulsing violently, rolling on the ground. Those who had intended to feast now found their roles reversed, becoming the hunted. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 12 silver grade tier 1 bloodthirsty cheetah. Experience points plus 567. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a LV 13 silver grade tier 3 golden pecking demon chicken. Experience points plus 598. Ding! Congratulations on defeating one LV 11 silver grade tier 2 mad porcupine. Experience points plus 462. Ding! Congratulations on picking up 1x level 12 silver grade tier 1 bloodstone. Ding! Congratulations on picking up 1x level 13 silver grade tier 2 demon blood arm. Upon picking up the equipment, Zhou Lin saw that its quality didn't even reach diamond grade. Without a second thought, he shattered it. Ding! Congratulations on shattering a level 12 silver grade tier 1 chicken bloodstone. Gold plus 334. Ding! Congratulations on shattering a level 13 silver grade tier 2 demon blood arm, gold plus 361. Zhou Lin picked up and crushed items simultaneously, moving like a vacuum cleaner or a shredder. The boulders behind him accelerated, and some gear slipped through his fingers before he could grab it. It pained Zhou Lin to see this all that gold. Zhou Lin's eyes flashed, and he immediately issued an order. Kids, shift your focus forward. Charge straight at the prey's face. Don't stop, go all out and devour it. As long as the lead time was calculated correctly, it would give him a bit more reaction time to pick things up later. It also helped him anticipate dangers ahead, widening his forward field of vision. The swarm of flying ants, now under command, began sweeping across the battlefield. Spotting the demon beast's silhouette, they charged forward before it could react, attaching themselves to its body. In less than a second, they tore into it, devouring it alive. Thousands of flying ants launched a dense, swarming assault, resembling the apocalypse. Every demon beast that saw them let out frantic cries, leaving only piles of white bones behind. Every scrap of flesh and blood was licked clean. Other beasts lurking in the shadows, witnessing this, froze in terror, unable to raise their heads. Yet once detected, they had no chance to resist, they became prey. Thus, the further Zhou Lin ventured into the rear, the fewer demonic beasts he detected. It even felt as though they might vanish entirely. This won't do. If you don't show yourselves, what will my flying ant army eat? Come to think of it, didn't you say that failing to escape would lead to even greater danger? Then I'll take a gamble. If your danger is greater if stronger demon beasts appear, then it'll be an even more bountiful meal. Zhou Lin immediately changed tactics, and the queen ant halted her advance. The moment they halted, the boulder behind them began crushing toward them. But an astonishing sight unfolded. The boulder halted precisely before colliding with Zhou Lin, as if programmed to stop. The moment he moved slightly, the boulder began to follow his path. Your attempt has failed. Punishment mode is now active. The level and number of demon beasts appearing will double. Prepare accordingly. If you choose to continue the challenge, demon beast spawns will be paused for the next 5 minutes. This is interesting. Zhou Lin couldn't help but chuckle softly. He turned to look at the surrounding darkness, where a sudden roar erupted. Beasts of all kinds, oxen, sheep, horses, snakes, tigers, lions, rabbits, foxes, revealed savage faces with eerie eyes, charging toward Zhou Lin in a frenzy. The moment they appeared, Zhou Lin didn't even need to move. The dense swarm of flying ants flapped their wings and charged straight at them. Zhou Lin smiled. This was precisely the moment he'd been waiting for. He'd been waiting for you to show up. This time, he was sure to loot plenty of gear and give his flying ant army a feast. Instantly, the higher-level flying ants charged forward, unleashing their assault upon the enemy. Moo moo moo. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. A cacophony of strange beast cries echoed throughout the area. Zhou Lin didn't bother moving, instead issuing a command for the lower-level flying ants to charge forward, snatching up the dropped gear piece by piece and carrying it back. Chapter 35, Flying Ants Sweep Through, thrilled by more flesh and blood. Vote request. On the plaza of Secret Realm number 3, hundreds of gazes converged on the screen displaying the Temple Escape, Secret Realm. A shadowy figure slowly materialized on the plaza. Standing still, its gaze fixed intently on the screen. The figure's face was indistinct, its outline blurred, nearly a phantom. His gaze locked onto the screen. Upon seeing the challenge details, he couldn't help but utter a surprised exclamation. Hell tier difficulty, a level 25 secret realm? No, this dungeon is actually a special hell tier difficulty. The little guy the guild leader ordered me to follow, is he really just a student who just awakened his class? He stood in a corner nearby, covertly observing the surroundings. Of course, he also noticed the telltale signs of the Slaughter Guild's activities already present. Especially that tough-as-nails Barbie named Jean Luo. He recognized her instantly. Jean Luo stood rooted to the spot, his expression anxious. Ever since the special Hell Tier secret realm opened, he'd been convinced Zhou Lin would get wiped out inside any moment now. But now, a full 2 minutes had passed and it still showed progressing not yet completed. The spectators present were all waiting for a result. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to witness a special Hell Tier difficulty run, and everyone wanted to confirm whether they should join the feast. Inside the secret realm, Zhou Lin stood in place, relentlessly harvesting equipment. The gear he gathered was of poor quality, so he immediately crushed it upon acquisition. The gold coins generated from the destruction piled up by the hundreds. For some diamond tier gear, Zhou Lin assessed its rarity before deciding whether to disenchant it. Before long, Zhou Lin's gold coin count had already reached 40,000. 5 minutes passed abruptly. The demonic beasts that had appeared gradually diminished, and the surroundings fell into stillness. Zhou Lin knew the punishment had ended. Damn it, this punishment wasn't even that intense. Keep moving forward. I'll stop again later to see if there's any more failure penalties. Zhou Lin remained seated on the mother ant's back, the flying ants buzzing ahead of him as they pressed onward. After traveling a full 20 seconds, he stopped again, but no failure notification appeared. Zhou Lin kept moving forward and waiting. He tried it twice more, but still no failure penalty appeared. Could it be a stage-based penalty that requires reaching the next level? Zhou Lin couldn't discern the boundaries between these stages. Perhaps if he kept running forward, he might encounter something unusual. He could try then, and by that point, he should have reached the next stage. With that conviction, Zhou Lin accelerated his pace. The flying ant army stretched its front lines even faster, like a giant sword thrusting forward over a vast distance. The space they created allowed even the fastest runners to react, like dodging falling piano blocks. Ding! Congratulations on picking up 1x level 14 gold grade tier 1 Jilanlang crystal. Ding! Congratulations on picking up 1x blood red cloth robe silver grade tier 2 level 13. Without hesitation, he shattered it. Ding! Congratulations on crushing a level 14 gold tier 1 quality chicken linglong crystal. Gold plus 378. Ding! Congratulations on crushing a level 13 silver grade tier 2 blood red robe. Gold plus 478. Before long, the scene before Zhou Lin began to shift. The path began to narrow, and the speed of the boulders behind him accelerated rapidly. The bodies of monsters emerging from the darkness grew increasingly massive, their vitality more abundant. Any ordinary adventurer witnessing this would likely be terrified into paralysis. But upon seeing them, excitement filled Zhou Lin's eyes. It's here. It's finally here. This might be the next stage I've been searching for. Crushing sounds of falling rocks echoed from the surrounding rivers. Murals above the temple suddenly peeled away, revealing starry, eerie totems. Shadow monsters, their bodies covered in fangs, tore through the mist, their throats straining with greedy growls. One by one, the fanged beasts seemed to break free from some seal, roaring with excitement as their claws scraped the ground with a hissing sound. They unleashed themselves with abandon, radiating an invisible pressure meant to crush the trial participants. Yet Zhou Lin grew more excited at the sound, a faint smile curling his lips as unstoppable as an AK-47. Finally, a change of pace. New monsters at last, the old ones were getting boring. Time to take them down. Children, dinner's served. The swarm of flying ants, already charging forward, responded to the command with excited buzzing as they darted swiftly through the surrounding area. Species, Abyssal Fiend Giant. Level, 17. Quality, Gold Tier 5. HP, 32,131. Skills, Demon Energy Surge, Colossal Demon Form, Giant Demon Claws. Description, a colossal beast corrupted by demonic energy, its body mutated beyond control. Now driven solely by an insatiable hunger to devour. Any prey it targets will face a relentless pursuit until death. Species, Abyssal Demon Chicken Giant. Level, 17. Quality, Gold Tier 5. HP, 35,784. Skills, Demon Infused Caw, Demon Infused Wingbeat, Demon's Peck. Description, corrupted by demonic energy, this creature underwent a complete transformation. Its entire body is covered in unimaginably resilient feathered armor. Though it may appear edible, it is a top-tier predator. Rumor has it, for reasons unknown, it has an intense fondness for music and spherical objects. Beware, it might just kick your head around like a ball. Zhou Lin scanned the area, and information about each demon beast appeared before him. Each possessed health bars starting at 30 to 40,000. Feeding them to the swarm of flying ants would inevitably trigger successive tiers of leveling up. The explosive ants darted like lightning, clinging to the beasts to rapidly suck blood and devour flesh. Even the massive, demon-possessed beasts, once raging with excitement, could only howl in agony when surrounded by the swarm. Already somewhat sluggish in movement, once pinned down, they became nothing more than giant towers of flesh, solely for the ants to devour. Soon, amidst its pitiful screams, the first giant beast perished. Ding! Congratulations on defeating 1 LV11 Silver Grade Tier 2 Mad Porcupine. Experience points plus 462. Ding! Congratulations on picking up a level 17 Diamond Grade Tier 3 Magic Chi Arm 1. Ding! Congratulations on picking up 1x LV18 Diamond Grade Tier 4 Magic Flamestone Blacksmith exclusive. Seeing the diamond grade gear start dropping like crazy, Zhou Lin began harvesting rapidly. He didn't shatter them, storing them directly in his backpack instead. He planned to shatter only the equipment destined for retirement once he accumulated more diamond grade gear later. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned beast Magnetic Explosion Queen Ant has leveled up to level 14. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned creature Magnetic Explosion Queen Ant has leveled up to 15. Ding! Congratulations! The explosive controlling flying ant bred by your summoned beast Explosive Controlling Queen Ant has leveled up to 13. The queen ant's level began skyrocketing rapidly, constantly drawing nutrients from the worker ants through the air. Many flying ants also achieved successive breakthroughs. The entire secret realm echoed with the sounds of level ups and breakthroughs. Chapter 36, Sweeping Through Bosses, Raising the Difficulty Votes Needed. Some lower-level flying ants experienced terrifyingly rapid level increases. After just a few bites, they began leveling up. Some, freshly hatched from the queen ant's eggs, gained 3 levels after just 1 bite of flesh. Watching the sea of level-ups before him, Zhou Lin nodded with satisfaction. This was only the beginning. After all, these giant demonic beasts possess truly abundant vitality. It was time to kill some and store them in his backpack for later feeding to the flying ants. Seeing the flying ants growing increasingly ravenous, Zhou Lin abruptly hit the brakes. The boulder behind him halted abruptly, stopping less than a meter away. You have failed the challenge. Punishment mode is now active. The level and quantity of demon beasts appearing will double. Prepare accordingly. If you choose to continue the challenge, monster spawns will be paused for the next 5 minutes. The moment the message appeared, Zhou Lin's excitement surged. It confirmed his suspicions. No sooner had the message finished than waves of gigantic, demon-corrupted beasts materialized. Their fangs gleamed like razors as they charged madly toward Zhou Lin. But the moment they surfaced, they were targeted by the giant flying ants. This time, the flying ants didn't immediately drain their prey with their straw-like mouthparts or tear into their flesh with fangs. Instead, they used their venom to paralyze them. A single flying ant might not be fast enough to kill a giant demonic beast, but 2, 3, hundreds of flying ants injected their venom into the beast's flesh. The speed at which the toxin spread instantly poisoned it unconscious. After poisoning it, Zhou Lin ordered his army of flying ants to swiftly begin cutting the beast's flesh into chunks, preventing the equipment from exploding out immediately upon death and the flesh from vanishing. Before long, Zhou Lin's backpack was stuffed full of flesh. The storage ring provided for preservation was also stuffed to the brim with flesh. Once storage was nearly full, Zhou Lin collected the dropped equipment and released the flying ants to devour the remaining flesh. After all, the swarm devoured flesh at a rapid pace, leaving only stark white bones behind in no time. What had begun as a grand demonic punishment ended up as mere sustenance for Zhou Lin's summoned beasts. After collecting and dismantling the gear, Zhou Lin pressed onward through the dungeon. Meanwhile, in a bustling street scene, Xiao Lin, now clad in frost-patterned robes and wielding a special ice staff that glowed blue, made her way toward a secluded realm. Her steps were light and swaying. Wearing a pair of white leather shoes, each stride seemed to bring a descent of frost, freezing the ground half a meter deep beneath her. The hem of her robe cascaded like frozen waterfalls, her hood pulled low. Only a pair of ice crystal eyes peered out from the shadows, their depths swirling with snowstorms that sent bone-chilling cold through anyone who met her gaze. Her fingers were adorned with a ring forged from mystic ice, her cape and hood were star-shining great equipment, and even the gem on her chest bore the same legendary quality. Transformed by her combat gear, she was unrecognizable from the girl in uniform. With each step, passers-by instinctively moved away. Ahead of Xiao Lin stood a white-bearded elder, a massive blue sword strapped to his back, its blade radiating a frosty, icy glow. Though his rank remained unseen, his aura alone made it clear he was no one to trifle with. "Miss, let's pick up the pace. These next couple of days will be tough on you, but I need to run you through more levels to boost your progression. That way, when you take the university entrance exam in 2 days, you can aim for Holy City University. Linhai City has produced a rank professionals before. Getting into Holy City University? You'll have no problem at all, Mississippi." Xiao Lin, now clad in star-shining tier gear, glanced around. Even walking felt slightly off. "Alright, Grandpa Haiba. Which secret realm area are we grinding in this time?" Before Zhou Lin could finish, Haibushi didn't even pause his steps as he replied slowly, Linhai City's Secret Realm Zone 2. The number 2 secret realm area? Zhou Lin was taken aback. According to the numerical classification of secret realm zones, Zone 1 was the most dangerous. As for number 2? It was a different story. Secret Realm Area 2 was also directly controlled by the Thunder Union. Alright. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin quickened her pace to follow. She knew full well that only by tackling high-level, dangerous secret realms could she level up quickly once she got the hang of it. Plus, dangerous secret realms granted her substantial experience gains. But her eyes flickered. When she saw the words, Linhai City's Secret Realm Zone 2, the image of a young man flashed through her mind. Zhou Lin. I wonder where he is now. Could he also be here in the Linhai City Secret Realm Area number 2 grinding levels? Amidst these thoughts, Haibushi guided her into the Secret Realm Area. After he entered the Secret Realm Area, Zhou Lin, who was still inside the dungeon, couldn't help but sneeze. He had grown accustomed to sneezing. Many knew of his extraordinary talent, so being thought of from time to time was only natural. But, one after another like this was indeed rather annoying. Zhou Lin looked up and a new notification appeared in his mind. Congratulations on reaching the boss stage. Making it this far is no small feat, however. To exit the temple, you must defeat the boss it imprisons. Only then will you have a chance to leave. The temple is a legendary site for suppressing demons, but here, you will write the chapter of your successful conquest. A boss stage? The second Zhou Lin fell into deep thought, the boulder behind him accelerated even faster. Do not stop. If you halt, the difficulty of the boss stage you face will double. Double the difficulty? Does that mean the boss's health bar will double? The harder it is to defeat, the more Zhou Lin craves it. You won't let me stop? I'll stop just to prove you wrong. Zhou Lin slammed on the brakes. The boulder behind him abruptly halted as well. You have halted your advance. The difficulty of the boss stage will now double. Prepare accordingly. Boom! The surrounding scenery had already begun to shift. Deep, jagged cracks split the ground beneath his feet. The sky turned a blood-red hue, and writhing, mural-like figures emerged from the temple skies, an eerie and bizarre spectacle. You thought you escaped the curse, but this is only the beginning. Only by defeating the boss can you end the curse. A curse? Suddenly, a towering black mist appeared before Zhou Lin. From within the fog emerged an 8-armed monster, a green-faced, fanged creature covered in jet-black scales and thick fur, with a single eye at the center of its brow. Species, Temple Fiend Giant, Boss. Level, 25. Quality, Diamond Tier 5. HP, 121,211. Skills, 8-armed Divine Power, Fanged Black Mist, Devouring Heaven and Earth, Demon Eye Suppression. Description: a colossal boss fused with demonic and magical energies, possessing the 8-armed divine power during transmission. A seal of unique demonic and magical power lies upon its brow. Should it be torn open, its physical form will be enhanced, granting limitless combat prowess. It stands as the most formidable demonic beast imprisoned within the temple. Defeating it would be a significant achievement, though the challenge is immense. Demon Beast. It even possesses the 8-armed divine power. Its fleshly strength must be formidable. Upon seeing this, Zhou Lin's lips curled into an even wider grin. Chapter 37, Flying Ants, Feast Time Both Sought. Under Zhou Lin's intense gaze, the boss, which had never known fear, suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. Though the swarm of tiny insects seemed insignificant to its eyes, their sheer numbers compelled it to treat them with gravity. Roar! A torrent of rage erupted as demonic energy fangs spread from its maw. Its 8 arms extended, delivering a crushing giant fist toward the swarm of flying ants. The thunderous impact echoed beneath the temple, drowning the radiant golden light in the demonic aura's shadow, plunging the area into a murky chaos. The vertical eye between its brows suddenly opened. Its pitch-black pupil shifted, fixing its gaze upon the human child perched atop the queen ant's back. The temple demon spoke, "Human, today you shall remain forever within this temple, suffering the torment of suppression." This was the first time Zhou Lin had ever heard a boss speak. Some high-level bosses with spirit communication abilities could indeed speak, or monsters possessing special skills might also gain this ability. Hearing the temple demon's threatening words, Zhou Lin raised his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Threats are best left unsaid. Army of flying ants, sweep the ground clean. The command had barely left his lips when a buzzing hum filled the surrounding space. The ravenous swarm of flying ants, their mouthparts dripping with sticky fluid, writhed incessantly. Like countless unimaginably small flying ants, they charged like wild horses, breaking free from their reins, piercing directly into the temple demon's body. Unfortunately, the air was thick with acrid demonic energy, making Zhou Lin reluctant to breathe deeply. The flying ants, energized by the demonic energy, became even more frenzied. Their proboscises quivered with greater intensity, their suction tubes stretching several times longer as they sought to sample this novel prey. The temple demon was stunned, wildly flailing its 8 arms. It spread the demonic energy around its body, attempting to forcefully repel the swarm of flying ants, preventing them from reaching its skin. The vertical pupil between its brows emitted an aura of authority, suppressing the demonic energy and radiating pressure outward. Though suppressed, the swarm's diminutive size and the divine tier golden attribute, Thunder Red Feather, allowed them to easily penetrate the temple demon's body. Slender, sharp proboscises pierced the temple demon's skin, rolling into spheres that were sucked into the flying ants' abdomens. Gurgle. 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 1, 2. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 flying ants swarmed the temple demon. As they sucked, they released toxins, inducing a deep, exhausting slumber as the poison spread through the temple demon's body. The toxin from a single ant was manageable against such a colossal demon, it was insufficient to induce paralysis. But thousands of flying ants clung to its body like stubborn adhesive plasters, impossible to shake off. The temple demon roared in fury, swinging its 8 arms wildly to drive the ants away. Alas, the moment its arms descended, the ants shot away like lightning. As soon as the arms withdrew, they returned, piercing back through the same holes they had just exited. Because the temple demon healed quickly, the tiny holes closed instantly. The flying ants swiftly released their proboscises, piercing new holes to suck blood. Damned insects! I'll make you pay! The temple demon roared in fury. Its green face and fangs swelled grotesquely, its mouth stretching several times wider. From the bottomless throat, a powerful suction erupted. Some flying ants were carelessly sucked in, forcibly swallowed into its body. Amusing, amusing. You've just exposed your weakness. Normally, the flesh within any creature's body is relatively fragile. If a flying ant entered and wasn't corroded to death by gastric juices, it would be the creature's nightmare. But it didn't know that flying ants possessed bodies and spirits as tough as steel. If you couldn't kill them, you'd just have to wait to be drained dry. Ha ha ha! Tiny insects, enter my stomach and become my sustenance. The gastric juices within this demon's stomach can melt even diamond-grade steel. You insignificant insects die. The temple demon roared with frenzied rage. The earth and sky trembled beneath the boss's domain. Only Zhou Lin and the queen ant remained suspended midair, utterly still, as if the chaos around them held no sway over them. Seeing this, the temple demon felt a chill run down its spine. Something's wrong. Why aren't these human trialists feeling anything? Something was terribly wrong. Absolutely abnormal. But by the time it registered the danger, it was already too late. Its 3 eyes widened as its health bar rapidly depleted at a visible rate. Temple demon health bar 457. Temple demon HP bar 489. Temple demon HP 478. On average, 2 to 3,000 health points were drained every second. The temple demon felt a stinging pain within its body, accompanied by a numbing sensation. It made him drowsy. This demon shall not fall. It is you, human, who shall bury this demon. By killing you, I can avert my own death. The temple demon immediately locked onto Zhou Lin. Under the gaze of 3 eyes, Zhou Lin felt the pressure intensify, as if demonic energy surged through his entire body. A chill ran down his spine, as if a 16-degree cold wind had blown through him. Shield. It extended an arm, intent on slaying Zhou Lin outright. Anticipating potential threats, Zhou Lin had deliberately left behind 1,000 flying ants to guard against unforeseen dangers. Little did he know, the unexpected had arrived right then. Suck hard. Go full throttle. Drain it dry. Zhou Lin deliberately held back the full power of the charging flying ants, wanting to spare some for the newly hatched or lower-level ones to share in the feast. Now that danger loomed, hesitation was pointless. Full suction was the only option. Receiving the command, the flying ants pounced like starved wolves. Their tiny straws swelled to abnormal thickness, their bodies expanded several times over, suction power surged instantly, and the frequency of their wing beats doubled. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The sound of blood being sucked echoed relentlessly, both inside and outside the temple demon's body. Temple demon health bar 784. Temple demon health bar 798. Temple demon health bar 947. This demon refuses to accept it. Amidst the furious roar, the toxin took effect, and the temple demon fell into a deep slumber. With a thunderous crash, its colossal form spanning over a kilometer crashed to the ground. The original path was crushed beneath it, engulfing the surrounding dark mountains and rivers. Surely this isn't all a special hell-tier secret realm has to offer? Flying ants feed on flesh. Every flying ant emerged from its nest, even the newly hatched ones tearing at the flesh. Lower-level flying ants, whose mandibles lacked the strength to tear through the flesh of a level 25 temple formwork, were left to feast on the wounds torn open by their higher-level counterparts. The lower-level ants clung to the torn flesh, feeding frantically. With every bite, their level rose by 1. For these ants, barely 1 or 2 levels strong, the flesh of a level 25 boss was nothing short of a miraculous elixir. In less than a minute, the massive temple demon's body spanning over a kilometer was gnawed down to gleaming white bones. At that very moment, the boss gate, which had been seizing the opportunity, began to tremble once more. Chapter 38, Flying Ants Self-Destruct, like nuclear bombs votes needed. Demonic energy surged, enveloping the entire boss stage, with only the path beneath them faintly glowing. Congratulations on defeating the temple demon boss. Unlocked, special difficulty boost. Congratulations on obtaining the difficulty buff, 3 clone-type temple demons of equal level and power. Upon defeating them, you will gain a 50% bonus to the experience of defeating a special type hell level difficulty boss. 3 clone temple demons? Doesn't that just mean 3 more temple demons appeared? Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. 1 was barely enough for the flying ants to devour, but now with 3, they could feast to their heart's content. Simultaneously, Zhou Lin's mind kept flashing notifications about the temple demon he'd just defeated. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a diamond grade, tier 5, level 25 temple demon. Experience points plus 4,521 received 15% experience bonus from hell difficulty. Ding! Congratulations on advancing your profession to level 13. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 divine tier gold stat slot draw. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned beast magnetic explosion queen ant has leveled up to 14. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned pet controlled explosion queen ant has leveled up to 15. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned pet explosive queen ant has leveled up to 16. Ding! Congratulations! The magnetic explosion flying ant bred by your summoned pet explosion control queen ant has leveled up to 14. A flurry of level up reward notifications left Zhou Lin's eyes spinning. This feeling utterly exhilarating. Next up were the 3 temple demons. What terrifying power surge would devouring all 3 unleash? Roar! 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 Beneath the temple, 3 colossal figures materialized, suspended midair. Their faces were green and fanged, 8 arms floating around them as they glared ferociously down at Zhou Lin below. A faint glow illuminated the path below, reflecting off Zhou Lin and the mother ant. The queen ant, too, sensed an unprecedented oppressive force, emitting a constant buzzing vibration. This battle would undoubtedly result in losses for the flying ants. No matter. With so many flying ants at my disposal, 1,000 or 2 are insignificant. Human brat, meet your end. You dare slay us demons? Today you shall perish here. Taste the power of our combined suppression. The 3 temple demons unleashed their full fury from the outset. After their demonic eyes on their foreheads tore open the rift, they fixed their gaze upon Zhou Lin. Danger was imminent. Meanwhile, in the 3rd secret realm zone, a large crowd waited for the final outcome displayed on the Temple Escape secret realm screen. Yet 4 full minutes had already passed. No reports of player deaths had appeared within the stage. Could Linhai City really have such an exceptional professional? Not only soloing a special hell tier difficulty, but also with the appearance of a student, could they truly be a genius? Outside, the waiting golden Barbie Jeanba couldn't help but fall deep in thought. Having witnessed many prodigies in Linhai City, this was truly the first time she'd encountered someone with such otherworldly talent. Still alive? Could they have been escaping the entire time? The shadow lurking in the darkness waited as well. Yet, his heart couldn't help but tremble with awe. Spectators nearby murmured in hushed whispers. Wow! That kid's impressive holding out this long. If it were me, 3 seconds. No, not even 3 seconds. It'd be over the moment I stepped in. If you're weak, just train harder. If this kid actually succeeds, it could shake up the entire Linhai City. He'd definitely be the target of every major guild's recruitment drive. That kid's muscles look so firm and pale earlier, pretty tasty. Anyway, hitting on guys isn't illegal. Hey, girls, wanna wait for him to come out and kidnap him for some fun? Look, the screen's changing. The chatter gradually died down as all eyes fixed on the large screen. Clearly displayed on the screen were several words. Zhou Lin, current time, 4 minutes 21 seconds. Currently undergoing special hell tier trial, clone type triple bosses. Clone type triple bosses? That means 3 level 25 bosses? Holy crap. Someone in the audience couldn't help but let out a choice expletive. 3 identical bosses? That's like tripling the difficulty of a boss stage. If they appear simultaneously, it's way beyond triple the challenge. This kid actually made it to the boss stage. Looks like he must have already taken down the boss, which is why the high difficulty special triple boss is triggering. He's gone mad. Absolutely insane. Amidst the gasps, news of the student daring to challenge the most difficult secret realm in Linhai City's Zone 3 and triggering the highest difficulty special variant rapidly spread through the professional chat channels of Linjiang City. After many noticed the dungeon clearing spree, someone relayed the progress from Secret Realm Zone 4. Gao Qishong, I got tired of killing fish today, so I went to Zone 4. Saw a student grinding hell tier dungeons and even broke a record that hadn't been touched in over half a year. Li Benwei at Gao Qishong, I saw that kid. They were originally 2 people clearing the dungeon together. One died, so only one could eat the feast. You can imagine how strong that kid is. Yuan Hua, fish for sale at the fish market. Freshly caught today from the sea. Following in my father's footsteps. News of the mysterious student's daring raid on Linhai City's secret realm and his record-breaking runs quickly became a hot topic, gradually dominating professional headlines. Meanwhile, within the Temple Escape secret realm, Zhou Lin faced an unprecedented life or death crisis. Yet, perched atop the mother ant's back, he showed not a trace of panic, remaining utterly composed. Kids, you've eaten your fill. I'm recruiting an army of suicide bombers online to teach them a lesson. As soon as Zhou Lin finished speaking, the Queen Ant broadcast the message, initiating the online recruitment. Self-destruction meant certain death, yet for these flying ants, their primary instinct was the urge to devour. It wasn't that Zhou Lin was heartless. In this line of work, you couldn't succeed without ruthlessness. Without ruthlessness, you die. Swarms of flying ants emerged, seemingly volunteering themselves. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Lin selected several flying ants, each hurtling toward one of the three colossal temple demons. During flight, thermal energy brewed relentlessly within their abdomens, like a nuclear bomb detonating within its core ions. From afar, they resembled tiny insects flashing their taillights. Their small size allowed them to easily evade the temple demon's relentless skill attacks. Before long, they reached the temple demon's front. When the magnetic force activated, the temple demon's massive size prevented it from being drawn in, so the ants were pulled toward it instead. Boom! An explosion erupted, generating a massive mushroom cloud. Ripples spread outward like a river's waves, and the scorching energy, striking the temple demon at close range, dealt substantial damage. Chapter 39, Boss Slain, Shockwaves across the arena, votes sought. Temple Demon HP 12341. A single level 10 explosive ant can deal over 10,000 HP damage when detonated? Zhou Lin counted his own exploding ants, all above level 10, over 5,000 in total. With numbers on my side, the advantage is mine. Charge! 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 Without hesitation, Zhou Lin had his backup squad line up and prepare to enter the fray. Boom! 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 The first wave of explosions erupted, forming a mushroom cloud like a nuclear blast. Immediately after, the second mushroom cloud appeared. Mushrooms appeared one after another. Temple Demon Health Bar 12,641. Temple Demon Health Bar 11,478. Temple Demon Health Bar 13,145. A dozen level 10 rage-controlled flying ants swarmed in, and the health bars of 3 temple demons collapsed at a visible pace. They were all stunned. Never had they encountered such a ruthless challenger. And certainly never encountered insects capable of unleashing power akin to a nuclear bomb. These weren't insects, they were compressed giant energy bombs, right? Amidst the relentless bombardment, the clanging sounds echoed as Zhou Lin slowly raised his head to look upward. A shower of equipment rained down like flowers scattered by celestial maidens. They piled onto the ground, forming a layer half a meter thick. Countless items of every type equipment, forging materials, skill books, and more lay scattered everywhere. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 25 diamond grade, tier 5 temple demon. Experience points plus 4,255 received 15% held difficulty experience bonus. Ding! Congratulations on advancing your class level to 14. Ding! Congratulations on your class level advancing to 15. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 divine tier gold stat slot lottery chance. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 divine tier gold stat slot draw. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned beast magnetic explosion queen ant has leveled up to level 16. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned pet explosive queen ant has leveled up to 17. Ding! Congratulations! The magnetic explosion flying ant bred by your summoned pet explosion control queen ant has leveled up to 15. Ding! Congratulations! The magnetic explosion flying ant bred by your summoned creature explosion control queen ant has leveled up to 12. A series of ding 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 sounds followed. Zhou Lin dismissed all notifications and focused on looting equipment. Ding! Congratulations! You have picked up a broken treasure chest 1 diamond grade, tier 1, level 20. Ding! Congratulations! You have picked up a LV-19 diamond grade tier 1 nebula armor 1. Ding! Congratulations on smashing a LV-20 diamond grade tier 1 broken treasure chest. Gold plus 564. Ding! Congratulations on smashing LV-19 diamond grade tier 1 nebula armor, gold plus 487. Zhou Lin picked up the items, immediately shattering any of lower quality that didn't meet his standards. 3 minutes later, Zhou Lin had finished collecting and shattering every piece of equipment scattered on the ground. Even so, the original 304 inventory slots were completely filled to capacity. Among the loot, Zhou Lin found some gear suitable for himself. He planned to sort through it properly upon returning. This run earned me 3 consecutive level ups and 3 divine tier golden attribute draws. The queen ant has also leveled up to 17. That's pretty fast indeed. Zhou Lin muttered to himself as he finished the run. Before exiting, however, he had to put on the mask he'd obtained. Blur Mask LV-13 Diamond Grade Tier 5 quality can partially prevent others from scrutinizing the wearer, obscuring their facial features. Each use lasts 1 minute with a 30-second cooldown. May lose effectiveness against high-level class changers or diviners. Higher levels and quality increase blur depth and duration. Wearable by all classes. Though this mask didn't boost his stats, it possessed a special function, disguise. His appearance would undoubtedly draw significant attention. If his true face were revealed, it would undoubtedly cause a major uproar. Drawing excessive attention from the Killing Guild would be detrimental to my current situation. Ding! Congratulations on successfully equipping the blur mask. As his figure vanished, the special hell tier difficulty was utterly crushed. At that moment, outside, the crowd gathered to observe Bing grew larger by the minute. The spectator seats were completely filled, with some professionals standing nearby to witness the record-breaking moment firsthand. All eyes were fixed on news of the challenger's progress. Especially in the regional chat, news about the student's challenge had gone viral, drawing many professionals to come check it out. Sure enough, the student everyone was talking about online was still battling inside. They were all eager to see just who this so-called student was. Some factions had even begun considering recruitment offers as soon as he emerged from the secret realm. They would spare no effort to negotiate. Over 7 minutes had passed, yet there was still no word of failure or success. While 7 minutes might seem like a mere drop in the bucket for such a uniquely challenging secret realm, the screen now displayed that Zhou Lin had reached the boss stage and was currently undertaking the subsequent special hell tier difficulty boss challenge. Logically speaking, the outcome of death might appear very soon. Success, however, was anyone's guess. It could take ages, or it could happen in an instant. Just as everyone waited anxiously, the text on the screen began to flash. Simultaneously, the entire Linhai City Secret Realm Zone 3 broadcast the announcement. Ding! Congratulations to explorer Zhou Lin for successfully clearing the special hell tier difficulty dungeon temple escape in 7 minutes and 9 seconds, setting a new record. He succeeded? The entire audience rose to their feet, eyes wide as they stared fixedly at the screen. Not only had he unlocked the never-before-opened special hell tier difficulty, but he'd actually cleared it? Who on earth is this kid? What secrets does he possess to achieve such feats? Holy crap! We're witnessing history. Zhou Lin. I've never heard that name before, and he doesn't seem to be the guild leader's kid either. Heard he's a student, but no clue which school. Unbelievable, just unbelievable. I'm so hyped right now I could yoke up an ox, grab a plow, and till every inch of my 100 acres. Waves of astonished murmurs rippled through the spectator stands. At that moment, the exit began to glow with light. Everyone prepared to witness the historic moment of Secret Realm number 4. He's coming out. He's coming out. Amidst a woman's gasp, a young boy slowly emerged from the portal. Thump, thump, thump. A crowd surged forward, including several guild masters, all rushing to introduce themselves. Amid the chaos, those unable to get a word in simply pulled out business cards and shoved them into Zhou Lin's arms. Chapter 40, Selling Gear, Shocked Butler Vote Request. Before long, his chest was filled with numerous business cards. The cards bore names like Lan Ling and Blue Flame guilds, though most belonged to smaller guilds. Zhou Lin hadn't expected that simply clearing a stage would cause such a stir. It seemed his initial expectations had been a bit too modest. Notably absent were the Thunderclap Guild and the Slaughter Guild. Not wanting to stir up trouble, Zhou Lin immediately turned and made his escape. Activating his speed boots, he darted into the crowd and vanished from the secret realm area. The moment he departed, the shadows lurking in the darkness dissolved, swiftly following in his wake. Behind him, Jinba, just recovering from her shock, frowned at Zhou Lin's indistinct figure. Couldn't even the special hell mode trap him completely? This kid was far too powerful. Since his face remains unseen, I'll have to investigate him under the guild's authority. Hopefully, this will give us an opportunity to suppress him and gauge his true strength. Accepting the task from the master included probing what secrets Zhou Lin possessed. How could he possess such god-tier, outstanding abilities? Judging by his earlier run, Zhou Lin's strength might even rival my own. Temple Escape the dungeon boss was level 25. With the special difficulty bonus, 3 additional bosses appeared, effectively doubling the challenge. Logically, Zhou Lin's current strength should fall between levels 25 and 30. For a student who just awakened his profession to possess such combat prowess, now isn't that a fairy tale? Follow him and see. Jinba followed closely behind. Zhou Lin, who had been leading the way, had already vanished into the secret realm. When he reappeared, he had already reached the Thunder Shop. The blur mask had just finished its effect a split second before he entered, so he stowed it in his backpack and turned to walk inside. The moment he entered, the short-haired girl waved at Zhou Lin. "Hey, handsome. You're here. The gear you left here was sold after you departed. Here's the gold coins, please take them." Zhou Lin had barely steadied himself when he heard this good news. Who would have thought diamond tier gear would sell so easily? Taking the gold coins handed to him, Zhou Lin counted them. A full 2,500 gold coins, not bad at all. He currently possessed no fewer than 200 pieces of diamond grade gear and roughly 100 skill books. Selling them all at once would likely net him a substantial profit. The last wave had yielded an overwhelming amount of gear. If not for the limited storage space, Zhou Lin would have considered selling all the diamond tier equipment outright without dismantling it. "Alright, thank you. Could you arrange a more secluded room for me? I have other valuable items to sell. Remember, it must have a protective magic array. I need to ensure complete isolation from the outside world. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Lin decided to get a room to rest. Carrying so many items was indeed inconvenient, and he needed to prevent being unable to clear later stages. However, with this much loot, he couldn't just sell it here carelessly, lest it attract others' ill intentions. The short-haired girl's expression immediately changed upon hearing this. After a moment's hesitation, she replied promptly, "Certainly. Please wait a moment while I summon our shop steward. He will handle the sale of your valuable items." Zhou Lin nodded. That's the best solution. Soon, an elderly man emerged from the back courtyard. He wore black-rimmed glasses, had a slightly stooped posture, and appeared frail, yet his eyes sparkled with sharp intelligence. Led by the short-haired girl, he approached. After briefly appraising Zhou Lin, he immediately bowed deeply. "Welcome, honored guest. Your guest room is ready. This way, please." Under the gaze of others, Zhou Lin slowly walked inside. After he departed toward the rear, a dark shadow slipped in unnoticed, materializing into a middle-aged man. This figure wore a black cloak, custom-made black gloves, and a high-collared hood that obscured half his face, revealing only a pair of hawk-like eyes. His frame was lean yet agile, muscles taut like drawn bowstrings. Small, dark blades were embedded in his knuckles, gleaming coldly, seemingly poisoned. He had intended to proceed further inside, but ultimately halted his steps, finding a spot to sit and wait. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin had entered a special room. The room was modest, only about 10 square meters, yet its furnishings exuded classical elegance. Dark red walnut paneling, bronze candlesticks, and a heavy oak table all imbued with special arrays glowed with a faint, mystical light. The moment the three entered, the door closed instantly, sealing out every sound from the outside world and preventing any glimpse of the room's interior. As soon as Zhou Lin sat down, the slightly stooped elder seated himself and spoke. "May I ask your name?" "I am Fuji, the steward of the Thunder Shop." Zhou Lin made no attempt to conceal his identity. He understood the Thunder Shop's strict policy of absolute confidentiality regarding client information. Even internal staff were bound by this rule, with exceptions only made at the level of the shopmaster or in cases involving necessary legal disputes. "My name is Zhou Lin." Fuji looked at Zhou Lin's youthful face and his attire. What else could he be but a student? A student selling something valuable? Could it be some rich kid's heirloom stolen from home? If that were the case, he certainly wouldn't accept it. "Given your youth, I'll address you as young Master Zhou. What might you wish to sell?" Fuji spoke slowly. Zhou Lin waved his hand and pulled out all the sellable gear from his backpack. The items instantly filled most of the roughly 10 square meter room, making it feel cramped. Fuji and the short-haired girl were stunned into silence. Pulling out gear without warning? And not just one piece, but a whole pile? "Please help me sell these items. There are 290 pieces total, and none of them are below Diamond Tier 3 quality." "What? 290 diamond grade pieces? And all at least Tier 3? Thunder Shop received quite a lot of gear for consignment. They could take a cut from the sales, and the gear levels ranged high, with the highest reaching King Tier. Divine Tier gear was almost unheard of. Gold Tier items have the highest liquidity and are the most common. But suddenly presenting this many diamond grade items, all of which were upper mid-tier quality compared to what their shop usually sold, truly startled them. The sheer quantity was overwhelming. It was hard to fathom how 290 diamond grade items could possibly belong to a single youth. Could it be that his family was truly filthy rich, with gear piled high? Yet he hadn't heard of any particularly powerful Zhou family in Linhai City. That left only two possibilities: either he bought them or he farmed them. Stealing, he didn't seem the type to steal. But farming, he looked like just a student. Where would he have the skill to farm diamond tier gear? Chapter 41, Swapping Gear, Boosting Skills, Expanding the Backpack. Votes sought. Lost in thought, Fuji quietly asked, "Young Master Zhou, where did you acquire all this gear?" Zhou Lin instantly grasped the other's intent to verify the gear's origin. By normal logic, how could a young man like him possibly acquire so many diamond tier items? If the gear's origins were shady, it could easily backfire on him. "Mr. Fu, rest assured. I earned every piece of this gear myself by clearing levels." Fuji remained somewhat skeptical, his gaze fixed on Zhou Lin. "Very well, we can assist you with the sale. However, given the substantial quantity involved, we will need to formalize an agreement with you. If you agree to this, we can proceed with the sale." Zhou Lin didn't hesitate. "No problem. Bring out the agreement." Fuji intended this as a warning to Zhou Lin. If the gear proved illicit or problematic, the Thunder Guild would hold him accountable. Yet Zhou Lin showed no panic whatsoever, remaining utterly composed. Could it really be gear he farmed from dungeons? That would be truly terrifying and beyond comprehension. Shortly after, Fuji finished inventorying the gear and drafted an agreement. After reviewing it, Zhou Lin found no issues and signed. After signing, they took the gear to sell. Zhou Lin seized the opportunity to purchase another 500 soul crystals, spending 15,000 gold coins. He then began organizing the remaining gear in his room. First, he replaced the gear he was currently wearing. Let me see what else I can replace. Zhou Lin retrieved his current gear from his backpack and laid it out on the table. Purple gold boots LV15 diamond grade tier 5 quality, lightweight material. Walking generates a purple aura, increasing speed by 10%. Features 4 slots. When speed crystals are placed inside, each consumed crystal boosts speed by 5% for 30 seconds. Quenched gold chestplate LV15 diamond grade tier 5 quality, alloy material, tempered through special flames, enhancing flexibility and hardness while providing both resilience and sturdiness. Increases defense by 10%. Blood red tunic LV15 diamond grade tier 4, crafted from soft materials using specialized sewing techniques and tempered in the bloodline of high-grade refined tigers. Increases strength by 5% and defense by 5%. Glass pants LV15 diamond grade tier 4 quality, crafted from soft materials through specialized stitching techniques, infused with glass elements to withstand significant force, increasing defense by 7%. The full set of gear top, pants, gloves, chestplate, rings, and more was neatly assembled. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully equipping the purple gold boots, tempered gold chestplate, crimson blood top, and other gear. Ding! Health bar plus 894. Mana bar plus 741. Agility plus 541. Strength plus 984. Constitution plus 871. Spirit plus 745. Oh, and there's a skill book too. Zhou Lin raised his hand and retrieved the skill book from his backpack. The ancient parchment, bound with a crimson ribbon, slowly unfolded. Ancient script danced across its surface, the ink seemingly alive as it coalesced into archaic characters. The instant Zhou Lin's fingertips touched the parchment's text, a unique concealment summoning technique imprinted itself upon his mind. The demonstration concluded, and Zhou Lin slowly opened his eyes. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully learned the LV15 diamond grade, tier 5 skill, Summoning Blade. Summoning Blade summons a blade-like force capable of effortlessly slicing through space, breaking the constraints between dimensions and summoned beasts. The speed and depth of the rift expansion increases by 20%. The farther you project the summoning space, the greater the mana bar consumption. After casting, cooldown is 10 seconds. Zhou Lin scanned the new skill's description. Essentially, it allowed him to stretch the summoning space wider and faster. If needed, you could accelerate the release of the summoning space. It could even be thrust right into the enemy's face. This was a good thing. Next, Zhou Lin opened his interface. Host, Zhou Lin. Class, God Tier Summoner SSS+. Level, 15. HP, 1500 plus 894. MP bar, 1500 plus 741. Agility, 600 plus 975. Strength, 700 plus 1219. Stamina, 700 plus 1335. Spirit, 800 plus 976. Summoned Beast, 1, Explosion Control Queen Ant Stellar Radiance Tier 5. Summoning Qualification, 1 attempt. Unlockable at level 20. Divine Gold Stat, 3 unused summoning attempts. Skills, 1, Summoner's Wrath LV7, Silver Tier 1-2. Thunderous Shift LV7, Silver Tier 1-3. Void Blade LV15, Diamond Tier 5. Equip Gear, 1, Purple Gold Boots LV15 Diamond Tier 5, 2, Tempered Gold Chestplate LV15 Diamond Tier 4, 3, Crimson Blood Top LV15 Diamond Tier 5. Backpack, None 0304. Next, let's try expanding the backpack slots. Zhou Lin activated the Soul Crystal directly. Ding! Congratulations on using 1 Soul Crystal. Backpack slot expansion failed. Ding! Congratulations on using a Soul Crystal. Backpack slot expansion failed. Ding! Congratulations on using a Soul Crystal. Backpack slot expansion failed. 3 consecutive failure notifications flashed across his screen, leaving Zhou Lin dumbfounded. Could his luck really be this bad this time? He had mentally prepared himself for this outcome. According to the knowledge in the book, the failure rate for expanding backpack slots increased significantly in the later stages. Sometimes, getting 10 successes out of 100 attempts was already incredibly lucky. Keep going. I refuse to believe it. Zhou Lin wasn't short on gold coins to purchase soul crystals, so he chose to continue enhancing his backpack slots. Ding! Congratulations on using 1 soul crystal. Backpack slot expansion failed. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully expanded your backpack slots using 1 soul crystal. Ding! Congratulations! You successfully expanded your backpack slots using 1 soul crystal. After the first successful notification sounded, Zhou Lin's furrowed brow finally relaxed a little. In the end, out of 500 soul crystals, only 100 succeeded. His backpack slots had expanded to 404. Next up, 3 divine tier golden attribute lottery chances. At this thought, Zhou Lin grew even more excited. 3 divine tier golden slots, it all depended on what additional attributes they would yield. This was the first time he'd ever leveled up 3 times consecutively while clearing stages, earning 3 divine tier golden attribute lottery chances. Drawl. The moment the command was given, the previously dormant lottery machine began spinning rapidly. The golden attributes inside began tumbling rapidly, emitting a series of thuds. Stop. The machine, which had been spinning at high speed, gradually came to a halt. Chapter 42, 3 words, Mother Ant of Dual Nature seeking votes. Ding. Congratulations, host, on drawing the God tier golden scroll, Demon Beast Body. Beastly body, the form of a beast, the spirit of a demon. Possesses an unparalleled physique, with vitality and blood power surging several fold. The higher the level, the greater the expansion and growth of vitality. Ding. Congratulations, host, on drawing the God tier gold attribute, Heavenly Thunderbolt. Heavenly Thunderbolt summons nature's thunder to purge evil. Strikes the body to temper and refine it, completing metamorphosis. Ding. Congratulations, host, on drawing the God tier gold trait, Demon God Descent. Demon God Descent, demons too are gods. The consciousness of a demon god descends, causing the intent to slaughter and devour to surge wildly. Slaughter countless foes, striking terror into 10,000 enemies. 3 consecutive divine tier gold attributes appeared before Zhou Lin's eyes. The demon beast's body could condense and amplify vital energy, a tremendous boon for a tiny flying ant. Heavenly thunder and descent of the demon god, didn't these two seem like one evil and one righteous? If these 2 god tier golden attributes were fused together, wouldn't that create an unimaginably powerful hybrid? As these thoughts swirled, Zhou Lin found himself growing excited. Attach. After releasing the explosion-controlling queen ant, it appeared no larger than a fingernail, its abdomen round and plump. The divine tier golden attribute flickered and sank into the ant's body, initiating the fusion. The ant's entire body trembled violently, as if infused with a massive surge of vital energy. Its form swelled, its eyes turning blood red. Standing beside it, Zhou Lin instinctively retreated to the opposite corner of the room. The surging vital energy triggered the array's defensive mechanisms, forcibly suppressing its expansion. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully added the God tier golden attribute Beast Body. Ding. Explosive Queen Ant Stellar Radiance Tier 5 has successfully evolved into Blood Demon Queen Ant Sovereign Tier 1. After the first trait was successfully added, he observed the changes in the Queen Ant. Its vital energy surged thickly, doubling the thickness of its health bar. The Queen Ant's health bar doubling meant the health bars of the entire flying ant army would also double. A double boost across the board meant the thousands of flying ants forming the army would experience a massive leap in overall strength. Zhou Lin, thrilled at the thought, calmed himself before initiating the attachment of the second divine tier golden attribute. Attach. The moment the command was issued, the divine tier golden attribute fused into the Queen Ant's physical form. Boom! The instant the divine golden attribute vanished, a sudden white lightning bolt erupted above the thunder shop. Fuji and the short-haired girl, who had been handling equipment sales for Zhou Lin, abruptly stopped their work and looked up at the sky. Fuji, did you see that? Or did I imagine it? How could a white lightning bolt strike our shop's private room on such a clear day? The moment the short-haired girl finished speaking, Fuji bowed his head and resumed his work. I saw it. Just a coincidence. These are unsettled times. Strange occurrences happen now and then. Just an anomaly. No sooner had he spoken than another bolt of lightning split the previously clear blue sky. With a thunderous crash, it struck directly in the shop's secret chamber. Fuji and the short-haired girl jumped in fright, immediately covering their heads as they stared toward the spot where the lightning had struck. Nothing happened. Nothing at all. Mr. Fuji, did you see that? So many bolts of lightning. After waiting a moment to confirm it was safe, Fu rushed over to inspect the damage. There wasn't a single scratch around the perimeter, not even the slightest sign of damage. This is strange. Could it be that the koan is causing trouble these days? Let's go, let's go. After confirming every room's protective array was functioning normally, Fuji finally relaxed and returned to his work. The short-haired girl turned and followed suit. Inside the chamber, Zhou Lin stood observing the queen ant undergoing thunderous forging. Even the flying ants within the summoned space were subjected to the same refinement. After the forging, their bodies shimmered with lightning, fusing with the previous crimson bolts to become a crimson-white hue. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully added the God-tier golden attribute Heavenly Thunderbolt. Ding! Blood Demon Queen Ant King Tier 1 has successfully evolved into Blood Lightning Queen Ant King Tier 2. Now at King Tier 2 quality. Not far from God Tier. Divine Tier quality represents a transformation from the mundane to the divine for any equipment, skill, or pet beast. Reaching God Tier essentially means possessing transcendent, otherworldly qualities. Divine Tier items are likely a rare sight throughout the entire city of Linhai. Next up is the final Divine Tier golden attribute. Hope it doesn't cause too much commotion. Zhou Lin suspected that the previous commotion had undoubtedly triggered celestial anomalies. Add. As the God Tier golden attribute fused into the mother ant's body, the aura emanating from its suspended form abruptly transformed. Bloodthirsty, icy cold, as if covered in a layer of frost. The queen ant's eyes were as cold as a demon emerging from the underworld, unleashing a bloodthirsty and brutal desire. The entire room echoed with a crackling sound as the formation, eroded by lightning, finally stabilized. Now, demonic energy surged wildly, condensing into a single point that slammed violently against the protective formation. Buzz! 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 The sound of flapping wings echoed as the demonic energy tore through the protective barrier. At that moment, Fuji and the short-haired girl, who were working, suddenly paled. They whipped their heads around to look toward Zhou Lin's room. Without a word, they immediately dropped their tasks and rushed over. Fuji, look! Isn't that Zhou Lin's room? It's leaking demonic energy now, it's terrifying. The short-haired girl covered her mouth in horror. Fuji, of course, saw the situation in Zhou Lin's room as well. Such thick demonic energy. No, this isn't the aura of a human. It resembles that of a demonic beast. Wait, why is righteous lightning mingling with this demonic energy? As soon as he approached the vicinity of Zhou Lin's room, Fuji halted abruptly, activating an array to seal off Zhou Lin's area. The scene that unfolded before him seemed like something he might never witness again in his lifetime. The opposing forces of righteousness and demonic energy fused together. Wait, no, what was that tiny creature flapping its wings and soaring into the air? A bug? The short-haired girl noticed it too, her eyes staring blankly. Fuji froze in place, too afraid to approach. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully acquired the God-tier golden skill, Descent of the Demon God. Ding! Blood Thunder Queen Ant King Tier 2 has successfully evolved into Blood Demon Queen Ant King Tier 3. A queen ant, its body coiled with blue-white lightning enshrouded in demonic energy, appeared before Zhou Lin, gradually returning to a calm state. Zhou Lin stared in astonishment at the new species forged by the 3 divine tier golden attributes. King Tier 3 quality? Quality signified potential and authority. His gaze shifted, and Zhou Lin noticed Uncle Fu and the short-haired girl. He immediately stored the queen ant back into his summoning space. Chapter 43, Diving into the Attack on Titan's Secret Realm Votes Needed. After stowing the queen ant in his summoning space, Zhou Lin turned to look awkwardly at Fuji and the short-haired girl. Though he'd harbored doubts about Zhou Lin before, witnessing the mysterious insect being stored in the summoning space made him reconsider everything. Judging solely by the commotion earlier and the peculiar nature of his summoned creature, she had already crossed Zhou Lin off the list of those lacking sufficient strength. What kind of good guy could summon such a vast expanse of lightning and then imbue a single insect with both righteous divine thunder and wicked demonic energy? Both righteous and wicked, this wasn't something an ordinary person could conceive or accomplish. Young Master Zhou, are you alright? Fuji asked. Zhou Lin cleared his throat and replied, I'm fine. Glad to hear it. If something happened to you here, I'd have a hard time explaining it. Regarding what happened to you earlier, Thunderbolt Shop never meddles in our customers' affairs. So you needn't worry. Zhou Lin heard this and inwardly marveled. After causing such a commotion, he'd expected Fuji to press him for answers. But now, unexpectedly, it had dissolved into a single, dismissive remark. Alright, fine. In that case, I won't keep you any longer. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Zhou Lin slowly rose to his feet. After bidding farewell to Fuji and the short-haired girl, he stepped out of the Thunder Shop. Fuji, who had bowed in farewell to Zhou Lin, gazed at his youthful face and couldn't help but sigh softly. Truly, each generation surpasses the last, leaving us old-timers washed up on the shore. The short-haired girl's eyes widened, revealing a hint of respect and tenderness. As Zhou Lin stepped outside the shop, he discreetly checked on the queen ant and flying ants within his summoning space. They all fluttered their wings frantically, devouring the stored demon beast flesh Zhou Lin had retrieved from his backpack. This sight was alarming. The once mountainous pile of demon beast flesh was now dwindling rapidly. Empowered by the new skill, they devoured with even greater ferocity, their appetites ravenous. They were feasting heartily, but poor Zhou Lin was suffering. They're literally starving to death before reincarnation. They're eating this much now. If their numbers reached hundreds of thousands or millions, wouldn't they clean out the entire household? The thought sent a chill down Zhou Lin's spine. At that point, he'd have to haul truckloads of flesh over there or endlessly grind through secret realms. Otherwise, the flying ants would likely starve to death. Let's try the secret realm in Zone 2. It's under the exclusive control of the Thunder Guild and has a higher difficulty rating. The higher level should definitely let the flying ant army eat their fill and undergo a wave of frenzied evolution. A sudden inspiration struck, and Zhou Lin immediately set his course, heading toward Linhai City's secret realm Zone 2. The instant he began moving, a shadow swiftly followed behind him. Further behind, Jean Luo also caught up with a glance. Interesting. I was wondering why that kid vanished so suddenly. Turns out he went into the Thunder Guild's shop. Looks like that dungeon run brought him quite a haul. Follow him and see what he's up to next. We need to find a good opportunity to investigate him thoroughly. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin, having arrived at the Linhai City Secret Realm Area 2, stood at the entrance with Hibashi by her side, selecting suitable stages to grind through. Her appearance instantly drew the attention of many. Most adventurers gazed at Zhou Lin with looks of awe and admiration. Look, everyone! That's Zhou Lei's only daughter, the Thunder Guild's leader. Word is she's already awakened her profession in A-rank frost mage. Holy crap! Another A-rank profession. I remember Thunder Guild leader Zhou Lin's profession was also a rank. I wonder what my chances are of winning her over, even though I'm just a lowly toad chasing after her. I don't ask for much. I'll be a free son-in-law, and all I need is for the Thunder Guild's resources to be tilted my way. You little bastard, you want to eat and take two, huh? Whispers of discussion rippled through the crowd of adventurers. Hiboshi stared straight ahead at the gate, not even bothering to glance at them. Miss, why don't we skip straight to the high difficulty gates? It'll be more beneficial for you. The moment Hiboshi finished speaking, Zhou Lin's gaze landed on one of the two most challenging secret realms within the Linhai City's Secret Realm Zone 2, the Road to the Underworld. Hibo, you mean the Hell Tier difficulty, Road to the Underworld? Not far away lay two long-sealed secret realms, one was Attack on Titan and the other was Road to the Underworld. The difficulty rankings of Attack on Titan and Road to the Underworld were comparable. As a dark and sinister underworld realm, it was one of the few truly terrifying secret realms. Most transferees wouldn't dare attempt it just from hearing its name. As for the attacking giants, it was even more terrifying. Inside roamed giants of immense strength, possessing staggering vitality and a voracious appetite for human flesh. One careless step could easily turn you into their meal. Yes, with me here, miss, rest assured. You'll be fine. We'll clear both of these dungeons shortly. As soon as Hiboshi finished speaking, Zhou Lin nodded. Then let's begin. The moment Zhou Lin finished speaking, Hiboshi activated the secret realm. A split second before entering, Zhou Lin noticed her private chat interface flooded with messages. Opening it, she saw messages from several classmates who had just witnessed Zhou Lin's astonishing rise. Lin, check the trending topics in the regional chat community. Everyone's talking about Zhou Lin. Apparently he just cleared the Temple Escape secret realm at level 25. He's broken the top record. Word is he cleared the highest difficulty hell mode. Holy crap! Lin. We're witnessing history. After reading the private messages, Zhou Lin immediately opened the community trending list on her profession panel. Ranked number 1 was the legendary run event concerning the Linhai City number 3 secret realm area. Major guilds were going wild, and even some long-retired veterans were stirring, searching for that young adventurer. Zhou Lin, is that really you? Amidst the murmurs of doubt, a flash of light erupted, and he vanished into the entrance alongside Hiboshi. After his departure, another figure slowly materialized. It was Zhou Lin, now wearing a mask. Upon arrival, he immediately targeted one of the rarest secret realms. What struck him as odd was that someone was already clearing one of the secret realms. Hiboshi? Zhou Lin? After glancing at the large screen, Zhou Lin couldn't help but halt his steps. Hiboshi Zhou Lin wasn't particularly familiar with him. But Zhou Lin? She was someone he knew very well. She was his classmate, and she had witnessed his rise to prominence after awakening his profession. Looks like after she activated her profession, her father started intensively training her too. Maybe she'll have a chance to get into Holy City University. Since one has been chosen, I'll select another one my army of flying ants also relishes. It was a giant, rich in flesh and blood. A disaster for the trialists, but a natural tonic for his summoned beasts. Begin! He walked over and immediately selected the Attacking Titan secret realm, launching into the grind. Chapter 44, The Giant of Desire, Devour. Secret Realm, Attack Titan. Dungeon level, random maximum level, 30. Entrant level restriction, none. Dungeon difficulty, easy, normal, hard, hell. Dungeon description, in an unknown realm, diminutive folk and colossal giants coexist. The little people fought valiantly to establish their kingdom, repelling multiple giant invasions at great cost. Now, the trial calls upon you to aid the diminutive tribe by eliminating their strongest foes and breaking the curse that has plagued them for ages. The fewer casualties suffered by the little people, the greater the additional experience and equipment rewards you may earn based on your performance. Remember, the back of the neck is the giant's only weakness. A flash of light, and Zhou Lin vanished from his spot. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him had changed. The sprawling giant city lay in ruins, riddled with holes and crumbling bricks. A colossal titan crushed the city with a single kick, sending searing steam mixed with debris spewing forth. Through the gaping breach in the city wall, sunlight reflected off the titan's smooth skin, casting an eerie pallor. The giant's features contorted as they scrambled into the city like children at play, yet tore open the spines of fleeing victims with their teeth. With each bite, juices spurted forth, blood saturating the cobblestones of the streets. The alarm bells from the clock tower had long been drowned out by the sticky sounds of flesh being chewed. The cries of children, the prayers of worshippers, and the battle cries of warriors rose and fell in a chaotic chorus. Miserable, desolate, bloody. The moment Zhou Lin witnessed this, he was utterly dumbfounded. At that instant, the specific match details for his challenge appeared. Zhou Lin, difficulty, hard, level 25. Only hard difficulty? Seeing the assigned challenge details, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel a surge of indignation. Who did they think they were looking down on? Still, since it had already begun, he might as well push through as quickly as possible. After all, the flesh and blood of giants weren't any weaker than that of ordinary demon beasts. Just then, as he turned his head, several figures appeared beside him. The air thickened with the scent of spreading gas as human soldiers clad in specialized combat suits swept past Zhou Lin. They were the first to drive steel into the giant's nape, causing scalding blood to rain down like a sudden downpour. After eliminating the first giant to arrive, the trio landed slowly. Their cloaks billowed in the wind as blue eyes fixed on Zhou Lin. Greetings. You must be the trial participant. Please aid us war giants in breaking the curse. My name is Bren. The other cloaked youths introduced themselves in turn. I am Brown. I am Taria. 2 men and 1 woman. Were they here to lead the 3 of them in cleansing the giant race? To Zhou Lin, the trio appeared strikingly lifelike, their speech, gestures, and movements mirroring those of real people. Even the entire scene felt utterly real. My name is Zhou Lin. No problem, all in. All in? Zhou Lin's words left them puzzled, but seeing more giants approaching, they continued using the special device to attack the giants. Yet the moment they made their move, blood-curdling screams filled the air. Dozens of new titans appeared. Fighting dozens of giants proved extremely taxing for the 3, quickly plunging them into a passive predicament. Brother Zhou, please intervene. We'd be eternally grateful. Save our nation. Upon receiving the distress signal, Zhou Lin immediately sprang into action. According to standard mission protocols, maximizing the protection of this nation would earn him extra experience points and gear upon completion. Zhou Lin, eager to rapidly level up his profession and acquire gear, naturally couldn't pass up this opportunity. Species, desired giant. Level, 20. Quality, Diamond Tier 5. HP, 23,104. Skills, Demon Flesh, Frenzied Bite, Terrifying Fangs. Description, a giant born from cursed fusion, driven solely by insatiable hunger. Their minds consume only flesh and blood, and this ravenous appetite amplifies their combat prowess. Remember, their necks are their only weakness. The neck? Seeing this prompt, Zhou Lin couldn't help but chuckle. If one truly had to kill these giants by striking their necks, what would the flying ants eat? What would they play with? After staying in the summoning space for so long, it was time to stretch their legs. Come out, my little ones. After all, there were no familiar faces from the real world here. His auto-match teammates were also from the secret realm world, so he felt no fear and unleashed full firepower immediately. Dense as a swarm, overwhelming as a storm, the moment the fingernail-sized flying ants appeared, the air reverberated with a deafening buzz. Zhou Lin checked the details of the queen ant. What he saw left him utterly shocked. Species, Blood Demon Queen Ant. Quality, Sovereign Tier 3. Level, 17. HP, 11000-11000 plus adaptive variation. Mana bar, 11000-11000. Agility, 3547 plus adaptive variation. Strength, 3645 plus adaptive. Stamina, 3587 plus adaptive. Spirit, 3478 plus adaptive. Talent traits, Thunderous Crimson Feathers, Hundredfold Progeny, Production Machine, Bloodthirsty Tyrant, Fortress of Steel, Ferocious Maw and Fangs, Voracious Appetite, Venomous Beasts, Poisonous Stingers and Fangs, Bloodsucking Fiend, Violent Devouring. Remaining offspring, 12,245 34 level 16 Blood Demon Flying Ants, 97 level 15 Blood Demon Flying Ants, 234 level 14 Blood Demon Flying Ants, 654 Blood Demon Flying Ants. 12,245 Blood Demon Flying Ants. Zhou Lin's pupils contracted slightly, as if suddenly blinded by a flash of light. It hadn't even been half a day since his class awakening, and he'd already surpassed 10,000. By the day after tomorrow, the deadline set by his homeroom teacher, wouldn't he surpass 100,000? By then, even the Heavenly King himself would have to make way for me. The Blood Demon Flying Ants, their bodies radiating demonic energy while being relentlessly tempered by the white heavenly divine thunder, appeared with a terrifying roar, instantly shattering the original battle formation. The people of Lilliput, who had been trapped in a desperate situation, all lifted their heads to look upward. The blazing sun they had once possessed was now obscured by a dense swarm of unidentified creatures, thick as barbed wire. The frequency and sound of their flapping wings spread like ripples, reaching the ears of the people below. The lust giants, caught off guard by the assault, abruptly lifted their heads to gaze skyward. Their innate hunger for devouring everything stirred within them, fueling an insatiable craving to consume any living thing. Amidst bewilderment and shock, the swarming army of flying ants launched their assault. They formed long, winding chains, attaching themselves to dozens of giants and beginning to gnaw and devour. Sharp fangs sliced through gleaming skin like cutting blades, tearing flesh and devouring it whole into their gullets. The more they devoured, the denser their demonic energy grew, amplifying their hunger and drive. Their overwhelming presence pinned the desire-driven giants to the spot, their gaping mouths screaming in agonizing pain. Chapter 45, Giants' Demise, Departure for the Giants' Lair. Vote sought. After the flesh was forcibly devoured, streams of blood dripped down like small water columns. Though each tear made by a flying ant was small, thousands of them were frantically gnawing at every giant's body. The demonic energy surging into the giants' minds did indeed create a sense of awe. Crucially, as the flying ants devoured faster, white lightning bolts accompanied them, their intervals rapidly shortening. Not only did the speed change, but the power of the lightning also gradually increased. The righteous divine lightning first struck the flying ants, spreading throughout their bodies to forge them. With the enchantment's blessing, the white righteous divine lightning merely tempered them upon impact, causing no further harm. However, the flying ants clinging to the desired giant acted as conductors. With each strike, the divine lightning channeled its power into the giant. Already suppressed by the demon god, the desired giant now faced the righteous divine thunder, striking it like a jolt of electricity. The giant of desire twitched spasmodically, as if electrocuted, rendered utterly helpless. Giant of desire HP 541. Giant of desire HP 452. Giant of desire HP 354. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 20 diamond tier 5th stage desire giant. Experience points plus 2,341. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 19 diamond tier 5th stage desire giant. Experience points plus 2,100. Ding! Congratulations, your summoned beast blood demon queen ant has leveled up to level 18. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned beast blood demon queen ant's offspring blood demon flying ant has leveled up to 16. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned beast blood demon queen ant's offspring blood demon flying ant has leveled up to 12. The faster the devouring, the more frequent the sounds of flying ants leveling up echoed. To the people of Lilliput, the swarm of flying ants descending upon them appeared like the arrival of a savior. They prostrated themselves on the ground, their eyes filled with terror and reverence. Meanwhile, the three teammates who had sought Zhou Lin's aid stood frozen in place, their devices swaying helplessly before crashing to the ground. Did I see that correctly? Good heavens, those were desire giants, more than a dozen of them, and they were just killed like that? Aren't you supposed to only have a chance to kill them by striking the back of their necks? How did Zhou Lin do it? The giants were devoured by the creatures Zhou Lin unleashed, reduced to stark white bones. So terrifying. They watched as the swarm of flying ants in the sky devoured the giants down to bare bones. Their eyebrows nearly shot up to their hairlines, eyes bulging as if they might pop out of their sockets. Once they regained their composure, they immediately crowded around Zhou Lin, bowing in gratitude. Brother Zhou, thank you for helping our nation repel the lust giant's assault. But to completely eliminate the giant's threat, we must destroy the demonic insects that caused its mutation. Otherwise, our nation will remain vulnerable. Next time, it might spiral completely out of control. Having made their request, they knelt on both knees, clasping their fists in front of Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin promptly helped them up and spoke slowly, no problem. Let's depart immediately and eliminate those demonic insects as soon as possible. Now! The three had originally hoped Zhou Lin would rest first, as he must be exhausted after the battle. But hearing Zhou Lin's resolute tone, they no longer tried to dissuade him. With the threat dealt with, they could return in peace to celebrate their victory together. Without delay, the four resumed their journey. After storing the flying ants in his summoning space, Zhou Lin swiftly headed toward the devil bug's lair. This dungeon crawling style was a first for Zhou Lin. There were no specific level restrictions, only one objective: protect the Lilliputian kingdom, defeat the boss, and eliminate all threats. Once the threats were completely eliminated, they could successfully clear the stage. However, Zhou Lin had never encountered the so-called devil bug and had no idea of its level. Judging by appearances, it couldn't exceed level 30. If it was the boss, then level 30 would undoubtedly be its rank. Of course, Zhou Lin didn't want it to die so quickly. If it could create giants, he could fashion more for the flying ants to devour. With such formidable vitality and a thick health bar, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With his target confirmed, Zhou Lin's motivation surged. Perched atop the queen ant's back, he swiftly approached the boss's lair alongside the three drifting figures in the air. Looking down, he saw crumbling walls and broken cliffs, the ground littered with human bones. It was clear this place had once been a small kingdom, but it had suffered a brutal, inhumane massacre that wiped out its people. That was why it now lay in such ruins. Roar! Suddenly, a piercing roar echoed through the air. Bran, Brown, and Tree all startled, their expressions turning pale. One by one, giant naked female giants, armored giants, and beast giants appeared before Zhou Lin's eyes. Counting them, there were a full 20. And they were only 4. Bran, Brown, and Taria quickly huddled close to Zhou Lin, their fear palpable. They had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Surrounded by 20 giants, even with their extraordinary abilities, they would be devoured without escape. Their only hope lay with the outsider, Zhou Lin. He was the sole savior, the redeemer of Lilliput. Amidst their terrified gazes, Zhou Lin appeared unusually excited, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. 20 giants, each with incredibly thick health bars. After devouring them, the flying ants would be so exhilarated they'd take flight, their levels skyrocketing. You three, step back. Watch me perform. Zhou Lin snapped his fingers, and a crack appeared behind him. The summoning space ripped open, and wave after wave of ravenous flying ants poured out. The moment they spotted the giants, their eyes widened in awe, and their wings began beating with renewed vigor. Their wing beats accelerated, not quite taking off yet, but already burning rubber to gain speed. They were waiting for Zhou Lin's command to charge forward without hesitation. Whoa! Is the power of a god-tier golden skill line really this strong? These guys are either eating or on their way to eat. Go, my children! Zhou Lin snapped his fingers, and the flying ant army surged forth like a doomsday assault. 20 giants slowly approached, their excited mouths stretched wide, almost reaching their eyeballs. But, upon seeing the swarm of unidentifiable creatures, they froze in terror. For a demonic aura emanated from the flying ants, radiating overwhelming pressure. Compounded by the white divine lightning streaking down from the sky, their bodies now carried threads of thunder. Their original hunger vanished completely, replaced by a desperate urge to retreat. But bullets fired cannot be recalled, nor water spill taken back. The swarming flying ants, like demons devouring demons, clung to their bodies and began tearing and gnawing. Chapter 46, Shatter all equipment below star shining grade votes needed. The giants stood dumbfounded, swinging their arms and unleashing skills to obliterate the swarming, unidentified insects. Alas, it was all too late. The swarm of flying ants clung to their bodies, suppressing the giants with demonic energy before using their own bodies as conductors to unleash frenzied electric shocks. The once roaring giants were soon numbed by the relentless shocks, their cries of agony fading into silence. The blood demon queen ant frantically flapped its wings, transmitting sonic waves like ripples that the flying ants received. They plunged sharp proboscis longer than their own bodies and began a frenzied harvest with their writhing mouthparts. Roar! 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 The agonized cries of the titans rose in waves. Each cry was abruptly cut off by another jolt of lightning. The toxins swiftly entered their bodies. While the venom from a single ant lacked potent paralysis or lethality, hundreds swarmed each giant. The venom relentlessly injected itself from the flying ants' bodies into the giants' flesh. The giants, who had been suppressed to the point of extreme agitation and were on the verge of losing control, gradually quieted down. They appeared slightly weary, their eyelids drooping as they drifted toward sleep. Bran, Brown, and Trisha stood frozen in place, their eyes wide. The battle preparations they had meticulously laid out came to an abrupt halt. They had been on the brink of crisis, prepared to fight alongside Zhou Lin to the death. But now, the sight before them was utterly astonishing. The insects Zhou Lin had unleashed were not only holding their own against the giants but were actually bearing the weight of 20 of them. Not only did they block the giants' attacks, but they also dealt unimaginable damage to the colossal foes. Female Titan HP 541. Armored Titan HP 241. Beast Titan HP 341. The sound of health bars depleting echoed in Zhou Lin's ears. Seated atop the queen ant's back, Zhou Lin's eyes fixed intently on the still struggling giants. Devour them swiftly and take down the giants. To Zhou Lin, these giants offered abundant flesh and blood, a feast for the flying ants. But facing the swarm of flying ants, they couldn't hold out for more than a few minutes. Roar! 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 Amidst the giants' wretched roars, those having their flesh devoured and consumed plummeted one after another, crashing to the ground. Some were stripped down to bare bones within mere seconds by the swarming ants. The stark white bones were exposed, yet not a single drop of blood flowed. The flying ants had already drained every drop of blood. Giants that had been plump and full moments before underwent a drastic transformation in the blink of an eye. One by one, they became emaciated and hollowed out, their flesh stripped away, skin stretched taut over skeletal frames. Finally, their legs could no longer bear the weight of their skeletal frames, and they collapsed with a thud. This scene sent chills down the spines of the three witnesses, their scalps prickling with horror. For those who had witnessed countless acts of savagery like men devouring others whole, bones and all the flying ants before them were even more terrifying. The sheer density of them triggered a wave of claustrophobia in the observers. Coupled with the speed and ferocity of their flesh devouring, it made the trio swallow repeatedly in unease. What if those insects targeted them? Wouldn't they be devoured until nothing remained? The thought alone sent a shiver down their spines. In contrast, Zhou Lin sat calmly atop the queen ant, observing the devouring process. Ready to issue commands at any moment to accelerate the devouring. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 22 diamond tier 5th stage female giant. Experience points plus 3,411. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 21 diamond tier 5th stage armored giant. Experience points plus 2,310. The notifications of the kills flashed through Zhou Lin's mind. A massive haul of gear spilled out. Staring at the dense pile of equipment on the ground, Zhou Lin didn't bother to sort through it carefully. Any items below star shining grade with no special features were crushed. Converting them all into the most universal currency gold coins was the best approach. Although his backpack capacity had been expanded, the looted gear was mostly diamond grade. If he were to stuff all the diamond grade gear into his backpack, it would likely be completely filled with the items he was currently picking up. Therefore, Zhou Lin activated the shredder mode without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on shredding a level 22 diamond grade tier 4 blazing full set. Gold plus 1024. Ding! Congratulations, host, for shredding a level 23 diamond grade tier 3 metal staff. Gold plus 1421. Ding! Congratulations, host, for shredding a level 24 diamond grade tier 4 mystic crystal. Gold plus 1451. The shredding speed accelerated, fueling Zhou Lin's growing excitement. The bad news was that this method of destruction was incredibly wasteful. The good news was he didn't need to worry about running out of gear to shatter. Within a mere 5 minutes, 20 giants collapsed one after another, transforming from living, flesh and blood bodies into skeletal corpses. Let's keep moving. It'll be dark soon. The mention of nightfall snapped the trio out of their shock. They looked up at the sky and noticed the sun gradually setting. Their hearts trembled as they thought, Brother Zhou, maybe we shouldn't go today after all. At night, our vision is impaired. The devil bug lair is guarded by moonlight giants and night giants. These giants gain special energy at night, their vitality surging. The four of us wouldn't stand a chance. Bren patted his chest as he explained. Nightfall was indeed a taboo in Lilliput. Never venture out after dark, and always reinforce your defenses. Nightfall was the giants' prime hunting time. They would undoubtedly exploit the darkness to plunder relentlessly. Exactly. Brother Lin, night is far too dangerous. Besides our kingdom, many other realms once existed. They were all attacked at night, suffering heavy casualties until their nations were utterly destroyed. We should set out tomorrow instead, to avoid unnecessary risks. Brown chimed in with his own cautionary words. But Zhou Lin's focus was fixed on Dolo's words about moonlight giants and night giants. Their vitality intensifies in darkness. Wasn't this precisely what he sought? The flying ants desperately needed flesh and blood. With such massive, vital energy-rich giants to devour, how could they pass up this opportunity? Once daylight arrived, the moonlight giant and night giant's power would surely weaken. Their vital energy would be depleted. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? If you're unwilling to go yourselves, mark the location for me. I'll go alone. Zhou Lin's words caused them all to exchange glances. Stubborn, truly stubborn. But recalling Zhou Lin's earlier actions, he had indeed taken down quite a few giants. Very well. Since Brother Zhou is willing to go, we shall fight to the death for our nation and its people. I'm going too. Me too. The three immediately changed their stance, sharing the map and marking the location of the demon bug's lair. But it was over 100 kilometers away. At their current speed, plus the giants sure to block their path, it would take them until well past midnight at the earliest to reach it. Chapter 47, Killing Giants Drops Gold Coins. Let's do this, votes needed. As soon as Zhou Lin received the marked map information, he turned to them and said, Get in. At Zhou Lin's command, the queen ant rapidly began to expand. Its mandibles extended, its body crackling with white lightning threads. Bloodthirsty demonic lust burned in its eyes. Glowing hairs emerged from its swollen abdomen, its metallic-hued flesh shimmering. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal queen ant several meters long. Its gaze swept over the three figures below. The trio looked up at the colossal queen ant before them. Yet when they saw its bloated abdomen larger than half their own bodies, a curious thought stirred within them. Yet, the more they stared at the queen's belly, the more their hearts pounded with dread. They feared something terrifying might erupt from within. As if the moment its contents exploded, they too would be left with nowhere to bury their remains. Enough staring. Get on the vehicle quickly. Urged by Zhou Lin, the three climbed onto the mother ant's massive back, their hearts heavy with unease. Once they were seated, the queen ant swiftly flapped her wings. With a whoosh, she vanished like lightning from her original spot. When it reappeared, it had already traveled dozens of meters. Another flash, as swift as lightning. All three couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at the incredible scene before them. Not only had they never witnessed a beast thunderbolt moving at such incredible speed, but they were also astonished by Zhou Lin's methods. One could only imagine the sheer terror of those dense swarms of flying ants. What a terrifying existence they must be. Speculative thoughts began to surface in the minds of the three. Bren couldn't help but ask Zhou Lin, Brother Zhou, seeing how you can command so many insects, are you perhaps an insect master? Insect master? Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If he had merely released the queen ant, they might not have suspected him so deeply. But now, unleashing entire swarms of insects? That made him a terrifying, legendary presence. Unfortunately, he wasn't one. But he could be. Zhou Lin bit his lip and replied, No, I'm a summoner. A summoner? At the mention of those three words, the three exchanged glances. Brother Zhou, though you are a trialist, according to ancestral lore, we understand your profession as well. Historical record states summoners can only call forth one or a few summoned beasts. Someone like you. I just can't see you as a summoner. Bren pondered for a moment, unable to suppress his curiosity, and asked aloud. Oh? Then I suppose I'm just an exception. Zhou Lin didn't know how to explain it to them. Could he possibly tell them he possessed a system capable of shattering their rigid historical frameworks and long-established conventions? I see. Brother Zhou truly defies the heavens. Our nation truly has hope now. Zhou Lin didn't want to linger in idle chatter. After all, he was here to clear the stage. Once he defeated the boss, he could wrap things up smoothly. They were likely just passing travelers in his journey. The mother ant moved swiftly, covering half the distance in no time. At that moment, a series of furious roars echoed through the air. Gigantic figures emerged from all directions, eyes bulging, snarling as they charged toward Zhou Lin and his companions. Little people, they're little people. Ha! Now the little people have even learned to command large insect beasts. They're becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. We must hurry and devour the last little people kingdom. I'll go first. I haven't eaten in 2 minutes. Me. I'll go first. I haven't eaten in 3 minutes. I'm starving. The moment they appeared, they caught Zhou Lin's attention. Level 20, level 21. None exceeded level 30. For Zhou Lin, weren't these mere trifles? Time to log in, kids. This batch of fresh flesh will fill you up, but save some room for later. We'll feast on the night in the Moonlight Giant. Tearing open the summoning void, the flying ants emerged with a deafening buzz, swarming like a dark cloud that obscured the sky, drowning out the original light. The world below was plunged into gloom. Flying high enough to remain beyond the giant's reach, the swarm also blocked their vision. Stunned by the sudden change, the giants froze in place, staring upward in disbelief, momentarily at a loss. What is this? How could there be so many insects? Could these insects have been summoned by those little people? No. That little man sitting atop the insects just tore open a rift in space. He's not from here. Possessing the ability to tear space and control insects, he's an insect master. One of the female giants guessed correctly and immediately began shouting. All the giants fixed their gaze on Zhou Lin. Kill that trialist. Stop them. If we can't stop the trialist, our giant clan will be in serious trouble. A full 30 giants converged, armored giants, female giants, skeleton giants Zhou Lin had never seen before, spear-wielding giants, and more. Each giant possessed health bars in the tens of thousands, an excellent development for Zhou Lin. In contrast, his 3 teammates wore expressions of tension and fear. Over 30 giants, this was no joke. Moreover, they had launched a concentrated pursuit against Zhou Lin. Their chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Even with the swarm of insects possessing astonishing devouring abilities, there were also skeleton giants and stone giants lurking here. These beings possessed no soft flesh. The insects' mouthparts would likely struggle to breach their defenses. Zhou Lin. Dolan turned to address Zhou Lin, only to see him already standing as if he'd spotted a treasure. Species, skeleton giant. Level, 24. Quality, diamond grade tier 5. HP, 44,104. Skills, skeletal form, skeletal devour, skeletal summon. Description, devoid of flesh yet possessing formidable defense. Capable of summoning smaller giants weaker than itself. Exercise extreme caution. Killing a small giant may yield gold coins. Dropping gold coins? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Usually, you have to smash equipment to get loot, but now you can get gold coins directly. Not only that, it can summon small skeleton giants. The gold drop rate has increased. Not only does it boost experience points. Children, tear open a gap in their defenses for me. Giants converged from all directions, prompting Zhou Lin to swiftly change tactics, flying toward each female giant. After all, their delicate, tender flesh was easy to devour and naturally easy to tear open. Like dogs seeing dung, over 30,000 flying ants swarmed relentlessly, unable to stop their descent. They landed madly upon the female giants, extending their straw-like mouthparts and writhing mandibles to tear, suck, and devour with frenzied abandon. Chapter 48. Rain giants arrive, ants stir, both sought. The female giant, towering over 20 meters tall, rapidly withered away at a visible pace. From a voluptuous giant, she instantly became a desiccated husk. Once reduced to a desiccated husk, every last bit of flesh clinging to her bones was sucked clean. Only stark white bones remained. This was merely one giant. After the female giant designated as the breakthrough point fell, the others coalesced and launched a surprise attack on another female giant nearby. White lightning, invasive toxins, terrifying demonic energy. The 3 forces converged, transforming each flying ant into a demonic entity plunging into the abyss of hell. Roar! 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 It hurts! It hurts! Where did all these flying ants come from? I refuse to die like this. Help! Don't gnaw there, it's dirty. Eat? The strategy of breaking down one by one was fully executed. Tens of thousands of flying ants gathered together, devouring a giant corpse in mere seconds. Once one corpse was devoured, the next would be seized without pause. To protect and accelerate the growth of lower-level ants, the weaker ones were relegated to scavenging scraps in the rear. Even these scraps were a rare delicacy for them. Moreover, Zhou Lin had issued an order to the queen ant. They must preserve some flesh and blood for the flying ants to consume. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult for some low-level flying ants to advance quickly. Thus, low-level flying ants that consumed flesh and blood would leap several ranks at once. Even thousands of flying ants that had just emerged from the queen's abdomen were immediately overwhelmed by intense hunger upon landing, joining the scramble for the scraps. Some level 1 flying ants leaped 4 levels after just one bite, reaching level 5. Zhou Lin was stunned by such rapid advancement. If word of such an unnatural feat were to spread, he would undoubtedly be treated as an anomaly. He might even be dragged away by higher-level powerhouses to be used as a research subject. It would also spark intense curiosity about the secrets within him, drawing deadly threats. Just then, thunderclaps echoed across the sky. The once clear sky darkened abruptly. A light rain, carrying a foul, fishy stench, began to fall. The ground started to tremble as the rain intensified, growing heavier and heavier, now carrying a distinct smell of blood. Dabran and the other two slowly raised their hands to catch the rain, their faces turning pale with shock. Damn it! It's the rain giant. He possesses a special talent for manipulating rainwater. Our combat effectiveness will be drastically reduced in this rainstorm. Zhou Lin felt it too. The rain falling on his skin carried a corrosive force. Fortunately, he was clad in diamond-grade armor. It was more than sufficient to handle this rain. However, the gear would suffer wear and tear, requiring repairs from a blacksmith once they emerged. But the name of this giant? Rain giant? Whether it's a rain giant or an ice giant. Before the flying ant army, they're nothing but a pile of vegetables. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. Followed by several more. The rain fell harder and harder. The giants, battered beyond recognition by the swarm, heard the call of reinforcements and surged with excitement. Their suppressed battle lust, on the verge of collapse, was reignited in that moment. Devour the little ones. Devour these outsiders who came for the trial. Who among our giant kin dares to offend us? Our reinforcements have arrived. Charge! The oppressed giants, pushing through the torrent of blood, began their charge. The skeleton giant braced himself, chanting ancient incantations. With thunderous roars, waves of medium and small giants emerged from the earth. Their eyes gleaming with eerie light, they charged toward Zhou Lin and his 3 companions. Finally, the skeleton giants are here. Now we can free our hands and wipe you all out. Zhou Lin issued another command: all flying ants, target the skeleton giants. Drain their health bars at maximum speed. The command was transmitted through sound waves emitted by the queen ant's antennae. Upon reception, the ants swiftly assembled. Dense as a swarm, the flying ants seemed to devour the air itself, draining a skeleton in less than a second. Small and medium-sized skeletons were obliterated in the blink of an eye. Golden coins burst forth the moment the skeleton giants fell, scattering across the ground. The dazzling golden light made Zhou Lin's heart race, his eyes gleaming. Speed up! Accelerate to the max! Take down the giant skeleton! Zhou Lin would not spare a single skeleton giant. The moment the skeleton giant was struck by him, its fate was sealed. Impossible! Absolutely impossible. How could a mere mortal command so many insect beasts? I refuse to accept this. Rain giants, move fast and save us. As the skeleton giant spoke, the other giants echoed his plea. Here, aside from the skeleton giants, only the armored giants could be considered formidable due to their hardened defenses. Beyond that, there was nothing. Yet even the skeleton giant, under the relentless assault of a vast swarm of flying ants, found its defense and attack mere bones devoid of flesh utterly useless. Rust-stained, covering the silk-soft skeleton body, the bones had shrunk by at least half. Not a single trace of marrow remained. The rain carried the echoes of the giant's pitiful cries. What had once been the cries of the small creatures were now reversed. The armored giant wore diamond-grade armor from head to toe, its skull encased in a helmet as well. Yet even this could not withstand the swarm of flying ants for a single second. Hardeners harder than steel, mouthparts sharper than swords tempered 1,000 times, tore through the giant's armor with a sharp crack. They sank their teeth into flesh, sucked up blood, and their levels skyrocketed. The armored giant let out a piercing scream. Rain giant, what are you doing? Come support us. We can't hold them back much longer. We're about to lose. At that very moment, Zhou Lin's gaze slowly shifted forward. Amidst the gloomy rain, the sound of rushing footsteps gradually grew louder. Blood-red eyes flickered into view from the depths of the downpour. Over 30 meters tall, its body was as sturdy as a mountain, radiating a powerful aura and thick blood energy. Its immense bulk radiated immense pressure and weight, yet within the rain, its movement was astonishingly swift, faster even than some agile, smaller giants. Yet even with the rain's erosion and suppression, coupled with their own rapid charge, they couldn't catch up. In the split second before they closed in, the flying ant army had already wiped out all 20-plus giants, leaving only bleached white bones behind. Seeing the rain giant's massive form, Zhou Lin's excitement surged, a smile curling uncontrollably at the corners of his mouth. Now we'll see who the real prey is. Zhou Lin commanded the queen ant, focus your energy, unleash full firepower, and feast to your heart's content. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Upon hearing the queen ant's command, the flying ant army swiftly regrouped. Abandoning the flesh they hadn't yet devoured, they charged toward the newly appeared rain giant. Blinding the sky, their bodies crackling with white lightning, their aura warped by darkness, and their abdomens pulsing with terrifying energy, they slammed head-on into the rain giant. Chapter 49, Star Shining Grade Quality, Rain Giant, Vote Request. Giving it a quick glance, Zhou Lin hovered 50 meters above the giant, yet he only reached its chest, indicating the creature stood at least 60 or 70 meters tall. Not only that, the rain giant's entire body was translucent. Moving with fluid agility through the rain, it seemed born from the very water itself. Water droplets streamed down its distorted features, sliding off its skin. Its swollen body bore cracked corners of its mouth and large eyeballs, each gathering droplets as a cold, sinister smile spread across its lips. Its massive feet stomped the ground, causing violent tremors and kicking up mud, yet its stride carried not a hint of heaviness. Little one. No, this is the legendary trialist who can awaken a profession. The rain giant sniffed deeply. Trialist, you smell so sweet. Since you chose to aid the little ones, we are now enemies. Within my rain domain, become our sustenance. Behind him, 20 pairs of blood-red eyes fixed their gaze on Zhou Lin and his companions. Bren and the others swallowed repeatedly, their eyes filled with terror. Having never witnessed such a scene before, they dared not move a muscle. Brother Zhou. Before the words could finish, Zhou Lin raised his hand, holding it upright before him, his back turned toward the three. Bren understood the gesture immediately. All three halted their attempts to speak, their gazes turning solemn as they watched Zhou Lin. The flying ants darted through the rain, but it was clear they were being suppressed by the downpour. Operating within their domain, their agility was immediately compromised, and their defenses were constantly eroded by the relentless rain. Unfortunately, the rain giants faced flying ants barely larger than fingernails. The contact area was minimal, so even if there was an effect, it was negligible. Moreover, with tens of thousands of ants, even if their combat effectiveness was halved, devouring a single rain giant within 2 or 3 seconds was no challenge. A dense swarm of flying ants launched their assault, locking onto the first rain giant. The 60 or 70 meter tall rain giant halted its stride, slowly lowering its head to survey the situation beneath the rain. It had already sensed the insect's presence and, relying on its mastery over the rainwater, intended to corrode them directly. Yet it discovered that no matter how it corroded them, once the rainwater landed on its surface, the insects emitted a metallic sheen. This astonished it. But by the time it realized there wasn't just one insect, but a dense swarm of them, it was already too late. The flying ants had already attached themselves to its body, piercing its skin with their straw-like mouthparts and entering its bloodstream. Their pump-like cores began operating frantically. Streams of data information appeared before Zhou Lin's eyes. Species, Rain Giant. Level, 26. Quality, Star Shining Tier 1. HP, 48,104. Skills, Rain Barrage, Rain Stomp, Rain Domain Synergy, Rain Manipulation Synergy, Rain Protection Synergy. Description, a cursed giant born from the rain. After being cursed, it gained the ability to manipulate rainfall. When fighting in the rain, it can unleash double, or even triple, the combat power it possesses in other environments. This is an extremely dangerous type of giant, proceed with caution. Star Shining Tier 1 quality? Seeing this notification genuinely surprised Zhou Lin. After clearing so many stages, this was indeed the first time he encountered a minor enemy of Star Shining Tier before even reaching the boss. The higher the quality, the more extraordinary the flesh and blood must be. 3 seconds later, the flying ants swiftly drained a rain giant dry. The rain giant repeatedly used the power of the rain to shake off the flying ants clinging to its skin. Like stubborn adhesive plasters, the flying ants swiftly reattached themselves, piercing their straws to resume their frantic sucking. Amidst the rain, only the giant's frantic thrashing remained visible, its body violently beating the ants clinging to its form. Alas, within mere seconds, one rain giant after another collapsed with a thud. Their fleshy bodies turned into withered skeletons, their skin and flesh completely vanished. The sight unfolding before the other rain giants seemed like the most terrifying spectacle imaginable. For after the devoured giants died, not a single drop of blood flowed from their vanished flesh and blood. Not a single drop of crimson blood diluted the rainwater. Their blood-red, giant eyes widened, their breathing grew abnormally rapid, and their expressions began to change, twisted with terror, momentarily unsure how to respond. Gather. Combine our combat skills, rainwater manipulation and rainwater protection. Following the hoarse command, the giants gathered around the mightiest and tallest among them. Their bodies emitted a dim glow, merging into the rainwater. A transparent barrier materialized around them. Another giant, formed entirely of condensed rainwater, materialized. Clenching its fists, it charged toward Zhou Lin and his companions. Trialist, I refuse to believe you can breach my defenses. We'll simply wear you down. This cursed rain possesses corrosive properties. Before long, even if you possess a body of steel, you'll inevitably be eroded to nothingness, losing all defense. Then, you will be a dead man. The most imposing rain giant roared at Zhou Lin. Combined skills? Looks like they've unleashed 2 combined skills. Even if 20-odd giants fought together in combat, what difference would 100 giants make in actual combat? I refuse to believe you can withstand the force of my nuclear bomb's self-destruction. You can block one self-detonating flying ant, but what about 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? There'll be a point where your defenses break. Zhou Lin was certain their defenses and attacks couldn't withstand more than 10 waves of consecutive assaults. Send in one level 10 flying ant first to blast the gathered giant to pieces. After all, he still didn't know how much the explosive power of the flying ants would be suppressed within their domain. Boom! A level 10 flying ant flapped its wings toward the rainwater-formed giant. The moment it collided, it detonated. The blinding flash of its explosion instantly vaporized rainwater within a 10-meter radius. Nearer edges of the water became scalding hot, boiling violently. The rain-formed giant evaporated instantly, while the shockwaves from the nuclear blast spread to the transparent protective barrier. The energy waves sent tremors through the transparent barrier. The rain giants inside couldn't help but grit their teeth. Some shook their heads from the shock, losing consciousness for a moment before regaining it the next second. Damn it! What the hell was that explosion? Its power was insane. It looked like a little bug. A tiny insect exploded. I saw its abdomen turn red, then burst into flames before detonating, releasing energy 100 times greater than its own body weight. The rain giants were stunned. But Zhou Lin gave them no time to recover. Another level 10 flying ant slammed into their barrier. Chapter 50, Self-Destruction, blowing away the rain giants seeking gold tickets. The level 10 flying ant collided with the barrier, its abdomen turning crimson like a falling red moon. The explosive sound echoed through the rain, vaporizing every drop within a 10-meter radius. The spreading shockwave sent rainwater flying for kilometers, scattering like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. The explosive force of the second blood demon flying ant's self-detonation tore a crack several square meters wide in their barrier. The immense force shook the 20-plus rain giants, who had released their combined skill, causing blood to trickle from their mouths. Those who had been overwhelming the little people now cowered within the barrier like rats being chased. What kind of insects are these? How can their self-destruction be so powerful? The largest and most imposing giant had barely finished speaking when another thunderous boom echoed from outside. The powerful blast wave instantly widened the already fractured barrier. The cracks spread even wider. Zhou Lin, now suspended high above, witnessed the battle firsthand. What surprised him was how incredibly resilient the barrier formed by over 20 giants working together proved to be. A normal barrier would have been torn apart by the first level 10 blood demon flying ant's self-detonation. But now, even after the second blood demon flying ant detonated, its force alone couldn't breach the barrier. If two aren't enough, then let them detonate consecutively. I'll see just how long this combined skill barrier can hold out. Zhou Lin immediately issued the command. The blood demon queen ant vibrated her wings and antennae, transmitting sonic waves swiftly to the antennae of every flying ant. The blood demon flying ants that received the signal swiftly allocated dozens of level 10 flying ants. Forming precise formations, they began assaulting the barrier one after another. Each flying ant that went out had already activated the energy in its abdomen, crimson seeping out from the sac on its belly. Boom! Another level 10 flying ant detonated, its powerful shockwave continuing to separate the rain. Some were vaporized, others flung skyward. The cracks in the barrier widened ever more. The rain giants within roared in frustration, blood spilling from their mouths. Trialist! I'll devour you alive. Hold on. It's impossible for every insect's explosion to be this powerful. The ones he released must be his strongest. They'll be gone soon. The largest and most formidable rain giant began to speak, and the others regained their confidence. But just then, another insect, its abdomen flashing crimson, charged forward. Upon striking the barrier, crimson light erupted. The violent explosion sent the rain giant's hearts racing. Hang on a little longer. There probably aren't many more bugs with explosions this powerful left. Let's work together to repair the shattered barrier. They exerted their strength together, swiftly repairing the shattered barrier. But barely 2 seconds later, another flying ant charged forward to detonate itself. Boom! After the explosion, another appeared. Hold on a little longer. The towering rain giant felt uneasy too, but could only keep urging them on. Boom! 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 3 flying ants in quick succession slammed into him like they were worthless, exploding on impact. This was an even more reckless self-destruction tactic than the little ones had used. 3, 4, that was already the absolute limit they could endure. Yet the relentless explosions continued unabated, their sheer force shaking the giants until they could barely hold on, coughing out blood repeatedly. Seeing their resilience, Zhou Lin snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the remaining 4 level 10 flying ants, fully prepared and already preheating their explosive energy, launched a swift assault. 4 crimson points of light converged, coalescing into a single red speck the size of a teacup lid. The rain giants inside the barrier couldn't help but gasp in shock. How can there be more self-detonating insects? It looks like a larger insect is approaching. We must flee quickly to save our lives. No, that's not one big bug, it's 4 small ones merging together. We need to get out of here fast. Our shields won't hold against an explosion like that. We'll die. The explosive force could instantly vaporize all moisture within 10 meters. With 4 insects detonating together, everything within 40 meters would be vaporized. But by the time they realized and tried to pull back, it was already too late. The blood demon flying ants, flashing with lightning threads, had already collided with the barrier. The heat from the explosion swept out, engulfing everything within a 40-meter radius in a fiery red energy sphere. The energy sphere spread outward, vaporizing the water instantly. Rain giants caught within its reach had every ounce of flesh and blood vaporized, leaving not a single trace behind. Some giants positioned slightly further back were caught in the blast's aftermath. Even the slightest contact with the energy proved fatal. Some lost a leg, others half their bodies, and a few were left with only their heads. After they fell, the blood demon flying ants flapped their wings and charged forward, performing a thorough cleanup. In the blink of an eye, every last scrap of the fallen rain giants was devoured clean from the ground. The rain vanished completely. The kill notification flashed through his mind. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 26 star shining tier 1 rain giant. Experience points plus 1,410. Receive 10% difficulty bonus XP. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 25 star shining tier 1 rain giant. Experience points plus 1,354. Receive 10% difficulty mode XP bonus. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned beast blood demon queen ant has leveled up to level 19. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned creature blood demon queen ant's offspring blood demon flying ant has leveled up to 17. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned creature blood demon queen ant's offspring blood demon flying ant has leveled up to level 8. Watching the constant stream of kill notifications and summoned pet level up messages, Zhou Lin felt his heart surge with excitement. He swiftly gathered all the scattered equipment from the ground. Some were too far away for him to bother with, so he simply commanded the flying ants to fetch them. He then arranged them into a queue and began processing them one by one. The gear requirements for clearing stages had also increased appropriately. For Hellstar tier equipment, Zhou Lin didn't even glance at it, choosing to smash it directly. Ding! Congratulations on destroying. Equipment exceeding star shining tier quality remained in his backpack. Occasionally, Zhou Lin stumbled upon gear suitable for himself among these items. However, most were unusable due to their high-level requirements, far exceeding his current level 15. So he could only stash them away, waiting until his level rose high enough to equip them. After collecting all the scattered gear, Zhou Lin opened his profession panel and was stunned. His gold coins had actually. Chapter 51, Night Giants, Moonlight Giants seeking gold tickets. Had reached 201,310 gold coins. Over 200,000 gold coins, that was no small sum. With over 200,000 gold, opening a shop would be a breeze. It would be more than enough to buy a luxurious lifestyle for quite some time. If he hadn't awakened as a summoner without the system, dumping 200,000 into it might not even make a ripple. The summoner class is a bottomless pit. Press on this is just the tip of the iceberg. The real challenge lies ahead. According to the description, mastering curses would allow him to create vast numbers of giants. Wouldn't that mean mass-producing giants? Beside them, Bren, Brown, and the others rubbed their eyes as the sky returned to normal. Having been on the brink of disaster moments ago, their situation had completely reversed. They'd emerged victorious. Over 20 rain giants just wiped out like that? The trio exchanged puzzled glances at Zhou Lin. Feeling a bit embarrassed under their scrutiny, Zhou Lin continued directing the mother ant toward the nest of the demonic insects. As they traveled, the sky gradually darkened. Looking down, all they saw were broken walls and collapsed ruins. What had once been human villages now lay in ruins. Especially at night, the scene appeared eerily decayed and forlorn. Brother Zhou, we're almost at the demonic insect's nest. You must be extra careful. Night giants and moon giants love ambushing us. Look at those villages below. They were once thriving settlements, destroyed by night giant raids long ago. After Bren issued this warning, Brown added his own caution from behind. Tria also voiced her concern. Moreover, the night giants and moonlight giants are numerous. They were among the first to fall victim to the demon insect's curse. Zhou Lin paid no heed to their worries. They might pose a threat to the humans, but to the flying ant army, they were nothing but a feast. In that case, we should hasten to see them for ourselves. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the mother ant's speed surged again, leaving trails of lightning particles in the air as the three watched in astonishment. Within 10 minutes, they had already covered more than half the journey. The sky darkened and grew gloomy, plunging into pitch blackness where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Bren and his companions held their breath, their hearts pounding as they scanned their surroundings. Suddenly, the air thickened with a blood-curdling, frantic aura. Sensing something amiss, Zhou Lin snapped alert. With a swift wave of his hand, he tore open the summoning space, releasing 100 blood demon flying ants. The ants spread evenly in all directions, forming a formation. Some even pushed forward, with the queen ant transmitting signals to observe the surrounding situation. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes flashed in the darkness, and the air ahead thickened with an overwhelming stench. Zhou Lin's brow twitched violently as the queen ant frantically flapped her wings, darting sideways. Roar! The moment the queen ant led them into a sharp turn, a massive jaw, 5 meters tall, snapped open and closed, threatening to swallow them whole. Zhou Lin, sensing the danger signal, wouldn't give it another chance to strike unopposed. Explode! The blood demon flying ant leading the charge at the front of the swarm triggered its self-destruct mechanism. Crimson energy blazed through the night, illuminating half the sky. The searing energy sphere expanded, revealing the giants form a shadowy figure seemingly fused with the night, its ethereal silhouette shifting with the darkness. Snap! The hollow clatter of dislodged teeth echoed through the air. The foul-smelling fangs shattered under the crimson energy blast. Its face ripped open, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The head severed from its neck, the entire corpse collapsing like a small mountain. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 28 star shining tier 1 night giant. Experience points plus 2,874. Ding! Congratulations on advancing your class level to 16. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1 divine grade gold slot drawl. The loot glinted in the darkness as it fell to the ground. Staring at the scattered gear, Zhou Lin didn't even bother to pick it up. If a single night giant could drop this much gear, what about multiple night giants? Roar! More and more blood-red eyes opened in the darkness, their gaping maws bulging as they lunged to devour them. The queen ant moved swiftly, while the scouting flying ants darted about in a flurry of movement. Though all the flying ants could have escaped the night giant's abyssal maw, Zhou Lin chose otherwise. He deliberately left 1 or 2 behind to be swallowed whole. Swallowing flying ants smaller than a fingernail didn't register any reaction from the night giant. But then, Zhou Lin slowly snapped his fingers. Explode! The command issued, and every night giant nearby that had opened its mouth to tear and devour. Each had at least 1 blood demon flying ant in its belly. The blood demon queen ant released a signal, causing the blood demon flying ants within their bellies to rapidly swell. Their crimson abdomens exploded outward, the searing energy tearing the night giants' bodies apart, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Unfortunately, most of the flesh was vaporized, vanishing instantly. The flying ants could devour only a fraction. Therefore, Zhou Lin immediately replaced the level 10 blood demon flying ants with level 8 ones. Forming a suicide squad, they would immediately burrow into any night giant that approached, releasing their large mouths. Upon Zhou Lin's command, they would trigger their self-destruct mechanism. Roar! 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 At that moment, more and more night giants revealed their forms. Yet, without a second thought, they swallowed the level 8 blood demon flying ants whole. Boom! 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 The more Zhou Lin snapped his fingers, the more exhilarated and delighted he felt inside. Boom! 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 The devastating force of the nuclear bomb explosions rapidly spread. Red flashes erupted intermittently in the darkness, while the giants' wretched, furious roars pierced the heavens. More and more night giants halted their advance, too afraid to draw near. What's happening? Every giant that gets close starts self-detonating? Something's wrong. There must be a trap here. Where is the moonlight giant? We all sense the presence of the little one together. Could it be that he won't be coming? A hoarse, echoing rumble reverberated through the darkness. No sooner had the words left their mouths than a full moon hung suspended in the night sky. Another hoarse, echoing rumble followed immediately. Who said we moon giants wouldn't come? Oomph. A mere mortal has reduced you to this state. Let us moon giants handle it. Step aside and watch this for yourselves. At that moment, the thunderous stomp of a giant's footsteps echoed across the heavens. A massive crescent moon symbol was branded upon the giant's forehead. Moonlight traced the contours of a mountainous form, its shoulders arching to devour half the night sky. The shadow it cast opened like the gaping maw of an abyss. Eyes flashed open, pupils gleaming like 2 luminous full moons. Its ash-gray skin was covered in ancient runes, flowing with a mercury-like sheen in the moonlight, like a living, cursed stone monument. The moment they appeared, their footsteps thundered to a halt near Zhou Lin. You insignificant creature. Even if you possess powers that reach the heavens, you shall die at the hands of this moonlight giant. Watch me crush you with 2 slaps. One of the emerging moonlight giants revealed its form in the moonlight, its massive hands already closing in on Zhou Lin. A faint smile touched Zhou Lin's lips. With a flick of his wrist, the mother ant vanished from its spot. Only a flying ant remained, its abdomen pulsing with a crimson glow. Its entire body seemed to have triggered a mechanism, heating up frantically. Chapter 52, Blowing the Place Away, MVP of the Arena vote sought. Something's wrong. What the hell is that thing? It's red, like it can store heat energy. No, it's releasing heat energy. The moment the moonlight giant grasped the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens. The giant's fused hands were instantly blown apart and vaporized. Before the moonlight giant could even utter a scream, its entire body was blown to shreds, scattering fragments across the ground. The flying ants in the darkness swiftly swarmed in to devour the remains. Within seconds, every scrap of flesh was devoured clean. Witnessing one moonlight giant's demise, the others froze in shock. Incredulous, utterly bewildered. What kind of power could tear through their defenses so completely, leaving them no chance to retaliate? At the same time, Zhou Lin locked onto another moonlight giant. The panel information appeared in his mind. Species, Moonlight Giant. Level, 28. Quality, Star Shining Tier 1. HP, 61,207. Skills, Moonlight Suppression, Moonlit Colossus, Moonlit Empowerment, Moon Devouring Chant combined. Description: the first giants cursed by the demon worm, possessing terrifying cursed power. Together with the night giant, they form the two dominant giant species. If you encounter one in the darkness, exercise extreme caution and do everything possible to prevent them from unleashing their combined skill. Is this the danger of the Moonlight Giant? After reading the description, Zhou Lin's only excitement stemmed from the health bar. Over 60,000 HP, feeding that to the flying ant army would be an absolute thrill ride. As for that combined skill, he'd have to give them the chance to use it. Zhou Lin's expression turned grim. He abandoned the plan of using dense possession to drain them. Not only did it waste time, but in the darkness, as more and more giants appeared, it risked putting them at a disadvantage. The only strategy left was to detonate immediately. By unleashing a barrage of self-destructing flying ants, he could cripple both the approaching moonlight giants and the night giants. Once crippled, escape would be impossible. They'd inevitably become prey to devour. Having made his decision, Zhou Lin immediately issued the command to the queen ant. Under the tense, horrified gazes of Bren and the others, the queen ant swiftly transmitted the message to the scattered flying ant army. The swarm fluttered its wings, separating out individual flying ants of around level 10. They darted about, seeking the perfect moment to detonate. They sought suitable locations where a single explosion could cripple multiple moonlight and night giants, maximizing efficiency. The night giants and moonlight giants charged forward, closing in on Zhou Lin to seal him off. But, before they could truly close in, they saw crimson dots flickering incessantly in the darkness. The intense heat was palpable under the moonlight, clearly sensed through their skill detection. Terrifying, a spine-chilling energy was gathering, causing them to hesitate. Yet they found themselves inexplicably drawn toward it, like a persistent pest unable to shake off its magnetism. The searing energy erupted with a white flash, its scorching belly releasing a crimson glow. With a thunderous boom, the earth shook and the moonlit night trembled. A level 10 flying ant detonated itself, blowing apart the 5 moonlight giants drawn to it by magnetic force. One giant snapped in half as it arched its back, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. One had its head severed, instantly losing all signs of life. One lay crushed on the ground, howling in agony. Another, caught too close to the blast, had its flesh torn away by the intense shockwave. As for the last one, only a single eyeball remained, lying on the ground. Boom! 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 Following the first explosion, the others detonated in rapid succession. Listening to the melodious symphony, Zhou Lin watched the results with eager anticipation. However, when he saw the scattered piles of flesh on the ground and even witnessed many giants vaporized on the spot, a pang of regret washed over him. This was all food meant for the flying ant army, and now it was all wasted. I never imagined these moonlight giants and night giants would be so weak. Better downgrade the level of the self-detonating flying ants. Zhou Lin swiftly adjusted the suicide ant strategy. But his series of actions left the 3 men seated behind him, Bren and the others, utterly stunned. He actually could do that? Making his summoned creatures trigger self-destruction directly. But what intrigued them even more was how Zhou Lin could possibly have so many summoned beasts. Didn't he feel any regret sacrificing them? Boom! 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 The queen ant relayed the command once more. Some higher-level suicide flying ants flapped their wings and flew back. Replacing them, the lower-level flying ants initiated their self-destruction. The booms echoed in rapid succession, their flashes flickering endlessly beneath the moonlit night. Wretched roars and howls tore through the darkness as the enraged moonlight giant prepared to unleash its skill. But Zhou Lin wouldn't give them a single chance. After all, time equaled gear, money, and experience. Within 30 seconds, the explosions gradually ceased. Zhou Lin's ears were filled with the constant stream of experience points notifications from killing the giants after their explosions. Numerous pieces of loot glinted as they fell to the ground, too late to be picked up. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 28 Starlight Tier 1 Moonlight Giant. Experience points plus 2,411. Receive 10% experience bonus from hard difficulty. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 28 Star Shining Tier 1 Rain Giant. Experience points plus 237. Receive 10% difficulty mode XP bonus. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned beast blood demon queen ant has leveled up to level 20. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned beast blood demon queen ant's offspring blood demon flying ant has leveled up to 18. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned creature blood demon queen ant's offspring blood demon flying ant has leveled up to 10. After the self-destruction, a steady stream of good news reached Zhou Lin. Children, dinner's served. Shine your light on them as fast as you can. At Zhou Lin's command, the swarm of flying ants swarmed forward, frantically biting and sucking. Even newly hatched young flying ants, driven by the divine tier golden attribute, joined the assault, rapidly leveling up multiple times. Once the devouring was nearly complete, Zhou Lin directed them to gather all equipment scattered on the ground, then began meticulously counting each item. Following standard procedure, items of star shining grade or higher were kept, while the rest were pulverized. The relentless grinding echoed in waves, sending chills down the spines of the three watching from behind. The loot was simply being pulverized? Bren, in particular, was utterly stunned. After all, they had struggled immensely just to kill a low-level desired giant. Even if they obtained gear, it might not be usable. Even if usable, it was nowhere near enough for so many of them. Thus, they too yearned to slay a giant. But it was too difficult, far too challenging. They could only hope to make progress by upgrading their existing gear. As he crushed through the debris, Zhou Lin suddenly halted. Because he spotted a star-shining grade piece of gear that suited him perfectly. Chapter 53. Have you ever seen flying ants queuing up for a mass suicide blast? But star-shining grade equipment generally requires a minimum level of 20. In other words, at his current level, it was impossible to equip. He saved it, waiting. After stowing it in his backpack, Zhou Lin resumed his crushing. After finishing the destruction, Zhou Lin glanced at the night, now restored to calm. Silence reigned, not even the chirping of insects could be heard. The only sounds left were the panting breaths of his three teammates behind him, the rustling of his summoned beast, and the flapping of wings from the tens of thousands of flying ants. Despite the surrounding danger, their flight speed did not diminish sharply. Up ahead lies the lair of the demon insect, the boss. The demon insect itself cannot move, its lair has always been here. All the giants are cursed by it, and it commands their every action. The queen ant slowed its pace, following the scouting flight of the flying ants. Zhou Lin's expression grew solemn. Facing a boss required utmost caution. This was a level 30 demon worm capable of creating giants and unleashing curses. Human trialist, you have arrived. As Zhou Lin pondered, a voice echoed through the darkness. One by one, the giants slowly revealed their massive, muscular forms, their gazes fixed upon the four seated atop the queen ant. Demon worms, huh? A whisper escaped his lips. The night giant standing before Zhou Lin suddenly erupted with fury, its gaze turning savage as it fixed its eyes on him. Moonlight flickered through the darkness, its rays falling and trapping the four of them within. Health bar 21. HP 23. The sound of his health bar plummeting echoed incessantly in Zhou Lin's ears. The diamond grade gear he wore, exposed to the moonlight, suffered accelerated wear and tear. In an instant, it began to shatter. Realizing something was wrong, Zhou Lin furrowed his brow and immediately summoned a swarm of flying ants to circle around his body. These flying ants, all level 15 or higher, circled him twice before clinging to his body, linking together seamlessly. Though lacking the divine tier golden connection slot, their seamless integration provided flawless defense. Utilizing a specialized defensive golden slot, they halted the health bar's collapse. Once the metallic-hued flying ants had completed their attachment, Zhou Lin fixed his gaze upon the giant. Blow it open. The command issued, the queen ant, already poised for action, rapidly vibrated her antennae. The flying ants, energized by the signal, flapped their wings and launched a swift assault. A level 10 blood demon flying ant collided with the moonlit restraining barrier. The violent explosion released heat, shattering a crack. Yet it shattered without breaking through. Within the gloomy nest, soft-bodied worms writhed like parasites, freely altering their size. The floor was littered with bones regurgitated after being devoured. The bones varied in size, some belonging to beasts, others to humans. Its head bore no distinct eyes or mouthparts, only a ring of radiating tentacles resembling blooming nerve bundles capable of transmitting signals to the controlled giants. It could also exert further control over the giants. A human trialist actually self-detonated their beast companion? No. It wasn't just one beast, its entire body was made of beasts. How could it have so many beasts? Could he be a bug master? This is troublesome. Fortunately, if we attack together, we can swiftly eliminate him and deal with the insects. It swiftly wriggled its fleshy body, transmitting a frantic signal outward. Under the moonlit night, giant figures slowly gathered from all directions. Their speed was astonishing. Within mere seconds, they reached the vicinity. Trapped within the barrier, Zhou Lin's gaze turned cold as he commanded, sustained self-detonation. One after another, level 10 blood demon flying ants, their abdomens crimson, stained the moonlit night red. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted as they violently rammed toward a breach point. The explosive force incinerated the surrounding land, shattered mountains, and wounded the giants. Scattered ants outside the barrier detected more giants approaching and relayed the news to the queen ant. The queen ant swiftly signaled. Upon receiving the intelligence, Zhou Lin's brow furrowed deeply. Despite the protective armor formed by the clinging flying ants, his health bar was still rapidly depleting by several points per second. At this rate, Zhou Lin wouldn't last much longer before collapsing. He must break through immediately and capture the boss, the demon worm. The explosive blast widened the gap further. Yet it still couldn't tear the cracks completely apart. More and more giants joined the fray, accelerating the ceiling barrier and unleashing additional skills inward. The previously slowed health bar depletion began accelerating. Bren and the others turned pale, their emotions on a roller coaster. Moments ago, things seemed fine, but suddenly they found themselves in a crisis, surrounded by giants. Moreover, the number of giants kept growing. It wouldn't be long before even more giants appeared to encircle and kill them. Inside the barrier, their health bars steadily drained. There was no time to wait. Just then, they saw Zhou Lin rise to his feet and raise his hand. Within the torn summoning space, swarms of insects materialized once more. The insects fluttered their wings, emitting a buzzing hum. They coalesced into a massive sword, hovering above their heads. In front of the great sword, insects arranged in formation, shimmering with starlight colors, charged madly toward a single point on the barrier ahead. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted, sending powerful shockwaves that engulfed Bren and his two companions, forcing them to shut their eyes tight. In the blink of an eye, 10 insects detonated themselves. Dozens more insects waited in line behind them. Their abdomens glowed crimson, radiating an eerie heat. All three were stunned into silence. Could summoned beasts really be controlled like this? Even with numerous summoned beasts, one shouldn't sacrifice them for suicide attacks like this. But upon reflection, though these insects were small, the explosive force generated by their detonation was immense. Without the explosions, they truly couldn't have escaped alive. Joe witnessed the flying ants lining up to detonate. The explosive force was immense, yet each time it fell just short of completely tearing open the breach. Once the breach was opened, the entire barrier would collapse. Then, it would be the flying ants' home turf. Collective self-destruction. Zhou Lin steeled his resolve and released the dozen or so level 15 flying ants that had been prepared for this moment. They gathered together, their bodies glowing crimson, and slammed into the barrier. The explosive force instantly shattered the once solid barrier. Moonlight and the night giant, who had been resisting, were caught in the blast shockwave, their flesh and blood scattered. Blood spattered the ground as the flying ant army swiftly moved in, devouring every last bit of flesh and blood. The moment the barrier shattered, Zhou Lin immediately issued the order for a full-scale assault. Self-destruct, devour, full firepower. Over 30,000 flying ants closed in with lightning speed, their demonic aura radiating terror. The deafening explosions of self-detonations echoed across the heavens, stunning even the once confident demonic insects. Chapter 54, Pursuing the Demon Insect Boss votes sought. Are these even human? How can they be more savage than him? To treat one's own pet beast so carelessly, releasing it to detonate in a suicide blast. The demonic insects coldly relayed the message. All giants, return to the nest. Block the enemy at all costs. After the signal was transmitted, all giants across the land halted their actions. The desired giants, who had been tearing through the walls of Bren's kingdom, halted their assault. But they abruptly halted, roared in fury upon receiving the command, and turned to depart. Below, the terrified common folk, who had been awaiting their impending doom. When they opened their eyes again, they did not see hell, but a shattered kingdom. Had the giants vanished? Fortune has smiled upon us. The giants have retreated. Are we saved? Could it be that the trialist has successfully slain the demonic insects? A king holding a scepter revealed relief in his eyes, as if he had survived a catastrophe. But more than that, his gaze held hope for Zhou Lin and for the three from their kingdom. Within the demonic insect's lair, many little people controlled by the demonic insect existed here. After being enslaved, many were sealed within the lair, awaiting the demonic curse. Once the curse took effect, it could manifest into various types of giants depending on its nature. Black signals surged through each minion's body, black mist overflowing as their bones, flesh, and blood swelled. In the blink of an eye, a small being was cursed, completing its transformation into a night giant. Engage in combat. The demonic insect issued the command without hesitation. The cursed giants marched toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Zhou Lin didn't want to waste too much time on these giants. He detonated himself to blast them to pieces, then unleashed his army of flying ants to devour the remains. Night Giant HP 641. Night Giant Health Bar 614. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 28 star shining tier 1 Night Giant. Experience points plus 2,981. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 27 star shining tier 1 Night Giant. Experience points plus 2,811. Loot scattered across the ground, but Zhou Lin paid it no mind, focusing solely on eliminating all the giants. The sound of explosions echoed continuously as swarms of blood demon ants, around level 10, charged forward. Giants still far from Zhou Lin were instantly blown skyward. Even those with 60,000 to 70,000 HP bars were mere snacks for the blood demon ants, unleashing a hundredfold explosive force. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, leaving them crippled. After the explosions, Zhou Lin shifted his focus inward. He first tested a few scouts to gauge the situation. If any unusual circumstances arose, he would immediately switch roles and become a Suicide Squad member. Self-destruct to blast open the sealed passage to the nest. Several flying ants rapidly flapped their wings, dashing through the darkness. Within the nest, the demonic insect perceived the scene through neural transmissions. His pets are swarming everywhere. How many are there? It seems I must hasten the creation of more giants to block his advance, or else. Before his words could finish, his hypersensitive nerves detected the vibration of insects approaching from outside. By the time it registered, it was already too late. A crimson light exploded before his eyes. The searing energy tore through the thick nest walls. Its body rapidly shrank, moving through the nest like liquid, vanishing from its original spot. Yet the blast's shockwave still reached it. The shockwave from one flying ant's self-detonation had barely dissipated when another charged forward. It left him no chance to react. The explosive force shattered the mountainside. Boss Demon Insect HP 4718. Boss Demon Insect HP 6214. Upon receiving the update, Zhou Lin's eyebrows lifted slightly. Looks like the reconnaissance team that went in for the ambush hit the boss. Just cripple it. I want to capture it alive and see if we can extract anything useful. After finishing off the giant here, Zhou Lin followed the map's coordinates and charged toward the lair of the demon insect boss. The three on the queen ant hadn't fired a single shot yet. The most action they'd taken was raising their hands to grip their combat gear, activating their gas devices, ready to enter combat mode at any moment. Unfortunately, they'd been preparing the entire time without actually engaging in combat. They simply watched, observing Zhou Lin's every move with intense focus. Time flashed by. Within a dozen seconds, the blood demon flying ants carrying the four had already reached the entrance of the demon worm boss's nest. However, the area had been reduced to rubble. The original entrance had been blown to smithereens. Countless little people were saved, escaping from the underground chambers where they'd been held captive. You go evacuate and rescue the people. I'll go find the demon worm. Here are 100 mounts you can temporarily command. Once used, they will return automatically. Having just fed, the flying ants all around level 8 were dispersed by Zhou Lin in groups of 100. His mission this time wasn't merely to kill the boss, he also had to protect the civilians as much as possible. A high score would give him a better chance at obtaining superior rewards for clearing the stage. Bren and his two companions watched the ants, their bodies swollen to the size of giant birds, and swallowed hard. Unheard of, none dared speak further. Alright, let's go rescue the villagers now. They sprang into action, the flying ants following closely behind. Zhou Lin watched them begin the rescue, tapped the queen ant's shell, and sped forward. According to intelligence relayed by the flying ants pursuing the demonic insects, the demonic insects kept darting toward distant areas and deep underground. After all, its physical form could change at will. A small opening was enough for them to quickly burrow down. After accelerating to the front, Zhou Lin halted. The next instant, he commanded the flying ants to swiftly form into a sharp sword and plunge underground. I refuse to believe your speed can outpace that of flying ants. Its mandibles tore frantically through the soil, sinking over 10 meters in a single second. Based on the information relayed by the pursuing flying ants, Zhou Lin confirmed the timing and immediately issued the command, self-destruct. Boom! The moment the deafening explosion erupted, the entire area within dozens of kilometers trembled, as if an earthquake had struck. The demonic insects hiding below, in the midst of their escape, were blown apart, emitting wretched screams. The next second, they burst forth from the ground. Dozens of night giants materialized around its body. Boss Demon Worm HP 8718. Though it possessed no eyes, it could perceive its surroundings through psychic senses. Upon spotting Zhou Lin, it furiously transmitted its fury through psychic energy to the night giants, who conveyed the message through their mouths. Chapter 55, Emerging from Seclusion, Breaking the Record Again. Votes needed. Trialist, must we fight to the death? I can reveal the secret of the curse to you, helping you transform your beast companion into such a colossal being. We can share the secrets of the little ones together, forging an army of giants through unique methods to serve us. After these deep words emerged from the giant's mouth, Zhou Lin couldn't be bothered to respond. Share? What do I have to share with you? Kill you, and all secrets become mine. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhou Lin moved. A dense swarm of flying ants charged forward in a rapid assault. Facing a boss, Zhou Lin certainly wouldn't resort to self-destruction to kill it outright. If he killed it and the loot didn't contain the method to curse and transform the giant, wouldn't that be a total loss? The demonic insects were startled, swiftly transmitting psychic signals. The giants guarding nearby swarmed in, attempting to halt Zhou Lin's assault. Alas, the flying ants moved with lightning speed, triggering their self-destruction instantly. Blow these bastards to hell. With so many flying ants, Zhou Lin didn't mind sacrificing a portion to self-destruct. But if he could capture the demonic insect alive and extract something useful from it, that would be ideal. The demonic insects, bombarded relentlessly, emitted cries of rage and resentment. Especially when the night giants it controlled were crippled in droves, rendered incapable of combat, its heart grew cold as ice. It wouldn't be long before the giants it controlled perished, leaving it utterly defenseless. Therefore, it immediately sent a message to Zhou Lin through the other giants. Zhou Lin, I possess a secret technique to control curses that I can pass on to you. But please, spare me. Otherwise, I will choose to self-destruct and we will die together. Zhou Lin slowly raised his hand, and the swarm of flying ants that had been relentlessly self-detonating suspended mid-air. Oh? Give me the secret technique for manipulating curses, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, I'll wipe you all out right now. The demonic insect writhed, its entire body appearing submerged in water, as it spat out a stone book glowing with an eerie light. The stone book flickered with peculiar characters, etched with ancient, mysterious inscriptions. Upon seeing it, Zhou Lin's figure flickered as he closed in on the stone book. The moment he reached out to seize it, spiritual fluctuations flared around his body, darting like a blade, poised to pierce his mind. The demonic insect transmitted a sonic wave through the other giants. Trialist, surrender your life here. No living being can withstand my mental penetration. Once pierced through your spirit, death is inevitable. I shall fashion you into my most intimate cursed giant, bound to wage war for me throughout eternity. The instant the mental piercing was about to enter Zhou Lin's mind, a crimson light flashed behind the demonic insect. The flying ants, long brewing their self-destruction in the shadows, unleashed their energy. The immense energy engulfed the demonic insect, vaporizing it into nothingness. Zhou Lin seized the stone book, his body now shielded by the swarm of flying ants, providing protection even to his mind. But the mental piercing vanished completely the instant the demonic insect died. You little bastard, thinking you could control me like that? Now that I have the secret technique to create giants, I'll study it thoroughly once I'm out. I'll see if I can modify some beasts, making the colossal creatures even larger and increasing their flesh mass. This would enrich the food supply and ensure their sustenance remains plentiful. After the kill, constant notification messages flooded Zhou Lin's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 30 Starshining Tier 2 Demon Insect. Experience points plus 4,102. Received 10% experience bonus for hard difficulty. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the attack on Titan's Secret Realm. Your performance is being evaluated based on your current progress. Ding! Congratulations on achieving an SSS Plus rating. Rating scale, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, SSS Plus. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a special experience bonus, 5,140. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining special equipment rewards, Golden Fire Hammer, LV30 Starshining Tier 2 quality, *1. Azure Ice Spike, LV30 Starshining Tier 2 quality, *1. Windcloud Fan, LV30 Starshining Tier 2 quality. Ding! Congratulations on advancing your profession level to 17. Ding! Congratulations on your profession level advancing to 18. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned beast Blood Demon Queen Ant has leveled up to 21. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned beast Blood Demon Queen Ant's offspring Blood Demon Flying Ant has leveled up to 10. After drawing experience and equipment rewards, Zhou Lin's backpack was instantly stuffed with over a dozen Starshining Tier items. Unfortunately, none of these items were suitable for him. However, if sold on the market, each piece would cause a huge stir. They would undoubtedly be snapped up by practitioners in Linhai City. Starshining grade gear was a rare sight in Linhai City. To list over a dozen of them for sale simultaneously would be nothing short of terrifying. Of course, he currently possessed far more than just a dozen Starshining grade items. What delighted him most was that this dungeon run had granted him 3 consecutive level-ups. This meant he still had 3 unused chances to draw Divine Tier Golden attributes. With just 2 more levels, he could unlock his second summoned beast. He just didn't know what kind of summoned beast the second one would be. Even if it was Trash Tier quality, with the boost from a God Tier Golden attribute, it would still be able to soar effortlessly. Exit the dungeon. Allocating 3 minutes. Flying Ant gathered all the gear scattered on the ground. Zhou Lin then began the process of crushing and collecting. With a single wave, his backpack was instantly filled to capacity. Among the loot were some Starshining grade items suitable for professional adventurers, along with special materials. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the stage. Your stage record is being generated. Challenger, Zhou Lin. Clear time, 20 minutes 27 seconds. Rank, 1st. Ding! Congratulations on setting a new record for the attack on Titan's Secret Realm in Linhai City's Secret Realm Zone 2. Currently ranked 1st. Ding! This ranking will be displayed on the full screen of Secret Realm Area 2 for 1 week. The information flashed before Zhou Lin's eyes. Seeing it, he was momentarily stunned. Displayed on the entire screen for a week? He had intended to keep a low profile, but now it seemed impossible to stay under the radar. He had promised Principal Sun he'd be more cautious when clearing later stages and avoid challenging the difficult ones. But now he'd gone and cleared one of the 2 most difficult dungeons in the second Secret Realm area. Just as Zhou Lin flickered to exit the realm, In the spectator stands of the Linhai City's second secret realm area, layers upon layers had piled up, gathering hundreds upon hundreds of people. Among them were shadow competitors tracking Zhou Lin, and that golden Barbie, Jean Ba. They all witnessed the score flash across the screen. Jean Luo, in particular, was stunned speechless. Chapter 56, The Slaughter Guild's Serious Warning, Vote Request. Is this guy even human? He just broke the record, and now he's shattered the record for the No. 2 Secret Realm Zone, one of the 2 most challenging realms. How can someone this godlike exist nowadays? I distinctly remember he's just a student. Jean Luo, who had intended to teach Zhou Lin a lesson and find ways to detain him, now felt a surge of fear. This hesitation stemmed from awe and reverence for genius and power. If he were put in that situation, tasked with clearing a hard-level secret realm, he'd guarantee he'd die inside. But this student had only just awakened his profession, hadn't he? And now he could clear dungeons one after another, taking down a level 30 boss? And it was the perilous, extremely high-risk, terrifying giant ruins secret realm. The middle-aged man sent by Shaolei, now transformed into a shadow, couldn't help but stare in disbelief. This is the student the guildmaster ordered me to follow? Does our Linhai City truly harbor such a prodigy? The guildmaster truly is cunning and far-sighted. Let's see how things unfold. Based on what I'm witnessing now, it's absolutely worth going all out to help him. I should inform the guildmaster of this matter first. A prodigy like this must be recruited by our Thunder Guild as soon as possible. The middle-aged man, now a shadowy figure, fixed his gaze upon the towering, imposing yet oddly dressed Jean Luo. He instantly recognized her as a member of the Slaughter Guild. Based on the intelligence received, he knew that a member of the Slaughter Guild had died alongside Zhou Lin during the challenge. It was only natural for the Slaughter Guild to come investigate, but Shaolei had sent him here with a clear purpose. Given the Slaughter Guild's modus operandi, failure to obtain the information would inevitably lead to destruction, especially a genius like this. If such a talent fell into the hands of their Thunder Guild, it would inevitably pose a potential threat to the Slaughter Guild. Therefore, his gaze remained fixed on Chu. All eyes were on Jean Luo of the Killing Guild to see what move she would make next. The other professionals present also noticed the 2 most challenging stages. One was Attack on Titan, and the other was Road to Underworld. The path to the Underworld was being cleared by a Thunder Guild powerhouse alongside the guild leader's daughter, who had recently awakened her new class. The other, Attacking Giant, was being soloed by some unknown legendary figure. However, when they saw the message fill the entire screen, gasps erupted in waves. Soloing the hard difficulty of the Attack on Titan dungeon? Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted. At the dungeon's exit, a youth's figure slowly emerged. The moment Zhou Lin appeared, he activated his mask. His facial features instantly blurred and distorted, making his true appearance impossible to discern. Clad in a full set of diamond tier gear, his exact identity remained unknowable. It was clear that Zhou Lin was no ordinary person, though no one knew which prominent family he might belong to. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Lin walked to the side and glanced back at the Yellow Springs Path, Secret Realm. The display indicated he was currently in the midst of a challenge. After a glance, Zhou Lin turned to leave the Secret Realm area. He had come here seeking precisely this kind of secret realm, one suited for the growth of flying ants. They contained abundant flesh and blood. He had already obtained the secret technique he needed. After clearing the Attack on Titan secret realm, it was immediately sealed off for the day. To attempt it again, he would have to wait until tomorrow. According to Zhou Lin's plan, to unlock his second summoned beast, he must first level up to 20 and assemble an army of 100,000 flying ants. He planned to try clearing the path to the underworld dungeon again, hoping to find some suitable gear. His other objective was the coastal city's secret realm zone 1. As Linhai City's most challenging secret realm zone, it deterred even many powerful figures both within and outside the city. But danger meant opportunity, and for Zhou Lin, that was a tremendous blessing. He refused to believe that tens of thousands of flying ants charging together couldn't overpower a single secret realm. Just as he turned to leave, a figure blocked his path. Zhou Lin glanced up and immediately noticed the peculiar outfit. The figure was burly, yet dressed like a Barbie doll. A momentary speechlessness left Zhou Lin at a loss for words. Jean Luo produced an ID card and spoke first in a rough voice. Zhou Lin, right? I'm a special envoy from the Slaughter Guild. I've come specifically to ask you about the death of our guild member, Song Ming. Let's find a quiet place. This way, please. Zhou Lin's brow furrowed slightly. He knew this kind of thing was inevitable. Sooner or later, someone from the Killing Guild would come looking for answers. Let's go. Without further ado, Zhou Lin followed the other's direction and left. The moment he was gone, the crowd of professionals erupted into discussion. Some smaller guilds had intended to extend membership invitations to Zhou Lin, but the Slaughter Guild had already made their move, disrupting those plans. Rumors began circulating among them. Some even speculated that he had secretly killed members of the Slaughter Guild, which was why he was under investigation. Upon hearing this, they couldn't help but show expressions of horror. Who didn't know? Who wasn't aware? The Killing Guild was notorious for its ruthlessness. This time, that genius likely faced grave danger. Yet, the moment Zhou Lin departed, a dark figure swiftly followed in his wake. Not long after, Jean Luo led Zhou Lin into a tea room. The tea room was a private compartment, its surroundings sealed with an array for soundproofing. Even if the most earth-shattering events unfolded within, they could not be heard outside. After taking their seats, Zhou Lin didn't want to waste any more time. After all, the flying ants within his summoning space required a constant supply of flesh. Releasing stored flesh here wasn't feasible. Moreover, he needed to sell the equipment he had acquired as soon as possible. He needed to accumulate enough gold coins to upgrade both himself and his flying ants. Time was of the essence. The university assessment was imminent. May I ask? Zhou Lin spoke directly. Jean Luo's voice was coarse and slightly restrained. Zhou Lin, I know you're a student at Genoa Middle School. Since you're so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush either. Whether Song Ming's death is directly linked to you or not, that's neither here nor there. But mark my words, the Slaughter Guild doesn't mess around. Your homeroom teacher is an elder of the Killing Guild, with endless resources and endless methods at his disposal. Even if your school principal found out, he couldn't protect you. Facing the warning, Zhou Lin shrugged indifferently. Is this all you wanted to tell me? Please inform Chu Mei that she's made me want to remodel her. I've now developed the urge to reshape her. No more words. 3 days from now, the truth will be revealed. With that, Zhou Lin rose and departed without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 57, Another Draw. 3 Divine Tier Gold Attributes, Vote Sought. Jean Luo was left standing there, dumbfounded by Zhou Lin's reaction. He had intended to leverage the guild's influence to pressure him. After all, the Slaughter Guild was one of the few top-tier guild powers in Linhai, arguably on par with the Thunder Guild. He had come representing the guild, yet he hadn't expected to be so unwelcome. Zhou Lin, do you know who you're speaking to? I represent the Slaughter Guild. I can detain you for non-cooperation. Jean Luo stood up, his voice thick with rage, but she realized Zhou Lin had already left. Without hesitation, Zhou Lin headed straight for the Thunder Commerce. The moment he arrived, the short-haired girl spotted him and greeted him excitedly. Handsome, the gear you stored here was incredibly popular. It's all sold out. The money has already been transferred to your account. The moment he entered the shop, Zhou Lin received this notification. He hadn't paid much attention to the Thunder card given by the Thunder Trading Company, preoccupied with other matters. Upon opening the Thunder card, he was immediately stunned by the sales amount displayed inside. A whopping 150,000 gold coins. Are the prices for stored items always this high? If I put out this batch of star-shining gray gear, I could probably rake in over 100,000 gold coins. Several 100,000 gold coins represented a lifetime's fortune for an ordinary adventurer. But for him now, it was merely a single wave's worth. Alright, thank you. Please prepare another secluded, quiet room for me. Also, call your steward. I have higher quality gear to consign for sale, Zhou Lin requested without batting an eye. The short-haired girl's expression flickered with surprise upon hearing this. Higher quality gear? Even beyond Diamond Tier Level 5? That would mean Star-Shining Grade. The thought made her breath catch in her throat. She hurriedly allocated one of the specially reserved rooms. Alright, handsome. This way please. I'll notify the steward immediately so he can confirm the equipment storage and sale arrangements with you in person. Zhou Lin gave a nod and headed straight for the room the short-haired girl had indicated. Before long, he entered a room. The moment he sat down, he confirmed the surrounding area was protected by arrays, ensuring not a single sound would leak out. An elderly man clad in a long robe slowly entered the room. Young Master Zhou, what items might you wish to entrust our merchant house with selling this time? Fuji looked at Zhou Lin, suppressing his inner excitement as he asked. Upon learning that Star-Shining Grade equipment was to be sold, he immediately stopped what he was doing and rushed over. Star-Shining Grade equipment was a rare sight throughout the entire Linhai city. Equipment of even higher tiers than Star-Shining Grade was almost unheard of. Bringing such items to market would inevitably spark a frenzy. The previous announcement of selling diamond grade gear had already drawn significant attention from many professionals. Now, the emergence of Star-Shining Grade gear was bound to set Linhai city ablaze. Mr. Fu, please ensure this room's details remain strictly confidential. The gear I'm selling this time is all Star Glory tier. At the mention of Star Glory Grade, Fuji immediately grew serious. Together with the short-haired girl, he double-checked the surrounding formations to ensure everything was secure. Rest assured, young Master Zhou, everything is secure. Zhou Lin nodded. I just counted them. The Star-Shining Grade gear I'm selling this time is mostly Star-Shining Grade Tier 1, with a few pieces being Starshining Grade Tier 2. There are 421 pieces in total. Please store and sell them for me. All proceeds must be deposited into my Thunder card. Just like before. Zhou Lin offered no further explanation. Fuji felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing the number 395. 395 pieces. All Starshining Grade equipment. This was comparable to the top-tier equipment reserves of a medium-sized guild. If this news were to leak out, it would undoubtedly cause a huge stir. Alright, no problem. I'll get started on handling this for you right away. Zhou Lin added. Oh, and could you reinforce the protective array around this room? I'll be dealing with something shortly that might cause some disturbances. Better safe than sorry. Also, prepare as many Chi blood Masha oxen as possible or even better. Masha oxen flesh and blood with richer vital energy. Fuji had already prepared for Zhou Lin's first request. The second request, however, he had only heard mentioned once by the short-haired girl, Li Nan. He hadn't paid it much mind. Who would have guessed it would require such a vast quantity of flesh this time? Fortunately, they still had a stockpile of fresh heavenly blood ox meat. Alright, no problem. If young Master Zhou has no further requests, I'll proceed to handle the equipment storage and sale arrangements immediately. Zhou Lin nodded, and Fuji prepared to lead the short-haired girl out. This time, the short-haired girl's gaze toward Zhou Lin held even more curiosity and admiration. One could even detect a hint of longing in her eyes. Her eyes shone with a sharper intensity, filled with longing. After they left, Zhou Lin immediately retrieved the remaining gear from his backpack. All of it was Starshining Grade gear. However, the minimum level requirement for equipping them was at least 20. Tomorrow, grinding through levels was inevitable and they'd have to tackle even tougher stages. Danger could strike at any moment, so it was best to be prepared. When they arrive, I'll take my gear out to upgrade it. Upgrading to Starshining quality is no easy feat, but raising the gear level should be a breeze, right? After making his decision, Zhou Lin turned his attention to the God-tier golden attributes. After upgrading these 3 divine-tier gold attributes, who knows, perhaps the summoned beast's quality grade could climb another tier. System, draw me an attribute. The command issued, and a golden lottery machine appeared in his mind. Inside the machine, countless attributes spun in world. Staring at the rectangular golden attributes, Zhou Lin took deep breaths repeatedly. Stop. The lottery machine gradually ceased its rotation, and one golden entry slowly dropped from the prize chute. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the God-tier golden entry, Night Stealth. Night Stealth, invisible and transparent, like a shadow moving through the night. Whether large creatures or high-tier beings, you appear utterly invisible to them. Ding! Congratulations, host, on drawing the God-tier gold skill, Assassin's Blade. Assassin's Blade, the Assassin's Edge. Each strike fatal, targeting vital points, reinforces jaws and claws, channeling lethal energy into unparalleled sharpness. Ding! Congratulations, host, on drawing the God-tier gold trait, Frozen Realm. Frozen Realm releases frigid ice, freezing everything within 1 meter radius, immobilizes targets, rendering them powerless to resist. The moment the 3 God-tier golden traits appeared, Zhou Lin was stunned. Chapter 58, Level Up. Summoning Beast of Noble Grade. Stealth, Assassination, Freezing. He briefly summarized the utility of these 3 God-tier golden traits. They added another layer of power to the already overpowered flying ant army. When replaying stages against tough monsters and bosses, they could reduce self-destructs. Use self-destruction as a last resort. Activate. Zhou Lin wasted no time, activating the additional mode immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully adding the God-tier golden attribute Night Stealth. Ding! Blood Demon Queen Ant, King Tier 3, successfully evolved into Black Demon Queen Ant, King Tier 4. The Queen Ant, originally summoned and hovering before Zhou Lin, gradually became transparent. Its blood-red body, shimmering with lightning threads and reflecting light, underwent a transformation that drew intense attention. Starting from its head, it gradually became transparent. The pace of transparency accelerated, eventually covering its entire body. Its claws, abdomen, and tail all turned transparent. Internal organs began to dissolve into transparency. Once the complete transformation was finished, the entire Queen Ant vanished from her original spot. Zhou Lin's gaze swept through the spot where the Queen Ant had been, passing right through it to see the table and chairs behind. Excellent! With this God-tier golden trait, I can easily close in on opponents who are difficult to deal with. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring the Divine Tier Gold trait Assassin's Blade. Ding! Black Magic Queen Ant, King Tier 4, has successfully evolved into Dark Queen Ant, King Tier 5. The second God Tier Golden attribute was applied, immediately triggering the feedback message. The transparent Queen Ant swiftly regained its normal visual form. Exposed parts like its mandibles and claws began transforming. Its mouthparts and protruding proboscis sharpened to an extreme edge, radiating a fierce, cutting aura. Small blades sprang forth from its claws, gleaming coldly. Just looking at it made Zhou Lin's scalp tingle. If targeted by this queen ant and its claws touched his skin, it could instantly pierce his defenses and tear through flesh. There's also a god-tier golden attribute. I wonder if it can directly skyrocket to revered tier. Leveling up was an upward climb, and the difficulty was immense. Zhou Lin understood this well, which is why he felt his heart leap with each successful addition of the first 2 god-tier gold attributes. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully attaching the divine tier gold attribute Frozen Realm. Ding! Dark Queen Ant, King Tier 5, has successfully evolved into Dark Ice Queen Ant, Honored Tier 1. The Queen Ant let out a wretched cry as an icy aura enveloped her entire body. The array operating within the room suddenly began to falter and stutter. Fu Ji, who was outside handling the storage and sale of Zhou Lin's equipment, immediately sensed something was amiss. Li Nan's expression changed as well, his heart racing as he looked toward Zhou Lin's room. Young Master Zhou, is this another instance of the destruction mode activating? I reinforced the formation specially. Logically speaking, as long as the level doesn't exceed 30, even releasing skills shouldn't be able to destroy the room's formation. No sooner had Fuji finished speaking than his pores stood on end. The air grew increasingly cold, as if the temperature had suddenly dropped by over 10 degrees. What's going on? Why is the air getting colder? Fuji, it's summer now. Li Nan looked at Fuji in confusion. Fuji fixed his gaze on the room where Zhou Lin was staying. Can't you tell? It's clearly caused by young Master Li. Li Nan turned his gaze toward the direction of Zhou Lin's room. Both swallowed hard, waiting anxiously. Inside the room, Zhou Lin watched the queen ant gradually unleash its icy power. His breathing grew increasingly ragged, terrified it might unleash a massive blast powerful enough to tear the roof off. The queen ant, frozen solid by the frigid air, fluttered its wings, sending a howling wind through the room. The temperature in the entire room plummeted rapidly. Stop! Zhou Lin couldn't help but yawn, immediately halting the queen ant's urge to unleash its innate ability. Having witnessed the power of the trait, he decided to save its release for the battlefield tomorrow. After completing the enhancement, Zhou Lin stored the queen ant in his summoning space. Then, he closed his eyes and began to rest. After the exhaustion of the day, even the strongest willpower couldn't withstand the drain. Barely half an hour into his sleep, while it was still pitch dark, he heard a knock on the door. Li Nan placed the packaged flesh into a ring and handed it to Zhou Lin. After receiving it, Zhou Lin paid 20,000 yuan from his thunder card. He then removed all the equipment from his person and instructed the other party to rush the crafting overnight. Money was never an issue. Upon hearing this, Li Nan immediately sprang into action, daring not to delay even a moment. After the transaction was completed, Zhou Lin closed his eyes to rest once more. But the moment his eyes closed, thoughts of Xiao Linlin flooded his mind. Wonder how she's doing clearing stages? Is getting carried by someone else even more exhilarating than doing it himself? Meanwhile, within the Linhai City's secret realm zone 2, Xiao Linlin, still grinding levels in the secret realm, stared at the colossal, underworld judge that had appeared before her, and the black and white impermanence guarding either side, frozen in place. 2 full hours had passed since she began grinding levels. Now she had reached the boss stage. If High Boss she tackled this alone, he could clear it in under a minute. This particular boss would be taken down with just 2 ultimate moves. Yet he stood quietly in place, showing no sign of urgency. Miss, it's no big deal. Back when I first started my career, I was scared out of my wits just like you are now. Once you overcome that mental hurdle, the fear won't linger. Xiao Linlin took a deep breath, gazing at the monster before her. Clutching her star-shining ice staff, she unleashed a torrent of frost that descended like a blizzard, transforming the underworld into a frozen wasteland. Death crystallization. With a soft command, her frost spell coalesced. Sharp icicles shot toward the distant black and white impermanence and the King of Hell. Unfortunately, the skill had little effect, landing on them like a light drizzle. After unleashing the spell, her mana bar drained completely. Lao Hai, I've done my best. Let's end this fight. I want to go back and rest. Hibosi nodded, gripping his greatsword as it thundered into a colossal blade. A torrent of blade shadows erupted from the weapon, while above, countless blade reflections flickered incessantly, as if the very sky had fallen into a blade-filled abyss. Earth spirits, underworld souls, and wandering ghosts were all sliced into fragments by a single stroke. Experience points exploded like they were free money, and a mountain of gear littered the ground. The boss was instantly obliterated. Haibushi didn't even glance at the diamond tier or even star glory tier gear on the ground. He gathered it all up and took it with him. Let's go, miss. Xiao Linlin nodded weakly. The moment the dungeon completion sound rang out, the two vanished from their spot. The moment they stepped out of the secret realm, the once pale and lifeless Zhou Lin immediately scanned her surroundings. Her gaze finally settled on the information displayed on the large screen. Chapter 59, Upgrading Gear. Preparing for battle, votes needed. Zhou Lin has broken the record for first place in Attack on Titan. A flicker of light appeared on her previously dull face, and she couldn't help but show surprise. Haibushi beside him also noticed the information on the large screen. The previous record for the Road to Underworld, Secret Realm was 30 minutes, yet the two of them had spent 2.5 hours inside. On their first run through the stage, Haibushi didn't want Zhou Lin to get carried away so quickly. Instead, he focused on experiencing the dungeon and learning skill usage. That's why they'd spent a bit more time on that front. If it were his usual run through this dungeon, he could clear it in under 10 minutes. But he had little interest in such secret realms. Zhou Lin, Miss, is this the student from Genoa Middle School who awakened as a summoner? Haibushi's eyelids fluttered slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired. Zhou Lin nodded. That's right, Elder Hai. If the name isn't duplicated, he must have already cleared the Attack on Titan's secret realm. I never imagined he'd progress this far already. He only just awakened his class today. What kind of potion did he take? How could his leveling be this fast? Beyond Zhou Lin's comprehension, she couldn't fathom it either. Of course, Haibushi standing beside him was equally baffled. To be honest, this old man can't make heads or tails of it either. If he truly is a student from the same cohort as the young lady, to awaken today, clear the level 30 dungeon today, and set a new record for first place, that's beyond ordinary genius. Zhou Lin turned her head to look at Haibushi. Haibushi continued. He must be a freak, a monster. Zhou Lin was momentarily dumbfounded by this turn of events. It was indeed monstrous, a level of freakishness beyond ordinary comprehension. As far as I know, there's simply no one like that on the human continent. Not even the current human emperor possesses such innate talent and power. Let's wait and see. Tomorrow, if I get the chance, I'll try to gauge the truth behind his strength. If it's real, then our Thunder Guild not recruiting him would be an enormous loss. Zhou Lin hummed in acknowledgement and nodded. Of course, neither Hao Lao nor her father would place much stock in her words. She had witnessed it firsthand. The records were still preserved in the school's trial plaza and the secret realm area of Linhai City. That was ironclad proof. Well, seeing is believing. Hai Bao, I believe Zhou Lin will come back tomorrow to clear the stage again. When he does, you'll be just as shocked as I was when I first encountered him. Zhou Lin declared with unwavering conviction. Old Hai gave a wry smile and led Zhou Lin back to the estate. Early the next morning, Zhou Lin was awakened by the mental fluctuations of the Queen Ant within the summoning space. He had been studying the stone book brought back from the Attack on Titan's secret realm yesterday and had fallen asleep without realizing it. Zhou Lin realized that unlocking this stone book required finding a secret arts practitioner skilled in deciphering esoteric techniques. The moment he opened his eyes, he summoned the Queen Ant from the summoning space. He happened to see the army of flying ants within, starving and desperate for sustenance. The Queen Ant had sucked him down to nothing but dry wood, leaving him emaciated and frail. If the sucking continued, it would likely be drained dry, suspended in midair. The Queen Ant emitted a furious growl filled with a whimpering sound directed at Zhou Lin. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin immediately raised his hand and stroked its little head. Sorry, I was just too tired last night and accidentally fell asleep. I know you're hungry for action. I'll feed you right now. He tossed all 100 remaining heavenly blood cattle purchased in a batch of 3,000 into the summoning space to feed them. The Queen Ant swiftly returned, flapping her wings to intimidate the flying ants attempting to rush forward for a preemptive devouring. The Queen Ant selected 1/3 for her own sustenance, distributing the remainder among her offspring. The flesh falling into their mouths was utterly insufficient. Watching their frenzied devouring, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel his heart race. I need to hurry and grind through levels. This consumption is simply too high. Even 1,000,000 gold coins wouldn't be enough to feed them. After dressing, washing up, and finishing his routine, Zhou Lin opened the door and stepped out slowly. The moment he stepped out, Li Nan at the front desk hurried over. Handsome, your equipment has been reforged. Would you like to pick it up now? Zhou Lin immediately nodded. Thanks for your help. I'll take them now. Li Nan dashed toward the forging area. Last night, Li Nan had asked him about it. Since the blacksmiths had all clocked out, there was basically no one available to forge for him. But time waits for no one. Zhou Lin had no shortage of gold coins. He promptly pulled out 10,000 gold coins and had the blacksmith work overtime for him that night. Lured by the gold coins, the forge workshop was practically lit up like a beacon. Upgrading equipment from around level 10 to level 18 was no small feat. The materials consumed were also considerable. Of course, Zhou Lin also found some speed-enhancing gems. 4 of each were added to the boots. Ding! Congratulations on successfully equipping the purple gold boots, tempered gold chestplate, crimson blood top, and other gear. Ding! Health bar plus 1694, mana bar plus 1741, agility plus 1454, strength plus 1784, constitution plus 1354, spirit plus 1035. After re-equipping the gear, Zhou Lin opened his interface panel. Host, Zhou Lin. Class, God tier attribute summoner, SSS+. Level, 15. HP, 1500 plus 1694. MP bar, 1500 plus 1741. Agility, 600, plus 1454. Strength, 700, plus 1784. Stamina, 700, plus 1354. Spirit, 800, plus 1035. Summoned Beast, 1. Dark Ice Queen Ant, Honored Tier 1. Summoning Qualification, 1 use unlocked at level 20. Divine Grade Gold Attributes, none. Skills, 1. Summoner's Wrath, LV7. Silver Tier 1, 2. Thunderous Shift, LV7. Silver Tier 1, 3. Void Blade, LV15. Diamond Tier 5. Equipped Gear, 1. Purple Gold Boots, LV18 Diamond Tier 5. 2. Tempered Gold Chestplate, LV18 Diamond Tier 4. 3. Crimson Blood Top, LV18 Diamond Tier 5. Backpack, 1. Mystic Gold Top, LV20. Star Shining Tier 1 Quality, 2. Blazing Gold Pants, LV20. Star Shining Tier 1 Quality, 12 of 404. Skills cannot be upgraded, will replace them directly later. However, the summoner's skill repertoire is limited. There are level 20 skills, but unfortunately Zhou Lin cannot use them. No matter. As long as the swarm of flying ants is large enough, who cares about skills? Zhou Lin reopened the Queen Ants interface. Chapter 60, 70, 000 Flying Ants. Begin the challenge, votes sought. Species, Dark Ice Queen Ant. Quality, Revered Great Eye. Level, 21. HP, 21. 000/21. 000. Blue bar, 21. 000/21. 000. Agility, 25254. Strength, 26. 412. Stamina, 26. 784. Spirit, 29. 845. Talent traits, Thunder Red Feather. Hundredfold Progeny. Production Machine. Bloodthirsty Tyrant. Copper Wall Iron Wall. Ferocious Maw and Fangs. Voracious Appetite. Venomous Beasts. Poisonous Stingers and Fangs. Blood-Sucking Fiend. Violent Devouring. Remaining Offspring, 72. 354, 102 Level 19 Dark Ice Flying Ants. 321 Level 18 Dark Ice Flying Ants. 451 Level 17 Dark Ice Flying Ants. 741 Level 16 Dark Ice Flying Ants. A full 70,000 flying ants? Zhou Lin couldn't help but gasp at the number. Li Nan, standing beside him, looked at Zhou Lin fully geared up and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Zhou Lin, what's wrong? Without offering an explanation, Zhou Lin immediately turned and walked away. After he walked out, Li Nan was left standing there, still completely bewildered. With sufficient gear, he needed one indispensable item to tackle the level, the arcane technique to enlarge the creatures. Before grinding levels, he must find an arcane practitioner capable of unlocking this secret art. In theory, it shouldn't be too difficult. It's on the way, let's stop here. Zhou Lin halted his steps. Right beside him stood a building bearing the sign Arcane Pavilion. If he remembered correctly, the secret art pavilion was also an affiliate of the Thunder Guild. As soon as he entered, a shop attendant approached. What would you like to order? Without further ado, Zhou Lin produced the stone book and stated plainly, I need to extract a secret technique from this magic stone. Decode a secret technique? The attendant glanced at it, his face breaking into a smile. Handsome. Deciphering a secret art costs a pretty penny. I take it this stone book of yours came from a secret realm? If it's just something from an ordinary stone book, it probably isn't worth the cost of decoding a secret technique. Zhou Lin looked at him and said, Name your price. The shop assistant held up a finger. 50,000. Well, handsome. Are you scared off? Before he could finish, Zhou Lin placed a thunder card on the table. Swipe. Can you open it within half an hour? The moment he produced the thunder card, the shop assistant was stunned. How could such a young guy be this loaded? He casually requested a deal that was mostly a money-losing proposition, and he even had a thunder card from the Thunder Trading Company. This card was valid at every establishment under the Thunder Guild's control. Sir, are you absolutely sure? Once you start, there's no turning back. Zhou Lin immediately replied, Just open it. I need it done as quickly as possible. He already knew what the secret art was once unlocked. Its value would far exceed 50,000 gold coins. After swiping the Thunder card, the shop attendant promptly led Zhou Lin to the unlocking chamber. Before long, a burly, bearded man entered. Upon receiving the stone book, he couldn't help but sigh softly and shake his head. Young people these days really have money. They don't treat gold coins like gold coins. 50,000 gold coins? That's enough for 2 months of my salary. Young man, let me be clear up front, if the secret technique isn't great, blame me. I'm just a worker. After receiving Zhou Lin's consent, he crossed his legs on the floor, assuming a meditation posture as a peculiar, ghostly glow began to swirl around him. Unique runes slowly took shape in his hands, infusing into the stone book. The materials arranged around him were also absorbed into it. Open! With a thunderous roar, the stone book activated. Giant curse, stellar grade secret art releases a cursed secret art, causing any small life form to undergo gigantification. The increase in size is accompanied by a rise in health points. Once activated, the curse cannot be repaired in the short term. This secret art demands extremely high blue bar consumption and is applicable to all practitioners. Giant curse? Indeed, it was exactly what he sought. Zhou Lin's heart surged with excitement as his eyes locked onto the flickering, eerily glowing secret art book that appeared. After being awakened from the stone tome, it seemed vividly alive. So what if it drains mana heavily? After unsealing the stone book, the burly bearded man naturally saw its contents. A star-illuminated Tier 1 secret technique was indeed a rare and mysterious treasure, but it only taught methods for manipulating objects, truly a niche skill. Young man, I've fulfilled our transaction. I'm leaving now. Zhou Lin accepted the secret technique book and nodded. Clutching the tome, Zhou Lin made his way toward the Linhai City Secret Realm Zone 2. On the way, he immediately activated the learning process. Ding! Congratulations on learning the star-shining grade secret art book, Curse of the Colossus. Vast knowledge of curses flooded into Zhou Lin's mind. After careful study, he grasped the fundamentals of casting curses. There was just one catch: the mana cost of the secret art varied based on the target, quantity, and other factors. He just didn't know how much his mana could sustain. Thus, Zhou Lin smoothly entered a shop and spent 20,000 gold coins to purchase several diamond-grade mana bar restoration potions. With these potions, he at least had the means to test the curse. Before long, Zhou Lin arrived at the Linhai City Secret Realm area. His gaze locked onto the Path of the Underworld, which was just 1 minute away from unlocking. After waiting just 1 minute, the instant it opened, Zhou Lin chose to challenge it. With a whoosh, he vanished from his spot. The moment he departed, 2 figures approached from behind. It was Shaolin Lin, clad in a mage's robe, and Haibushi, bearing a great sword. Oh, I didn't expect we'd still be a step too late. I knew he'd come to challenge it, but I never imagined he actually would. I wonder if we'll ever get another chance to clear a stage with him. Shaolin Lin's words betrayed a hint of disappointment. Haibushi, standing nearby, spoke up, "Miss, we'll meet him eventually, but our priority now is clearing this stage. This time, we need to speed up and clear the Attack Titan stage before heading to the most dangerous area in Coastal City, the Secret Realm Zone 1. After Haiboshi couldn't help but remind her, Shaolin Lin silently nodded. Zhou Lin, I hope you'll be waiting outside when I come out. With that, they began grinding through the levels. The simultaneous opening of the 2 most challenging secret realms in coastal cities, Secret Realm Zone 2, naturally caused a huge stir. Yesterday, both secret realms had been cleared, particularly the Attack on Titan's secret realm, where a man named Zhou Lin had shattered the previous record. The road to the underworld, secret realm, was also cleared by the Thunder Guild's young miss. Now that they'd swapped the dungeons they were clearing, it was time to see who would soar higher this round. Chapter 61, The Road to Underworld Run stuns the crowd. The moment Zhou Lin entered the dungeon, a dark shadow emerged from the shadows, pausing to watch. The same was true for the tough-as-nails Barbie Jean Luo, her eyes glued to the screen displaying the Underworld Path dungeon. The challenge details appeared. Difficulty, Hell Mode. Level 30. Whoosh. Every professional present couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Level 30. A Hell Tier Secret Realm. This isn't something just anyone could tackle. The black shadow transformed into a gaunt middle-aged man, his icy gaze sweeping across the stage. Hell Tier Difficulty. Interesting. This kid's combat prowess is quite formidable. Not only did he break the record for the Attack on Titan Dungeons hard mode, but now he's tackling Road to Underworld. I wonder if he can keep breaking records this time. Yesterday, he had already secretly relayed the intelligence gathered on Zhou Lin back to his superiors. Upon learning the details, Xiao Lei was utterly astonished. If the feedback was accurate, Zhou Lin might truly be a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. On the very day he awakened his class, by evening, he had already cleared multiple dungeons and set the record for first place in the level 30 dungeon. This was no ordinary feat. It was beyond human capability. Even the human emperor himself might not possess such extraordinary talent and capability. If he truly is such a prodigy, recruiting him into the Thunder Guild would guarantee its prosperity for years to come. Linhai City would inevitably be propelled to new heights. The entire human race would reap unimaginable benefits. As for Jean Luo, a cold gleam flickered in her eyes. Clearly, she had already resolved to kill him. If not to kill Zhou Lin, then to punish him severely and bring him back to the Slaughter Guild for interrogation. Provoking the Killing Guild was a grave offense in Linhai City. At that moment, within the Yellow Springs Path, secret realm, Zhou Lin slowly opened his eyes. The scene before him had completely transformed. The world was shrouded in gloom. A river flowing with an unknown liquid stretching into the distance. Arms reached out from the river, while all manner of malevolent specters roared. Though they were illusory forms, their health bars and other stats remained visible. Attacking them allowed the trialist to easily eliminate them. After all, these creatures belonged to the realm of darkness. For practitioners like Taoist priests, mages, or Buddhist monks, they possessed innate countering power against such fiends. But someone like Zhou Lin might not exert any special suppression. Instead, he could become the very prey they seek to devour. The more this was the case, the more excited Zhou Lin became. His flying ants craved such malevolent spirits. Unfortunately, they lacked substantial flesh. Consuming them would likely feel soft and insubstantial, like puffed snacks, offering little sustenance. At the same time, the dungeon information popped up. Secret Realm Instance, Path of the Underworld. Dungeon level, random, maximum level, 30. Entry level restriction, none. Dungeon difficulty, easy, normal, hard, hell. Dungeon description, after death, souls are judged based on their deeds to enter either heaven or hell. Those destined for hell remain unchanged in their nature, doomed to wander the Yellow Springs without entering the cycle of reincarnation. At the abyss's end, the black and white impermanents and the underworld judge who suppress 100 ghosts await judgment. You too stand among those awaiting trial. Slay them, and only then may you find your way out. Remember, darkness fears nothing more than light. He. Fresh human flesh has arrived. Looks like a young human. This flesh must be tender and smooth. I'll suck out the brain matter. The neck is yours. The arms are yours. But I'll keep a chunk of the thigh for myself. The hideously ugly demon, with a weapon piercing its skull, emitted a sickeningly cold, lecherous laugh. After reviewing the Secret Realm's information, Zhou Lin couldn't be bothered to check their info panels. His class skill activated, accelerating the ripping open of the summoning space. The moment the Dark Ice Queen ant appeared, frigid ice radiated outward from its entire body. The already chilling Yellow Springs path grew even colder. The demons who had launched their surprise attack were startled by the sudden plunge in temperature. Where'd this cold air come from? We're all Yellow Springs fiends. We don't fear the cold. Brothers, charge. Hordes of fiends broke free from the underworld, claws extended and fangs bared, fixating their savage gaze upon Zhou Lin. The moment the Dark Ice Queen ant appeared, her antennae quivered. Within the summoning space, the army of flying ants had already begun fluttering their wings. Unable to contain their excitement, hunger made them buzz incessantly, their eyes already fixed on the crawling demons with savage intent. The fiends felt a chill run down their spines. Damn it, what the hell is going on with this sky? Why is my back still cold? Look up there. What's that swarm covering the sky? One demon turtle sensed something amiss and spoke up to warn the others, who all looked up in unison. But then, a sharp crack of fingers snapping echoed. An army of flying ants descended like a tidal wave, their bodies crackling with lightning. The righteous thunder terrified the demons, who roared in fury. Alas, the flying ants, now cloaked in invisibility, began encircling them from all directions, unleashing a wave of devouring slaughter. Their razor-sharp mandibles delivered near-fatal strikes with every bite. Massacre. It's a massacre. Terrifying. They tried to flee, but before they could escape, they were frozen solid in place by pitch-black ice. Each flying ant was encased in frost, as if born from an icy realm, freezing the Yellow Springs into icy water. Only the waters of the middle and lower realms flowed freely. Even the evil spirits that had surfaced to escape were frozen solid. The dark ice ants plunged their sharp mandibles deep, tearing open the spirits' skulls and frantically sucking out their souls and vital essence. Yellow Springs Fiend Health Bar minus 421. Yellow Springs Fiend Health Bar minus 411. Yellow Springs Fiend HP minus 489. One after another, the health bar drop notifications flashed before Zhou Lin's eyes. Since his quality level had risen, his blood absorption speed had skyrocketed. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a Diamond Tier level 24 Yellow Springs Fiend. Stage 5. Experience points plus 1231. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a LV25 Diamond Grade Tier 5 Yellow Springs Fiend. Experience points plus 1451. Wave after wave of kill notifications flooded Zhou Lin's vision. Zhou Lin swiped through them before continuing to deploy his flying ants to collect the dropped gear. Following Zhou Lin's orders, he stacked all items of Hellstar Radiance tier together. Once placed, Zhou Lin began the shredding process. Any gear below Star Glow tier was pulverized without exception. The gold coins from the destruction poured into his inventory like a tidal wave. This time, Zhou Lin didn't unleash his entire flying ant army, only about 20,000 were deployed. These 20,000 swarmed forward with a deafening roar, freezing the Yellow Springs solid. The helpless ghosts were instantly obliterated. Chapter 62, The Black and White Impermanents Appear. Slaughter, Vote Request. The wails of the fiends echoed throughout the entire Yellow Springs secret realm. Following Zhou Lin's command, the flying ants unleashed a barrage of righteous thunderbolts while relentlessly stabbing at the demons' vulnerable weak points. Their stealth combat allowed them to move at lightning speed, striking their prey with lightning-fast surprise attacks. The wails echoed throughout the entire netherworld. Unlike the attack on Titan stage, this time, the deployed flying ant army had undergone modifications with 3 divine-tier golden attributes. Their inherent combat prowess and tactics underwent earth-shattering transformations. Moreover, these fiends possessed neither substantial health nor flesh. The righteous thunder was their natural nemesis, leaving them utterly powerless to resist. Advancing rapidly, Zhou Lin snapped his fingers, relaying the command. Several evil spirits were carried over and suspended before Zhou Lin. Test the power of the Curse of the Colossus. Slowly raising his finger, he performed the intricate rites of the arcane art. Complex runes gradually formed upon the fiend's forehead. The moment the mark solidified, the once motionless fiends began convulsing violently. Their physical forms rapidly expanded at a visible pace, doubling, tripling, quadrupling. The rate of growth was staggering. A monstrous specter hundreds of times larger stretched its form, as the demon felt its body rapidly expanding. The moment the mark was complete, a rune also appeared on Zhou Lin's forehead. The rune flickered on his forehead, as if merely by his will alone, he could directly control the other, crush it to pieces. He held the power over its life and death. Unfortunately, this wave drained most of his blue bar. Zhou Lin pulled out a diamond-grade blue fluorescent potion and poured it into his mouth. His blue bar rapidly replenished at a visible pace. Gazing at the ghost giant before him, now under his control and with its health bar swollen over tenfold, he raised his hand and commanded, "Initiate Devour." Swarms of flying ants instantly swarmed over it, launching a frenzied devouring assault. Yellow Springs Fiend health bar minus 354. Yellow Springs Fiend HP minus 457. Yellow Springs Fiend HP minus 541. Tens of thousands of flying ants clung to the enlarged Yellow Springs Fiend, swiftly sucking it dry until it shriveled. The instant the health bar collapsed, the entire demonic form crashed to the ground, disintegrating into dust. Though they absorbed the energy from the health bar, converting it into experience points, the flying ants stared at Zhou Lin with teary eyes, as if they hadn't gotten a single bite to satisfy their hunger. Zhou Lin felt his scalp tingle under their gaze. These creatures were simply insatiable. With over 70,000 flying ants now, maintaining them would indeed require considerable effort. If they went too long without eating, the queen ants would keep breeding, absorbing the nutrients from their hosts. Slowly but surely, they'd drain every last bit of nourishment from them. But when he saw the piles of flying ants hanging around, some of them felt a pang of regret. Zhou Lin sat atop the queen ant, charging forward at breakneck speed. Unlike the Path of the Underworld and Attack on Titan, Secret Realms, the Path of the Underworld only required pushing forward along the flow of the Underworld River, clearing out the evil spirits within. In this immediate area, fiends kept emerging. On average, 10 level 24 demons appeared every second, launching attacks at Zhou Lin. For ordinary adventurers attempting this challenge without sufficient strength, they would essentially become prey to be devoured. This is precisely why it ranks among the 2 most challenging dungeons in the coastal city No. 2's Secret Realm area. As for Haibashi and Shaolin clearing the stage, it took them over 3 hours. Even with that performance, they still ranked second. One can only imagine the sheer magnitude of this challenge. He. Fresh meat. Someone's coming. We can finally feast. That tender, white flesh. I'll be the first to devour it. One moment they were filled with joy. The next they were plunged into endless agony. The dense swarm of flying ants swept through like a tidal wave, devouring every exposed demon completely, like locusts ravaging a field. Kill notifications flashed continuously before Zhou Lin's eyes. The looted gear was collected by the pre-positioned ant swarms. Equipment below Star Glory tier was instantly pulverized on the spot. Star Shining grade gear and above was collected. The faster the advance, the more gear dropped, and the more gold coins crushed. In just over a minute, the newly acquired gold coins had already reached a solid 100,000. To Zhou Lin, this 100,000 gold coins was a mere drop in the bucket. Still, More drops were needed. Children, come forth, devour voraciously. Zhou Lin snapped his fingers, watching the ever-widening flow of the yellow springs before him draw more and more malevolent spirits toward him. He held nothing back, releasing another wave of flying ants. Over 40,000 flying ants appeared, obscuring the sky. Their bodies flashed with white righteous lightning, weaving the heavens into a thunderous net. Dense as air mixed into white lightning, they surged into the yellow spring's surface like a boiling pot. Evil spirits that appeared were swept away before they could react, reduced to ashes. Some flying ants, unable to seize prey, plunged directly into the yellow spring's water. Their formidable defenses withstood the corrosive liquid, instantly freezing the unemerged evil spirits in place. In the blink of an eye, they too were reduced to dust. Zhou Lin, perched atop the queen ant, watched the scene unfold and was utterly stunned. An army of over 40,000 flying ants truly resembled a natural disaster. What if all 70,000 flying ants were unleashed? Those who tread upon the yellow springs must submit to its dominion and be cast into hell. Dare to disrupt my path to the underworld, and you shall be cast into the 18 layers of hell. A thunderous roar echoed, causing the frozen sections of the underworld to tremble violently. Surging currents roared, and countless malevolent spirits crawled on the ground. A figure emerged, its face deathly pale, a long, scarlet tongue protruding from its mouth. It wore a towering tented hat inscribed with the characters wealth at first sight. Clad in a white robe, its left hand held a firelit sign, while its right waved a feather fan, an ensemble that looked utterly bizarre. Beside the white figure appeared another, stocky and short, with a face as black as charcoal. This figure bore a fierce countenance that inspired dread. He wore a square-topped hat inscribed with the characters peace under heaven. Clad in a black robe, his left hand gripped a chain, while his right held a tiger-shaped talisman, exuding an aura of both authority and terror. At that glance, Zhou Lin instantly recognized their identities. The black and white impermanence. Whether the black and white impermanence truly existed in the real world was unknown, but within the secret realm, they were strikingly lifelike. Type, white impermanence. Level, 30. Quality, Starshining Tier 2. HP, 78, 104. Skills, Soul Reaping Chain, Rending Force, Netherworld Roar. Description, the white ghost who guards the underworld. Said to be one of the most sinister and terrifying beings in existence. On the path to the underworld, he is a godlike presence. Do not provoke him. If you have the strength, avoid being caught by his chains at all costs, for if you are, death is certain. After seeing the white ghost's stats, Zhou Lin couldn't help but frown. Immediately afterward, the black ghost's profile information also appeared. Chapter 63, 3-second kill of the Hell Judge, vote sought. Type, Black Wu Chang. Level, 30. Quality, Starshining Tier 2. HP, 79, 545. Skills, Soul Reaping Chain, Rending Force, Netherworld Roar. Description, the Black Wu Chang, guardian of the underworld, is said to be one of the most sinister and terrifying beings in existence. On the path to the underworld, he is a godlike presence. Do not provoke him. If you have the strength, avoid being caught by his chains at all costs, for if you are, death is certain. Both black and white impermanence possess identical skills. Other adventurers who encounter them would likely be terrified out of their wits, if not outright scared to death. Fighting these two? Your very soul might be snatched away. Zhou Lin, however, fixed his gaze upon the black and white impermanence. The curse of the Colossus activated. Runes surged forth. The moment they struck, the blue health bar shattered at a visible pace. Without hesitation, he swiftly retrieved potions from his backpack and downed them as if they were worthless. The black and white impermanence bodies began rapidly growing taller and larger, but Zhou Lin's mark hadn't fully formed to control them. At my current level and strength, it's indeed too difficult to control something far beyond my own tier, but I've already made them colossal, and their health bars have quadrupled. Zhou Lin scanned their health bars. White impermanence, 312, 416. Black Wu Chang, 318, 180. 31,000 health bars? The moment he saw it, a smile he couldn't suppress slowly curled his lips upward. Originally standing still, the black and white impermanence, who had thought they were under mental control, were just about to resist. But they realized there was no such thing as mental control, only the formation of a curse technique that channeled special runes into themselves. Their health bars instantly surged to triple their original values. What's going on? Human, what exactly did you do to my body? But by boosting our health bars, are you just trying to make it easier for me to kill you? Ha 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 ha, you truly don't know when to quit. I'll send you straight to the 18th layer of hell right now. The black and white impermanence wielded their clubs, flinging chains to bind Zhou Lin. Seated atop the queen ant, Zhou Lin showed no trace of alarm. He raised his hands and clapped. Instantly, tens of thousands of flying ants coalesced before him, forming a dense net wall. layer upon layer, who knew how many, stacked together, forming a dense barrier impenetrable to the eye. The lightning of righteous retribution flashed, resembling a barrier of heavenly law. When the chains reached him, they were halted by the protective barrier formed by the swarm of flying ants. The righteous thunder burned the chains until sparks flew. Watching the chains steadily wear away, they immediately retracted them. But the moment they looked up, the sound of clapping echoed from the sky. A dense swarm of flying ants formed a circle, enveloping the black and white impermanence. Like a swarm of flying ants fixated on prey at a banquet table, they buzzed excitedly, their wings quivering. The barrier formed by righteous power sealed the black and white impermanence in a tight enclosure, leaving them utterly unable to escape. See how many experience points the enlarged black and white impermanence can yield. The sound of clapping echoed once more. Over 40,000 flying ants unleashed their full assault, unleashing every divine tier golden skill as if they were worthless. The black and white impermanence nearly wet themselves in fright, their staffs slipping from their grasp. A nest. No, that word couldn't possibly describe it. Had they stumbled into an insectoid planet? Humans, killing us, the underworld judges won't forgive you. Before he could finish, over 40,000 flying ants swarmed him. His body had grown 100-fold, only increasing the surface area exposed to their bites. Even at this size, it was still a bit cramped for over 40,000 flying ants. A health bar of 310, 000 doubled to 620. 000 was no match for over 40,000 dark ice flying ants unleashing their full assault. It was over in 2 or 3 seconds. Black Wuchang HP minus 451, White Wuchang HP minus 541. The audible alerts of diminishing health bars echoed in Zhou Lin's ears with a heavy cadence. 2 seconds passed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 30 Starshining Tier 2 White Ghost. Experience points plus 8,412. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 30 Starshining Tier 2 Black Ghost. Experience points plus 9,112. Ding! Congratulations, host, for picking up the LV30 Diamond Grade Tier 5 quality equipment. Nebula Boots. Ding! Congratulations, host, on picking up the LV30 Starshining Tier 1 quality Thunder Mystic Hat. Ding! Congratulations, your summoned Beast Blood Demon Queen Ant has leveled up to level 22. Ding! Congratulations, your summoned Beast Blood Demon Queen Ant's offspring Blood Demon Flying Ant has leveled up to 20. The moment the kill was completed, notifications kept streaming in. After looting the equipment, he immediately began dismantling it. While shredding, Zhou Lin kept surveying his surroundings. The yellow springs surged ceaselessly, its malevolent spirits climbing out relentlessly, their gazes fixed on Zhou Lin, filled with both fear and greed. Zhou Lin, you've slain my right-hand men. Stay here today and enter the 18th layer of hell. The underworld judge, clad in purple robes and wielding a sword and folding fan, glared with wide eyes and tightly pursed lips. His expression was terrifying, radiating authority and unyielding righteousness. As a righteous guardian meant to suppress the evil spirits, Zhou Lin naturally did not wish to kill him, but that was only within the secret realm. Children, emerge now. Today, show your true power. Zhou Lin snapped his fingers, tearing open the summoning space and releasing the remaining 30,000 flying ants. After emerging, the remaining 30,000 flying ants converged with the other 40,000, swirling into a massive tornado. Their target, naturally, was the underworld judge. Species, underworld judge, level, 30, quality, Starshining Tier 3, HP, 101, 545. Skills, Judge's Pen, Eye of Righteousness, Thunderous Rebuke. Description, the judge who guards the underworld, responsible for judging malevolent spirits while possessing formidable killing power, radiating intense righteous energy. It strikes fear into the hearts of evil spirits who tremble at its presence. Trialist, when you are deemed a sinner destined for the 18th layer of hell, your punishment shall be fulfilled. 100,000 HP bar. The remaining potions should suffice for one more secret art activation. Let's see how much the health bar increases after the giant curse succeeds. Zhou Lin continued casting the colossal curse. The moment the runes formed, he immediately abandoned mental control, prioritizing the spell's growth. Even so, his mana bar collapsed instantly, devouring every last potion on his person just to barely keep it from plummeting. But cold sweat already covered his forehead. The underworld judge in his vision rapidly expanded, its body swelling dozens of times larger. Its health bar skyrocketed to 401, 240, a 400,000 HP bar? The moment he saw it, Zhou Lin's lips curled upward again. That's exactly what he wanted, a massive health bar. The underworld judge was also stunned by the effect created by Zhou Lin's secret technique in actual combat. But the next second, it saw countless pairs of blood-red eyes staring intently at him.